The Faerie Queene. By Spenser. Book I. Introduction. I. The age which produced the Faerie Queene. The study of the Faerie Queene should be preceded by a review of the great age in which it was written. An intimate relation exists between the history of the English nation and the works of English authors. This close connection between purely external events and literary masterpieces is especially marked in a study of the Elizabethan age. To understand the marvelous outburst of song, the incomparable drama, and the stately prose of this period, one must enter deeply into the political, social, and religious life of the times. The Faerie Queene was the product of certain definite conditions which existed in England toward the close of the 16th century. The first of these national conditions was the movement known as the revival of chivalry. The second was the spirit of nationality fostered by the English Reformation, and the third was that phase of the English Renaissance commonly called the revival of learning. The closing decade of Queen Elizabeth's reign was marked by a strong reaction toward Romanticism. The feudal system with its many imperfections had become a memory, and had been idealized by the people. The nation felt pride in its new aristocracy, sprung largely from the middle class, and based rather on worth than ancestry. The bitterness of the Wars of the Roses was forgotten, and was succeeded by an era of reconciliation and good feeling. England was united in a heroic queen whom all sects, ranks, and parties idolized. The whole country exulting in its new sense of freedom and power became a fairyland of youth, springtime, and romantic achievement. Wise and gallant courtiers, like Sidney, Leicester, and Raleigh, gathered about the Queen, and formed a new chivalry devoted to deeds of adventure and exploits of mind in her honor. The spirit of the old sea kings lived again in Drake and his bold buccaneers, who swept the proud Spaniards from the seas. With the defeat of the Invincible Armada, the greatest naval expedition of modern times, the fear of Spanish and Catholic domination rolled away. The whole land was saturated with an unexpressed poetry, and the imagination of young and old was so fired with patriotism and noble endeavor that nothing seemed impossible. Add to this intense delight in life, with all its mystery, beauty, and power, the keen zest for learning which filled the air that men breathed, and it is easy to understand that the time was ripe for a new and brilliant epoch in literature. First among the poetic geniuses of the Elizabethan period came Edmund Spenser with his Faerie Queene, the allegory of an ideal chivalry. This poem is one of the fruits of that intellectual awakening which first fertilized Italian thought in the 12th century, and, slowly spreading over Europe, made its way into England in the 15th century. The mighty impulse of this new learning culminated during the reign of the Virgin Queen in a profound quickening of the national consciousness, and in arousing an intense curiosity to know and to imitate the rich treasures of the classics and romance. Its first phase was the classical revival. The tyrannous authority of ecclesiasticism had long since been broken, a general reaction from Christian asceticism had set in. And by the side of the ceremonies of the Church had been introduced a semi-pagan religion of art, the worship of moral and sensuous beauty. Illiteracy was no longer the style at court. Elizabeth herself set the example in the study of Greek. Books and manuscripts were eagerly sought after, scholars became conversant with Homer, Plato, Aristotle, and the great tragic poets Sophocles, Euripides, and Aeschylus. And translations for the many of Virgil, Ovid, Plautus, Terence, and Seneca poured forth from the printing presses of London. The English mind was strongly tempered by the idealistic philosophy of Plato and Aristotle, and the influence of Latin tragedy and comedy was strongly felt by the early English drama. Along with this classical culture came a higher appreciation of the beauty of medievalism. The romantic tendency of the age fostered the study of the great epics of chivalry, Ariosto's Orlando Furioso and Tasso's Jerusalem Delivered, and of the cycles of French romance. From the Italian poets especially Spenser borrowed freely. Ariosto's fresh naturalness and magic machinery influenced him most strongly, but he was indebted to the semi-classical Tasso for whole scenes. On the whole, therefore, Spenser's literary affinities were more with the Gothic than the classical. Spenser was also the spokesman of his time on religious questions. The violent controversies of the Reformation period were over. Having turned from the beliefs of ages with passionate rejection, the English people had achieved religious freedom, and were strongly rooted in Protestantism, which took on a distinctly national aspect. That Calvinism was at that time the popular and aristocratic form of Protestantism is evident from references in the Faerie Queene. Spenser lived in the afterglow of the great age of chivalry. The passing glories of knighthood in its flower impressed his imagination like a gorgeous dream, and he was thus inspired to catch and crystallize into permanent art its romantic spirit and heroic deeds. Into the framework of his romance of chivalry he inserted a veiled picture of the struggles and sufferings of his own people in Ireland. The Faerie Queene might almost be called the epic of the English conquest of Ireland. The poet himself and many of his friends were in that unhappy island as representatives of the Queen's government, trying to pacify the natives, and establish law and order out of discontent and anarchy. Spenser's poem was written for the most part amidst all these scenes of misery and disorder, and the courage, justice, and energy shown by his countrymen were aptly portrayed under the allegory of a mighty spiritual warfare of the knights of old against the power of evil. Spenser's essay on a view of the present state of Ireland shows that, far from shutting himself up in a fool's paradise of fancy, he was fully awake to the social and political condition of that turbulent island. And that it furnished him with concrete examples of those vices and virtues, bold encounters and hairbreadth escapes, strange wanderings and deeds of violence, with which he has crowded the allegory of the Faerie Queene. 2. The author of the Faerie Queene. Edmund Spenser was born in London near the Tower in the year 1552. His parents were poor, though they were probably connected with the Lancashire branch of the old family of le Despensers, an house of ancient fame, from which the Northampton Spensers were also descended. The poet's familiarity with the rural life and dialect of the North Country supports the theory that as a boy he spent some time in Lancashire. Beyond 2 or 3 facts, nothing is known with certainty of his early years. He himself tells us that his mother's name was Elizabeth, and that London was his most kindly nurse. His name is mentioned as one of 6 poor pupils of the merchant tailor's school, who received assistance from a generous country squire. At the age of 17, Master Edmund became a student in Pembroke Hall, one of the colleges of the great University of Cambridge. His position was that of a sizar, or paid scholar, who was exempt from the payment of tuition fees and earned his way by serving in the dining hall or performing other menial duties. His poverty, however, did not prevent him from forming many helpful friendships with his fellow students. Among his most valued friends he numbered Lancelot Andrews, afterward Bishop of Winchester, Edward Kirke, a young man of Spenser's own age, who soon after edited his friend's first important poem, The Shepherd's Calendar, with elaborate notes. And most important of all, the famous classical scholar, a fellow of Pembroke, Gabriel Harvey, who was a few years older than Spenser, and was later immortalized as the Hobbinol of the Faerie Queene. It was by Harvey that the poet was introduced to Sir Philip Sidney, the most accomplished gentleman in England, and a favourite of Queen Elizabeth. Spenser's residence in Cambridge extended over 7 years, during which he received the usual degrees of Bachelor and Master of Arts. He became one of the most learned of English poets, and we may infer that while at this seat of learning he laid the foundations for his wide scholarship in the diligent study of the Greek and Latin classics, the philosophy of Plato and Aristotle, the pastoral poetry of Theocritus and Virgil, and the great medieval epics of Italian literature. On account of some misunderstanding with the master and tutors of his college, Spenser failed to receive the appointment to a fellowship, and left the university in 1576, at the age of 24. His failure to attain the highest scholastic recognition was due, it is supposed, to his being involved in some of the dangerous controversies which were ripe in Cambridge at that time, with daily spawning of new opinions and heresies in divinity, in philosophy, in humanity, and in manners. On leaving the university, Spenser resided for about a year with relatives in Lancashire, where he found employment. During this time he had an unrequited love affair with an unknown beauty whom he celebrated in the Shepherd's Calendar under the name of Rosalind, the widow's daughter of the Glen. A rival, Menalcas, was more successful in finding favour with his fair neighbour. Although he had before this turned his attention to poetry by translating the sonnets of Petrarch and Du Bellay, published in 1569, it was while here in the North Country that he first showed his high poetic gifts in original composition. After a visit to Sir Philip Sidney at Penshurst, Spenser went down to London with his friend in 1578, and was presented to Sidney's great-uncle, the Earl of Leicester. He thus at once had an opportunity for advancement through the influence of powerful patrons, a necessity with poor young authors in that age. An immediate result of his acquaintance with Sidney, with whom he was now on relations of intimate friendship, was an introduction into the best society of the metropolis. This period of association with many of the most distinguished and cultivated men in England, together with the succession of brilliant pageants, masques, and processions, which he witnessed at court and at Lord Leicester's mansion, must have done much to refine his tastes and broaden his outlook on the world. In personal appearance Spenser was a fine type of a 16th-century gentleman. The grace and dignity of his bearing was enhanced by a face of tender and thoughtful expression in which warmth of feeling was subdued by the informing spirit of refinement, truthfulness, simplicity, and nobility. He possessed a fine dome-like forehead, curling hair, brown eyes, full sensuous lips, and a nose that was straight and strongly molded. His long spare face was adorned with a full mustache and a closely cropped Van Dyck beard. The Shepherd's Calendar was published in the winter of 1579 with a grateful and complimentary dedication to Sidney. It is an academic exercise consisting of a series of 12 pastoral poems in imitation of the eclogues of Virgil and Theocritus. The poem is cast in the form of dialogues between shepherds, who converse on such subjects as love, religion, and old age. In 3 eclogues the poet attacks with Puritan zeal the pomp and sloth of the worldly clergy, and one is devoted to the courtly praise of the Queen. It was at once recognized as the most notable poem that had appeared since the death of Chaucer, and placed Spenser immediately at the head of living English poets. In 1580 Spenser went over to Ireland as private secretary to Lord Grey of Wilton, the artegall of the Legend of Justice in the Faerie Queene. After the recall of his patron he remained in that turbulent island in various civil positions for the rest of his life, with the exception of 2 or 3 visits and a last sad flight to England. For 7 years he was clerk of the Court of Chancery in Dublin, and then was appointed clerk to the Council of Munster. In 1586 he was granted the forfeited estate of the Earl of Desmond in Cork County, and 2 years later took up his residence in Kilcolman Castle, which was beautifully situated on a lake with a distant view of mountains. In the disturbed political condition of the country, life here seemed a sort of exile to the poet, but its very loneliness and danger gave the stimulus needed for the development of his peculiar genius. Here, says Mr. Stopford Brook, at the foot of the Galtees, and bordered to the north by the wild country, the scenery of which is frequently painted in the Faerie Queene and in whose woods and savage places such adventures constantly took place in the service of Elizabeth as are recorded in the Faerie Queene. The first 3 books of that great poem were finished. Spenser had spent the first 3 years of his residence at Kilcolman at work on this masterpiece, which had been begun in England, under the encouragement of Sidney, probably before 1580. The knightly Sidney died heroically at the Battle of Zutphen, in 1586, and Spenser voiced the lament of all England in the beautiful pastoral elegy Astrophel which he composed in memory of the most noble and valorous knight. Soon after coming to Ireland, Spenser made the acquaintance of Sir Walter Raleigh, which ere long ripened into intimate friendship. A memorable visit from Raleigh, who was now a neighbor of the poet's, having also received a part of the forfeited Desmond estate, led to the publication of the Faerie Queene. Sitting under the shade of the green alders of the Mullis shore, Spenser read to his guest the first books of his poem. So pleased was Raleigh that he persuaded the poet to accompany him to London, and there lay his poem at the feet of the great Queen, whose praises he had so gloriously sung. The trip was made, Spenser was presented to Elizabeth, and read to Her Majesty the 3 legends of holiness, temperance, and chastity. She was delighted with the fragmentary epic in which she heard herself delicately complimented in turn as Gloriana, Belphoebe, and Britomart, conferred upon the poet a pension of £50 yearly, and permitted the Faerie Queene to be published with a dedication to herself. Launched under such auspices, it is no wonder that the poem was received by the court and all England with unprecedented applause. The next year, while still in London, Spenser collected his early poems and issued them under the title of Complaints. In this volume were The Ruins of Time and The Tears of the Muses, 2 poems on the indifference shown to literature before 1580, and the remarkable Mother Hubbard's Tale, a bitter satire on the army, the court, the church, and politics. His Dathnata was also published about the same time. On his return to Ireland he gave a charming picture of life at Kilcolman Castle, with an account of his visit to the court, in Colin Clout's Come Home Again. The story of the long and desperate courtship of his second love, Elizabeth, whom he wedded in 1594, is told in the Amoretti, a sonnet sequence full of passion and tenderness. His rapturous wedding ode, the Epithalamion, which is, by general consent, the most glorious bridal song in our language, and the most perfect of all his poems in its freshness, purity, and passion, was also published in 1595. The next year Spenser was back in London and published the Prothalamion, a lovely ode on the marriage of Lord Worcester's daughters, and his 4 hymns on love and beauty, heavenly love, and heavenly beauty. The first 2 hymns are early poems, and the 2 latter maturer work embodying Petrarch's philosophy, which teaches that earthly love is a ladder that leads men to the love of God. In this year, 1596, also appeared the last 3 books of the Faerie Queene, containing the legends of friendship, justice, and courtesy. At the height of his fame, happiness, and prosperity, Spenser returned for the last time to Ireland in 1597, and was recommended by the Queen for the office of Sheriff of Cork. Surrounded by his beloved wife and children, his domestic life was serene and happy, but in gloomy contrast his public life was stormy and full of anxiety and danger. He was the acknowledged prince of living poets, and was planning the completion of his mighty epic of the private virtues in 12 books, to be followed by 12 more on the civic virtues. The native Irish had steadily withstood his claim to the estate, and continually harassed him with lawsuits. They detested their foreign oppressors and awaited a favorable opportunity to rise. Discord and riot increased on all sides. The ever-growing murmurs of discontent gave place to cries for vengeance and unrepressed acts of hostility. Finally, in the fall of 1598, there occurred a fearful uprising known as Tyrone's Rebellion, in which the outraged peasants fiercely attacked the castle, plundering and burning. Spenser and his family barely escaped with their lives. According to one old tradition, an infant child was left behind in the hurried flight and perished in the flames, but this has been shown to be but one of the wild rumors repeated to exaggerate the horror of the uprising. Long after Spenser's death, it was also rumored that the last 6 books of the Faerie Queene had been lost in the flight, but the story is now utterly discredited. Spenser once more arrived in London, but he was now in dire distress and prostrated by the hardships which he had suffered. There on January 16, 1599, at a tavern in King Street, Westminster, the great poet died broken-hearted and in poverty. Drummond of Hawthornden states that Ben Jonson told him that Spenser died for lack of bread in King Street, and refused 20 pieces sent to him by my Lord of Essex, and said he was sorry he had no time to spend them. The story is probably a bit of exaggerated gossip. He was buried close to the tomb of Chaucer in the Poets' Corner in Westminster Abbey, his fellow poets bearing the pall, and the Earl of Essex defraying the expenses of the funeral. Referring to the death of Spenser's great contemporary, Bass wrote, "Renowned Spenser, lieth thought more nigh to learn Chaucer, and rare Beaumont, lie a little nearer Spenser, to make room for Shakespeare in your threefold, fourfold tomb." Thus, says Mr. Stopford Brooke, appropriately, London, his most kindly nurse, takes care also of his dust, and England keeps him in her love. Spenser's influence on English poetry can hardly be overestimated. Keats called him the poet's poet, a title which has been universally approved. He is the poet of all others, says Mr. Saintsbury, for those who seek in poetry only poetical qualities. His work has appealed most strongly to those who have been poets themselves, for with him the poetical attraction is supreme. Many of the greatest poets have delighted to call him master, and have shown him the same loving reverence which he gave to Chaucer. Minor poets like Sidney, Drayton, and Daniel paid tribute to his inspiration. Milton was deeply indebted to him, especially in Lycidas, and many of the pensive poets of the 17th century show traces of his influence. Spenser delighted Shakespeare, says Mr. Church. He was the poetical master of Cowley, and then of Milton, and in a sense of Dryden, and even Pope. Giles and Phineas Fletcher, William Browne, Sir William Alexander, Shenstone, Collins, Cowley, Gray, and James Thomson were all direct followers of Spenser. His influence upon the poets of the Romantic revival of the 19th century is even more marked. Spenser begot Keats, says Mr. Saintsbury, and Keats begot Tennyson, and Tennyson begot all the rest. Among this notable company of disciples should be mentioned especially Rossetti, Morris, and Swinburne. If we include within the sphere of Spenser's influence also those who have made use of the stanza which he invented, we must add the names of Burns, Shelley, Byron, Beattie, Campbell, Scott, and Wordsworth. When we consider the large number of poets in whom Spenser awakened the poetic gift, or those to whose powers he gave direction, we may safely pronounce him the most seminal poet in the language. 3. Study of the Faerie Queene. 1. A romantic epic. The Faerie Queene is the most perfect type which we have in English of the purely romantic poem. For elements enter into its composition, it is pastoral by association, chivalrous by temper, ethical by tendency, and allegorical by treatment, Renton. Its subject was taken from the old cycle of Arthurian legends, which were brightened with the terrorless magic of Ariosto and Tasso. The scene of the adventures is laid in the enchanted forests and castles of the faraway and unreal fairyland of medieval chivalry, and the incidents themselves are either highly improbable or frankly impossible. The language is frequently archaic and designedly unfamiliar. Much of the machinery and properties used in carrying on the story, such as speaking myrtles, magic mirrors, swords, rings, impenetrable armor, and healing fountains, is supernatural. All the characters, the knights, ladies, dwarfs, magicians, dragons, nymphs, satyrs, and giants, are the conventional figures of pastoral romance. The framework of the plot of the Faerie Queene is vast and loosely put together. There are 6 main stories, or legends, and each contains several digressions and involved episodes. The plan of the entire work, which the author only half completed, is outlined in his letter to Sir Walter Raleigh. This letter serves as an admirable introduction to the poem, and should be read attentively by the student. Gloriana, the Queen of Fairyland, holds at her court a solemn feudal festival, lasting 12 days, during which she sends forth 12 of her greatest knights on as many separate adventures. The knights are commissioned to champion the cause of persons in distress and redress their wrongs. The ideal knight, Prince Arthur, is the central male figure of the poem. He is enamored of Gloriana, having seen her in a wondrous vision, and is represented as journeying in quest of her. He appears in all of the legends at opportune moments to succor the knights when they are hard beset or in the power of their enemies. The 6 extant books contain respectively the legends of I, the Knight of the Red Cross, or Holiness, 2, Sir Guyon, the Knight of Temperance, 3, Britomart, the Female Knight of Chastity, 4, Sir Campbell and Sir Trymond. The Knights of Friendship, v. Sir Artegall, the Knight of Justice, and 6, Sir Kaeldor, the Knight of Courtesy. Book I is an allegory of man's relation to God, Book 2, of man's relation to himself, Books 3, 4, v, and 6, of man's relation to his fellow man. Prince Arthur, the personification of magnificence, by which Spenser means magnanimity, Aristotle's mu epsilon gamma alpha lambda omicron psi upsilon chi alpha, is the ideal of a perfect character, in which all the private virtues are united. It is a poem of culture, inculcating the moral ideals of Aristotle and the teachings of Christianity. 2. Influence of the New Learning. Like Milton, Gray, and other English poets, Spenser was a scholar familiar with the best in ancient and modern literature. As to Spenser's specific indebtedness, though he owed much in incident and diction to Chaucer's version of the Romance of the Rose and to Malory's Morte d'Arthur, the great epic poets, Tasso and Ariosto, should be given first place. The resemblance of passages in the Faerie Queene to others in the Orlando Furioso and the Jerusalem Delivered is so striking that some have accused the English poet of paraphrasing and slavishly borrowing from the two Italians. Many of these parallels are pointed out in the notes. To this criticism, Mr. Saintsbury remarks, "Not, perhaps, till the Orlando has been carefully read, and read in the original, is Spenser's real greatness understood. He has often, and evidently of purpose, challenged comparison, but in every instance it will be found that his beauties are emphatically his own. He has followed Ariosto only as Virgil has followed Homer, and much less slavishly. The influence of the new learning is clearly evident in Spenser's use of classical mythology. Greek myths are placed side by side with Christian imagery and legends. Like Dante, the poet did not consider the Hellenic doctrine of sensuous beauty to be antagonistic to the truths of religion. There is sometimes an incongruous confusion of classicism and medievalism, as when a magician is seen in the house of Morpheus, and a sorcerer goes to the realm of Pluto. Spenser was guided by a higher and truer sense of beauty than the classical purists know. A very attractive element of his classicism is his worship of beauty. The Greek conception of beauty included two forms, the sensuous and the spiritual. So richly colored and voluptuous are his descriptions that he has been called the painter's poet, the Rubens, and the Raphael of the poets. As with Plato, Spenser's idea of the spiritually beautiful includes the true and the good. Sensuous beauty is seen in the forms of external nature, like the morning mist and sunshine, the rose gardens, the green elders, and the quiet streams. His ideal of perfect sensuous and spiritual beauty combined is found in womanhood. Such a one is Una, the dream of the poet's young manhood, and we recognize in her one whose soul is as fair as her face, an idealized type of a woman in real life who calls forth all our love and reverence. 3. Interpretation of the allegory. In the 16th century it was the opinion of Puritan England that every literary masterpiece should not only give entertainment, but should also teach some moral or spiritual lesson. No one, says Mr. Petit, after reading Spenser's letter to Raleigh, can wander far into Spenser's poem without the conviction that the author's central purpose was didactic, almost as much as was Bunyan's in Pilgrim's Progress. Milton doubtless had this feature of the Faerie Queene in mind when he wrote in Il Penseroso. And if aught else great bards beside, in sage and solemn tunes have sung, of tourneys, and of trophies hung, of forests and enchantments drear, where more is meant than meets the ear. That the allegory of the poem is closely connected with its aim and ethical tendency is evident from the statement of the author that the general end therefore of all the book is to fashion a gentleman or noble person in virtuous and gentle discipline, which for that I conceived should be most plausible and pleasing, being colored with an historical fiction, the which the most part of men delight to read, rather for variety of matter than for profit of the ensample. The Faerie Queene is, therefore, according to the avowed purpose of its author, a poem of culture. Though it is one of the most highly artistic works in the language, it is at the same time one of the most didactic. It professes, says Mr. Church, to be a veiled exposition of moral philosophy. The allegory is threefold: moral, religious, and personal. A. Moral allegory. The characters all represent various virtues and vices, whose intrigues and warfare against each other symbolize the struggle of the human soul after perfection. The Red Cross Knight, for example, personifies the single private virtue of holiness, while Prince Arthur stands for that perfect manhood which combines all the moral qualities. Una represents abstract truth, while Gloriana symbolizes the union of all the virtues in perfect womanhood. B. Religious or spiritual allegory. Under this interpretation the Red Cross Knight is a personification of Protestant England, or the Church militant, while Una represents the true religion of the Reformed Church. On the other hand, Archimago symbolizes the deceptions of the Jesuits and Duessa the false Church of Rome masquerading as true religion. C. Personal and political allegory. Here we find a concrete presentation of many of Spenser's chief contemporaries. One of Spenser's prime objects in composing his epic was to please certain powerful persons at court, and above all to win praise and patronage from the vain and flattery-loving queen, whom he celebrates as Gloriana. Prince Arthur is a character that similarly pays homage to Lord Leicester. In the Red Cross Knight he compliments, no doubt, some gentlemen like Sir Philip Sidney or Sir Walter Raleigh, as if he were a second St. George, the patron saint of England, while in Una we may see idealized some fair lady of the court. In Archimego he satirizes the odious King Philip II of Spain, and in False Duessa the fascinating intriguer, Mary Queen of Scots, who was undeserving so hard a blow. Key to the allegory in Book I. Characters. Moral. Religious and spiritual. Personal and political. Red Cross Knight. Holiness. Reformed England. St. George. Una. Truth. True religion. Prince Arthur. Magnificence, or private virtue. Protestantism. Orth Church militant. Lord Leicester. Gloriana. Glory. Spiritual beauty. Queen Elizabeth. Archimego. Hypocrisy. The Jesuits. Philip II of Spain. Duessa. Falsehood. False religion. Mary Queen of Scots. Church of Rome. Orgoglio. Carnal pride. Antichrist. Pope Sixtus V. The Lion. Reason, natural honor. Reformation by force. Henry VIII, civil government. The Dragon. Sin. The Devil. Satan. Rome and Spain. Sir Saturn. Natural courage. Law and order in Ireland. Sir John Perrott. The monster. Avarice. Greed of Romanism. Romish priesthood. Corsica. Blind devotion. Superstition. Catholic penance. Irish nuns. Abessa. Flagrant sin. Immorality. Irish nuns. Kirkrapine. Church robbery. Religious state of Ireland. Irish clergy and laity. Sans foi. Infidelity. Sans joy. Joylessness. Pagan religion. The Sultan and the Saracens. Sans loy. Lawlessness. The dwarf. Prudence. Common sense. Sir Trevisan. Fear. The squire. Purity. The Anglican clergy. The horn. Truth. The English Bible. Lucifera. Pride, vanity. Woman of Babylon. Church of Rome. 4. The Spenserian stanza. The Faerie Queene is written in the Spenserian stanza, a form which the poet himself invented as a suitable vehicle for a long narrative poem. Suggestions for its construction were taken from 3 Italian meters, the ottava rima, the terza rima, the sonnet, and the ballade stanza. There are 8 lines in the iambic pentameter measure, 5 accents, e.g. V'/V'/V'/V'/V'/V'/V'/V'/. A gently night was prick ing on the plain. Followed by 1 iambic hexameter, or alexandrine, 6 accents, e.g. V'/V'/V'/V'/V'/V'/V'/V'/V'/V'/V'/V'. As 1 for night ly geists and fierce in count airs fit. The rhymes are arranged in the following order, above BC. It will be observed that the 2 quatrains are bound together by the first 2 B rhymes, and the alexandrine, which rhymes with the 8th line, draws out the harmony with a peculiar lingering effect. In scanning and reading it is necessary to observe the laws of accentuation and pronunciation prevailing in Spenser's day, e.g. in learned, undeserved, and wounds, the final syllable is sounded, patience, X, is trisyllabic, devotion, X, is 4 syllables, and entertainment, X, is accented on the second and fourth syllables. Frequently there is in the line a caesural pause, which may occur anywhere, e.g. And quite dismembred hath, the thirsty land. Drunk up his life, his course left on the strand. 3. The rhythm of the meter is also varied by the alternating of end-stopped and run-on lines, as in the last quotation. An end-stopped line has a pause at the end, usually indicated by some mark of punctuation. A run-on line should be read closely with the following line with only a slight pause to indicate the line unit. Monotony is prevented by the occasional use of a light or feminine ending, a syllable on which the voice does not or cannot rest, e.g. Then choosing out few words most horrible. I. That for his love refused deity. 3. His ship far come from watery wilderness. 3. The use of alliteration, i.e. having several words in a line beginning with the same letter, is another device frequently employed by Spenser for musical effect, e.g. in which that wicked wight his days doth wear. I. Sweet slumbering daw, the which to sleep them bidda. I. 5. Versification. In the handling of his stanza, Spenser revealed a harmony, sweetness, and color never before dreamed of in the English. Its compass, which admitted of an almost endless variety of cadence, harmonized well with the necessity for continuous narration. It appeals to the eye as well as to the ear, with its now languid, now vigorous, but always graceful turn of phrase. Its movement has been compared to the smooth, steady, irresistible sweep of water in a mighty river. Like Lilly, Marlowe, and Shakespeare, Spenser felt the new delight in the pictorial and musical qualities of words, and invented new melodies and word pictures. He aimed rather at finish, exactness, and fastidious neatness than at ease, freedom, and irregularity, and if his versification has any fault, it is that of monotony. The atmosphere is always perfectly adapted to the theme. 6. Diction and style. The peculiar diction of the Faerie Queene should receive the careful attention of the student. As a romantic poet, Spenser often preferred archaic and semi-obsolete language to more modern forms. He uses 4 classes of words that were recognized as the proper and conventional language of pastoral and romantic poetry, viz. A. Archaisms, B. Dialect, C. Classicisms, and D. Gallicisms. He did not hesitate to adopt from Chaucer many obsolete words and grammatical forms. Examples are, the double negative with an e, in, langer, done, eclad, herod, purchase, rout, seely, store, swinge, ouch, and withouten. He also employs many old words from Lyman, Wycliffe, and Langland, like swelt, younglings, noy, kest, hurtle, and loft. His dialectic forms are taken from the vernacular of the North Lancashire folk with which he was familiar. Some are still a part of the spoken language of that region, such as, Brent, Cruddled, for Swat, Fearin, for Ray, Pite, Sithen, Carl, and Cark. Examples of his use of classical constructions are, the ablative absolute, as, which done, for. The relative construction with when, as, which when, I, that when, 7, the comparative of the adjective in the sense of, to, as, weaker, I, harder, to, the participial construction after till, as, till further trial made, I. The superlative of location, as, midest, for, and the old gerundive, as, wandering wood, I. Most of the Gallicisms found are anglicized loan words from the French Romans diaventia, such as, desized, char, chapel, ass-oiled, guerdon, palfrey, recroant, trenchan, sire, and truss. Notwithstanding Spenser's use of foreign words and constructions, his language is as thoroughly English in its idiom as that of any of our great poets. I think that if he had not been a great poet, says Leigh Hunt, he would have been a great painter. After reading, says Pope, a canto of Spenser 2 or 3 days ago to an old lady, between 70 and 80 years of age, she said that I had been showing her a gallery of pictures. I do not know how it is, but she said very right. There is something in Spenser that pleases one as strongly in old age as it did in youth. I read the Faerie Queene when I was about 12, with infinite delight, and I think it gave me as much, when I read it over about a year or two ago. The imperishable charm of the poem lies in its appeal to the pure sense of beauty. A beautiful pagan dream, says Taine, carries on a beautiful dream of chivalry. The reader hears in its lines a stately and undulating rhythm that intoxicates the ear and carries him on with an irresistible fascination. He sees the unsubstantial forms of fairyland go sweeping by in a gorgeous and dreamlike pageantry. And he feels pulsing in its luxuriant and enchanted atmosphere the warm and beauty-loving temper of the Italian Renaissance. Spenser is superior to his subject, says Taine, comprehends it fully, frames it with a view to the end, in order to impress upon it the proper mark of his soul and his genius. Each story is modified with respect to another, and all with respect to a certain effect which is being worked out. Thus a beauty issues from this harmony, the beauty in the poet's heart, which his whole work strives to express. A noble and yet a laughing beauty, made up of moral elevation and sensuous seductions, English in sentiment, Italian in externals, chivalric in subject, modern in its perfection, representing a unique and admirable epoch. The appearance of paganism in a Christian race, and the worship of form by an imagination of the North. Chronological table. Events in Spenser's life. A.D. Contemporary events. Birth of Edmund Spenser, about 1552. Birth of Sir Walter Raleigh. 1553. Death of Edward VI, Mary crowned. 1554. Mary marries Philip of Spain. 1558. Death of Mary. Elizabeth crowned. 1560. Charles IX, King of France. 1568. Council of Trent. Visions of Belay, published. 1569. Sonnets of Petrarch, published. 1569. Enters Pembroke Hall, Cambridge. 1569. 1572. Gregory XIII, Pope of Rome. 1572. Massacre of Asti. Bartholomew. 1574. Henry III, King of France. Received M.A., leaves Cambridge. 1576. Rudolph II, Emperor. Leaves Lancashire. 1578. Elizabeth aids the Netherlands. Visits Lord Leicester. 1579. The Shepherd's Calendar. 1579. Goes to Ireland. 1580. Massacre of Smerwick. 1581. Tasso's Jerusalem delivered. Lord Grey's return to England. 1582. 1584. Assassination of William the Silent. 1585. Sixtus V, Pope. Drake's Voyage. 1585. Leicester goes to the Netherlands. 1586. Death of Sir Philip Sidney. First marriage, before. 1587. Execution of Mary Queen of Scots. Clerk to the Council of Munster. 1588. Defeat of Spanish Armada. Death of Leicester. Visits England with Raleigh. 1589. Assassination of Henry III, Henry IV crowned. The Faerie Queene, Books 1, 2, 3. 1590. Shakespeare's Love's Labours Lost. Mother Hubbard's Tale, Tears of the Muses, Ruines of Time, Daphnada, The Visions. 1591. Shakespeare's Comedy of Errors, Henry VI. 1591. Ariosto's Orlando Furioso, trans. 1593. Shakespeare's Midsummer Night's Dream. 1593. Richard III. Second Marriage. 1594. Shakespeare's Richard II. Colin Clout's Come Home Again. 1595. Shakespeare's King John. Amoretti, Epithalamion, Hymns. 1595. Johnston's Seven Champions of Christendom. Astrophel, Prothalamion. 1596. Shakespeare's Merchant of Venice. The Faerie Queene, Books 1-6. 1596. Ben Jonson's Every Man in His Humour. Vision of the Present State of Ireland. 1598. Edict of Nantes, Philip III crowned. Death of Spenser. 1599. Revolt of Irish. Expedition of Essex to Ireland. The Faerie Queene. Letter to Sir Walter Raleigh. A letter of the author's expounding his whole intention in the course of this work. Which, for that it giveth great light to the reader, for the better understanding is hereunto annexed. To the right noble and valorous Sir Walter Raleigh, Knight. Lo, Wardian of the Stannaries, and Her Majesty's Lieutenant of the County of Cornwall. Sir, knowing how doubtfully all allegories may be constructed, and this book of mine, which I have intituled the Faerie Queene, being a continued allegory, or dark conceit, I have thought good. As well for avoiding of jealous opinions and misconstructions, as also for your better light in reading thereof, being so, by you commanded, to discover unto you the general intention and meaning. Which in the whole course thereof I have fashioned, without expressing of any particular purposes, or by accidents therein occasioned. The general end therefore of all the book, is to fashion a gentleman or noble person in virtuous and gentle discipline. Which for that I conceived should be most plausible and pleasing, being coloured with an historical fiction, the which the most part of men delight to read. Rather for variety of matter than for profit of the ensample, I chose the history of King Arthur, as most fit for the excellency of his person, being made famous by many men's former works, and also furthest from the danger of envy and suspicion of present time. In which I have followed all the antique poets historical, first Homer, who in the persons of Agamemnon and Ulysses hath ensampled a good governor and a virtuous man, the one in his Ilias, the other in his Odysseus, then Virgil. Whose like intention was to do in the person of Aeneas, after him Ariosto comprised them both in his Orlando, and lately Tasso dissevered them again, and formed both parts in two persons, namely, that part which they in philosophy call ethos, or virtues of a private man, coloured in his Rinaldo, the other named Politis, in his Godfredo. By ensample of which excellent poets, I labour to portrait in Arthur, before he was king, the image of a brave knight, perfected in the 12 private moral virtues, as Aristotle hath devised, which if I find to be well accepted, I may be perhaps encouraged to frame the other part of politic virtues in his person, after he came to be king. To some I know this method will seem displeasant, which had rather have good discipline delivered plainly in way of precepts, or sermoned at large, as they use, than thus cloudily enwrapped in allegorical devices. But such, me, should be satisfied with the use of these days, seeing all things accounted by their shows, and nothing esteemed of, that is not delightful and pleasing to common sense. For this cause is Xenophon preferred before Plato, for that the one, in the exquisite depth of his judgment, formed a commonwealth, such as it should be. But the other, in the person of Cyrus and the Persians, fashioned a government, such as might best be, so much more profitable and gracious is doctrine by ensample than by rule. So have I laboured to do in the person of Arthur, whom I conceive, after his long education by Timon, to whom he was by Merlin delivered to be brought up. So soon as he was born of the Lady Igraine, to have seen in a dream or vision the Faerie Queene, with whose excellent bowtie ravished, he awaking, resolved to seek her out, and so, being by Merlin armed, and by Timon truly instructed, he went to seek her forth in Faerie land. In that Faerie Queene I mean glory in my general intention, but in my particular I conceive the most excellent and glorious person of our sovereign the Queen, and her kingdom in Faerie land. And yet, in some places else, I do otherwise shadow her. For considering she beareth two persons, the one of a most royal queen or empress, the other of a most virtuous and beautiful lady, this latter part in some places I do express in Belphoebe, fashioning her name according to your own excellent conceit of Cynthia, Phoebe and Cynthia being both names of Diana. So in the person of Prince Arthur I set forth magnificence in particular, which virtue, for that, according to Aristotle and the rest, it is the perfection of all the rest, and containeth in it them all. Therefore in the whole course I mention the deeds of Arthur applicable to the virtue, which I write of in that book. But of the 12 other virtues I make 12 other knights the patrons, for the more variety of the historic, of which these 3 books contain 3. The first, of the Knight of the Red Cross, in whom I express holiness, the second of Sir Guyon, in whom I set forth temperance, the third of Britomartis, a lady knight, in whom I picture chastity. But because the beginning of the whole work seemeth abrupt and as depending upon other antecedents, it needs that ye know the occasion of these 3 knights' several adventures. For the method of a poet historical is not such as of an historiographer. For an historiographer discourseth of affairs orderly as they were done, accounting as well the times as the actions. But a poet thrusteth into the midst, even where it most concerneth him, and there recoursing to the things forepast, and divining of things to come, mocketh a pleasing analysis of all. The beginning therefore of my history, if it were to be told by an historiographer, should be the 12th book, which is the last, where I devise that the Faerie Queene kept her annual feast 12 days. Upon which 12 several days, the occasions of the 12 several adventures hapned, which being undertaken by 12 several knights, are in these 12 books severally handled and discoursed. The first was this. In the beginning of the feast, there presented himself a tall clownish young man, who falling before the Queen of Fairies desired a boon, as the manner then was, which during that feast she might not refuse, which was that he might have the achievement of any adventure, which during that feast should happen. That being granted, he rested himself on the floor, unfit through his rusticity for a better place. Soon after entreed a fair lady in mourning weeds, riding on a white assy, with a dwarf behind her leading a warlike steed, that bore the arms of a knight and his spear in the dwarf's hand. She falling before the Queen of Fairies, complained that her father and mother, an ancient king and queen, had been by an huge dragon many years shut up in a brazen castle. Who then suffered them not to issue, and therefore besought the Faerie Queene to assign her some one of her knights to take on him that exploit. Presently that clownish person upstarting, desired that adventure, whereat the Queen much wondering, and the lady much gainsaying, yet he earnestly importuned his desire. In the end the lady told him, that unless that armor which she brought would serve him, that is, the armor of a Christian man specified by St. Paul, v. Fs. That he could not succeed in that enterprise, which being forthwith put upon him with due furnitures thereunto, he seemed the goodliest man in all that company, and was well liked of the lady. And Eftisoons taking on him knighthood, and mounting on that strange courser, he went forth with her on that adventure, where beginneth the first book, viz. A gentle knight was pricking on the plain, etc. The second day there came in a palmer bearing an infant with bloody hands, whose parents he complained to have been slain by an enchantress called Acrasia, and therefore craved of the Faerie Queene to appoint him some knight to perform that adventure, which being assigned to Sir Guyon, he presently went forth with the same palmer, which is the beginning of the second book and the whole subject thereof. The third day there came in a groom, who complained before the Faerie Queene, that a vile enchanter, called Bizarane, had in hand a most fair lady, called Amoretta, whom he kept in most grievous torment. Whereupon Sir Scudamore, the lover of that lady, presently took on him that adventure. But being unable to perform it by reason of the hard enchantments, after long sorrow, in the end met with Britomartis, who succoured him, and rescued his love. But by occasion hereof, many other adventures are intermeddled. But rather as accidents than intendments. As the love of Britomart, the overthrow of Marinell, the misery of Florimel, the virtuousness of Belphoebe, and many the like. Thus much, sir, I have briefly overrun to direct your understanding to the wel head of the history, that from thence gathering the whole intention of the conceit, ye may as in a handful gripe all the discourse. Which otherwise may haply seem tedious and confused. So humbly craving the continuance of your honourable favour towards me, and eternal establishment of your hapines, I humbly take leave. Yours most humbly affectionate. Edm. Spenser. 23 January, 1589. The letter served as an introduction to the first 3 books of the Faerie Queene. An allusion to Sir Walter Raleigh's poem Cynthia. To the right noble and valorous knight. Sir Walter Raleigh. Lord Wardian of the Stannaries, and Lieutenant of Cornwall. To thee that art the summer's nightingale. Thy sovereign goddess's most dear delight. Why do I send this rustic madrigale? That may thy tuneful ear unseason quite. Thou only fit this argument to write. In whose high thoughts pleasure hath built her bower. And dainty love learns sweetly to endite. My rhymes I know unsavoury and sour. To taste the streams, that, like a golden shore, flow from thy fruitful head, of thy love's praise. Fitter perhaps to thunder Martial store. When so thee list thy lofty muse to raise. Yet, till that thou thy poem wilt make known, let thy fair Cynthia's praises be thus rudely shown. Es. 2. The most high, mighty, and magnificent Empress. Renowned for piety, virtue, and all gracious government. Elizabeth. By the grace of God. Queen of England, France and Ireland, and of Virginia, defender of the faith etc. Her most humble servant. Edmund Spenser. Doth in all humility dedicate, present, and consecrate these his labors, to live with the eternity of her fame. The first book of the Faerie Queene. Containing the legend of the Knight of the Red Cross or of Holiness. Lo I the man, whose muse whilome did mask. As time her taught, in lowly shepherd's weeds. Am now enforced a far unfitter tasky. For trumpets stern to change mine oaten reeds. 5. And sing of knights and ladies' gentle deeds. Whose praises having slept in silence long. Me, all too mean, the sacred muse aretes. To blazon broad amongst her learned throng. Fierce wars and faithful loves shall moralize my song. 2. 10. Help then, O Holy Virgin Chief of 9. Thy weaker novice to perform thy will. Lay forth out of thine everlasting scrine the antique rawls, which there lie hidden still. Of fairy knights and fairest Tanaquil. 15. Whom that most noble Briton prince so long sought through the world, and suffered so much ill, that I must rue his undeserved wrong. O help thou my weak wit, and sharpen my dull tongue. 3. And thou most dreaded imp of highest Jove. 20. Fair Venus Son, that with thy cruel dart at that good knight so cunningly didst rove, that glorious fire it kindled in his heart. Lay now thy deadly hubban bow apart, and with thy mother mild come to mine aid. 25. Come both, and with you bring triumphant Mart, in loves and gentle jollities arrayed, after his murderous spoils and blouty rage allayed. 4. And with them eke, O goddess heavenly bright, mirror of grace and majesty divine. 30. Great lady of the greatest isle, whose light, like Phoebus' lampy throughout the world doth shine, shed thy fair beams into my feeble eyne, and raise my thoughts, too humble and too vile, to think of that true glorious type of thine. 35. The argument of mine afflicted style, The which to hear, vouchsafe, O dearest dread, a while. Canto I. The patron of true holiness. Foule error doth defeat. Hypocrisy him to entrap. Doth to his home entreat. I. A gentle knight was pricking on the plain. Yclad in mighty arms and silver shield. Wherein old dints of deep wounds did remain. The cruel marks of many a bloody fielde. 5. Yet arms till that time did he never wield. His angry steed did chide his foaming bit. As much disdaining to the curb to yield. Full jolly knight he seemed, and fair did sit. As one for knightly jousts and fierce encounters fit. 2. 10. And on his breast a bloody cross he bore. The dear remembrance of his dying lord. For whose sweet sake that glorious badge he wore. And dead as living ever him adored. Upon his shield the like was also scored. 15. For sovereign hope. Which in his help he had. Right faithful true he was in deed and word. But of his cheer did see me too solemn sad. Yet nothing did he dread, but ever was idred. 3. Upon a great adventure he was bond. 20. That greatest Gloriana to him gave. That greatest glorious Queen of fairy London. To win him worship, and her grace to have. Which of all earthly things he most did crave. And ever as he rode, his heart did earn. 25. To prove his puissance in battle brave. Upon his foe, and his new force to learn. Upon his foe, a dragon horrible and stern. 4. A lovely lady rode him fair beside. Upon a lowly assy more white than snow. 30. Yet she much whiter, but the same did hide. Under a vele, that wimpled was full low. And over all a black stole she did throw. As one that inly mourned, so was she sad. And Hevi sat upon her palfrey slow. 35. Seemed in heart some hidden care she had. And by her in a line a milk-white lamb she lad. V. So pure and innocent, as that same lamb. She was in life and every virtuous lore. And by descent from royal lineage came. 40. Of ancient kings and queens, that had of yore. Their scepters stretched from east to western shore. And all the world in their subjection held. Till that infernal fiend with foule uproar. For wasted all their land, and them expelled. 45. Whom to avenge, she had this night from far compelled. 6. Behind her far away a dwarf did lag. That lazy seemed in being ever last. Or wearied with bearing of her bag. Of needments at his back. Thus as they passed. 50. The day with clouds was sudden overcast. An angry Jove and hideous storm of rain. Did pour into his lemon's lap so fast. That every wight to shroud it did constrain. And this fair couple eke to shroud themselves were fain. 7. 55. Enforced to seek some covert nigh at hand. A shady grove not far away they spied. That promised aid the tempest to withstand. Whose lofty trees Euclid with summer's pride. Did spread so broad, that heaven's light did hide. 60. Not perceivable with power of any star. And all within were paths and alleys wide. With footing wern, and leading inward Faerie. Fair harbour that them seemies. So in they entreed are. 8. And forth they passe, with pleasure forward led. 65. Joying to hear the birds' sweet harmony. Which therein shrouded from the tempest dread. Seemed in their song to scorn the cruel sky. Much can they praise the trees so straight and high. The sailing pine, the cedar proud and tall. 70. The vine-prop elm, the poplar never dry. The builder oak, sole king of forests all. The aspine good for staves, the cypress funeral. 9. The laurel, meat of mighty conquerors. And poet sage, the fear that weepeth still. 75. The willow wern of forlorn paramours. The yew obedient to the bender's will. The birch for shafts, the sallow for the mill. The mere sweet bleeding in the bitter wound. The warlike beech, the ash for nothing ill. 80. The fruitful olive, and the platen round. The carver holm, the maple sealed inward sound. X. Led with delight, they thus beguile the way. Until the blustering storm is overblown. When weening to return, whence they did stray. 85. They cannot find that path, which first was shown. But wander to and fro in ways unknown. Furthest from end then, when they nearest ween. That makes them doubt their wits be not their own. So many paths, so many turnings seen. 90. That which of them to take, in diverse doubt they been. 11. At last resolving forward still to fare. Till that some end they find or in or out. That path they take, that beaten seemed most bare. And like to lead the labyrinth about. 95. Which when by tract they hunted had throughout. At length it brought them to a hollow cave. Amid the thickest woods. The champion stout. Eftsoons dismounted from his courser brave. And to the dwarf awhile his needless spear he gave. 12. 100. Be well aware, quoth then that lady mild. Least sudden mischief ye too rash provoke. The danger hid, the place unknown and wild. Breeds dreadful doubts, oft fire is without smoke. And peril without show, therefore your stroke. 105. Sir Knight, withhold, till further trial made. Ah lady, said he, shame were to revoke. The forward footing for an hidden shade. Virtue gives herself light, through darkness for to wade. 13. Yea but, quoth she, the peril of this place. 110. I better what than you, though now too late. To wish you back return with foule disgrace. Yet wise dome warns, whilst foot is in the gate. To stay the step, ere forced to retrate. This is the wandering wood, this ere ours den. 115. A monster vile, whom God and man does hate. Therefore I read beware. Fly fly, quoth then. The fearful dwarf, this is no place for living men. 14. But full of fire and greedy hardiment. The youthful knight could not for aught be stayed. 120. But forth unto the darksome hole he went. And looked in, his glistering armor made. A little glooming light, much like a shade. By which he saw the ugly monster plain. Half like a serpent horribly displayed. 125. But t'each other half did woman's shape retain. Most loathsome, filthy, foule, and full of vile disdain. 15. And as she lay upon the dirty ground, her huge long tail her den all overspread, yet was in knots and many boughts upwound. 130. Pointed with mortal sting. Of her there bred 1,000 young ones, which she daily fed. Sucking upon her poisonous dugs, each one. Of sundry shapes, yet all ill-favored. Soon as that uncouth light upon them shone. 135. Into her mouth they crept, and sudden all were gone. 16. Their dam upstart, out of her den afraid. And rushed forth, hurling her hideous tail. About her cursed head, whose folds displaid were stretched now forth at length without entrail. 140. She looked about, and seeing one in mail, armed to point, sought back to turn again. For light she hated as the deadly bale. I wont in desert darkness to remain. Where plain none might her see, nor she see any plain. 17. 145. Which when the valiant Elfie perceived, he leapt as lion fierce upon the flying prey, and with his trench and blade her boldly kept from turning back, and forced her to stay. Therewith enraged she loudly gone to bray. 150. And turning fierce, her speckled tail advanced, threatening her angry sting, him to dismay, who not aghast his mighty hand enhanced. The stroke down from her head unto her shoulder glanced. 18. Much daunted with that dint, her sense was dazzed. 155. Yet kindling rage, herself she gathered round, and all at once her beastly body raised, with doubled forces high above the ground. Though wrapping up her wreathed stern around, leapt fierce upon his shield, and her huge train. 160. All suddenly about his body wound. That hand or foot to stir he strove in vain. God help the man so wrapped in error's endless train. 19. His lady sad to see his sore constraint, cried out, Now now Sir Knight, shew what ye be. 165. Add faith unto your force, and be not faint. Strangle her, else she sure will strangle thee. That when he heard, in great perplexity, his gall did grate for grief and high disdain, and knitting all his force got one hand free. 170. Wherewith he gript her gorge with so great pain, that soon to loose her wicked bands did her constrain. XX. Therewith she spewed out of her filthy maw a floud of poison horrible and black, full of great lumps of flesh and gobbets raw. 175. Which stunk so violently, that it forced him slack his grasping hold, and from her turn him back. Her vomit full of books and papers was, with loathly frogs and toads, which eyes did lacka, and creeping sought way in the weedy graw. 180. Her filthy parbreak all the place defiled has. XXI. As when old Father Nilu's gins to swell, with timely pride above the Egyptian veil, his fat tie waves do fertile slime out well, and overflow each plain and lowly dale. 185. But when his later spring gins to avail, huge heaps of mud he leaves, wherein there breed 10,000 kins of creatures, partly male, and partly female of his fruitful seed. Such ugly monstrous shapes elsewhere may no man read. XXI. 190. The same so sore annoyed has the knight, that well nigh choked with the deadly stink. His forces fail, and he can no longer fight. Whose courage when the fiend perceived to shrink, she poured forth out of her hellish sink. 195. Her fruitful cursed spawn of serpents small, deformed monsters, foul, and black as ink, with swarming all about his legs did crawl, and him incombred sore, but could not hurt at all. XXII. As gentle shepherd in sweet eventide. 200. When ruddy Phoebus gins to welcome in west, high on an hill, his flock to view and wide, marks which do bite their hasty supper best, a cloud of combrous gnats do him molest, all striving to infix their feeble stings. 205. That from their annoyance he nowhere can rest, but with his clownish hands their tender wings he brusheth oft, and oft doth mar their murmurings. XXIV. Thus ill bested, and fearful more of shame, than of the certain peril he stood in. 210. Half furious unto his foe he came, resolved in mind all suddenly to win, or soon to lose, before he once would lin, and strook at her with more than manly force, that from her body full of filthy sin. 215. He raft her hateful head without remorse. A stream of coal-black blood forth gushed from her course. XXV. Her scattered brood, soon as their parent dear. They saw so rudely falling to the ground. Groaning full deadly, all with troublous fear. 220. Gathered themselves about her body round, weening their wonted entrance to have found. At her wide mouth, but being there withstood, they flocked all about her bleeding wound, and sucked up their dying mother's blood. 225. Making her death their life, and eke her hurt their good. XXVI. That detestable sight him much amazed. To see th unkindly imps, of heaven accursed, devour their dam. On whom while so he gazed, having all satisfied their blouty thirst. 230. Their bellies swoln he saw with fullness burst, and bowels gushing forth, well worthy end of such as drunk her life, the which them nursed. Now needeth him no longer labour spend. His foes have slain themselves, with whom he should contend. XXVI. 235. His lady seeing all that chanced, from Faerie approached in haste to greet his victory, and said, Fair knight, born under happy star, who see your vanquished foes before you lie, well worthy be you of that armory. 240. Wherein ye have great glory won this day, and proved your strength on a strong enemy. Your first adventure, many such I pray, and henceforth ever wish that like succeed it may. XVIII. Then mounted he upon his steed again. 245. And with the lady backward sought to wend. That path he kept which beaten was most plain, ne ever would to any byway bend, but still did follow one unto the end, the which at last out of the wood them brought. 250. So forward on his way, with God to friend, he passed forth, and new adventure sought. Long way he travelled, before he heard of aught. XXIX. At length they chanced to meet upon the way an aged sire, in long black weeds icled. 255. His feet all bare, his beard all hoary grey, and by his belt his book he hanging had. Sober he seemed, and very sagely sad, and to the ground his eyes were lowly bent. Simple in shew, and void of malice bad. 260. And all the way he prayed, as he went, and often knocked his breast, as one that did repent. XXX. He fair the knight saluted, lauding low, who fair him quite, as that courteous was, and after asked him, if he did know. 265. Of strange adventures, which abroad did paw. Ah my dear son, quoth he, how should, alas, silly old man, that lives in hidden cell, bidding his beads all day for his trespass, tidings of war and worldly trouble tell. 270. With holy father sits not with such things to mell. XXXI. But if of donger which hereby doth dwell, and homebred evil ye desire to hear, of a strange man I can you tidings tell, that wasteth all this country far and near. 275. Of such, said he, I chiefly do inquire, and shall you well reward to shew the place, in which that wicked wight his days doth wear. For to all knighthood it is foule disgrace, that such a cursed creature lives so long a space. XXXI. 280. Far hence, quoth he, in wastful wilderness, his dwelling is, by which no living wight may ever pass, but thorough great distress. Now, said the lady, draweth toward night, and well I wot, that of your later fight. 285. Ye all for wearied be, for what so strong, but wanting rest will also want of might. The sun that measures heaven all day long, at night doth bait his steeds the ocean waves among. 33. Then with the sun take sir, your timely rest. 290. And with new day new work at once begin. Untroubled night they say gives counsel best. Right well sir knight ye have advised been. Quoth then that aged man winky face. The way to win is wisely to advise, now day is spent. 295. Therefore with me ye may take up your inn. For this same night. The knight was well content. So with that godly father to his home they went. XXIV. A little lowly hermitage it was. Down in a dale, hard by a forest side. 300. Far from resort of people, that did pa. In travel to and fro, a little wide. There was an holy chapel edified. Wherein the hermit duly wont to say his holy things each morn and eventide. 305. Thereby a Christ all stream did gently play. Which from a sacred fountain welled forth alway. XXXV. Arrived there, the little house they fill. No look for entertainment, where none was. Rest is their feast, and all things at their will. 310. The noblest mind the best contentment has. With fair discourse the evening so they pa. For that old man of pleasing words had store. And well could file his tongue as smooth as glass. He told of saints and popes, and evermore. 315. He strode an Ave Mary after and before. XXXVI. The drooping night thus creepeth on them fast. And the sad humour loading their eyelidda. As messenger of Morpheus on them cast. Sweet slumbering daw, the which to sleep them bidda. 320. Unto their lodgings then his guests he ridda. Where when all drowned in deadly sleep he finds. He to this study goes, and there amidda his magic books and arts of sundry kins. He seeks out mighty charms, to trouble sleepy mindies. XVIII. 325. Then choosing out few words most horrible. Let none them read, thereof did verses frame. With which and other spells like terrible. He bade awake black Pluto's griesly dame. And cursed heaven and spake reproachful shame. 330. Of highest God, the Lord of life and light. A bold bad man, that dared to call by name. Great Gorgon, prince of darkness and dead night. At which Cocytus quakes, and Styx is put to flight. XXXVI. And forth he called out of deep darkness dread. 335. Legions of sprites, the which like little flies. Fluttering about his ever-damned head. Await whereto their service he applies. To aid his friends. Or fray his enemies. Of those he chose out two, the falsest two. 340. And fittest for to forge true-seeming lies. The one of them he gave a message to. The other by himself stayed other work to do. XXIX. He making speedy way through spursed air. And through the world of waters wide and deep. 345. To Morpheus' house doth hastily repair. Amid the bowels of the earth full steep. And lo, where dawning day doth never peep. His dwelling is. There Tethys his wet bed. Doth ever wash, and Cynthia still doth steep. 350. In silver daw his ever drooping head. Whiles sad night over him her mantle black doth spread. XL. Whose double gates he findeth locked fast. The one fair framed of burnished ivory. The other all with silver overcast. 355. And wakeful dogs before them Faerie do lie. Watching to banish care their enemy. Who oft is wont to trouble gentle sleep. By them the sprite doth passe in quietly. And unto Morpheus comes, whom drowned deep. 360. In drowsy fit he finds, of nothing he takes keep. XLI. And more, to lull him in his slumber soft. A trickling stream from high rock tumbling down. An ever drizzling rain upon the loft. Mixed with a murmuring wind, much like the sown. 365. Of swarming bees. Did cast him in a swoon. No other noise, nor people's troublous cries. As still are wont to annoy the walled town. Might there be heard, but careless quiet lies. Wrapped in eternal silence far from enemies. XXII. 370. The messenger approaching to him spake. But his wast words returned to him in vain. So sound he slept, that not mought him awake. Then rudely he him thrust, and pushed with pain. Whereat he gone to stretch, but he again. 375. Shook him so hard, that forced him to speak. As one then in a dream, whose drier brain is tossed with troubled sights and fancies weak. He mumbled soft, but would not all his silence break. XXII. The sprite then gone more boldly him to wake. 380. And threatened unto him the dreaded name of Hecate, whereat he gone to quake. And lifting up his lumpish head, with blame, half angry asked him, for what he came. Hither, quoth he, me Archimago sent. 385. He that the stub-born sprites can wisely tame. He bids thee to him send for his intent. A fit false dream, that can delude the sleeper's scent. Slive. The god obeyed, and, calling forth straightway a diverse dream out of his prison dark. 390. Delivered it to him, and down did lay his heavy head, devoid of careful cark, whose senses all were straight benumbed and stark. He back returning by the ivory door, remounted up as light as cheerful lark. 395. And on his little winges the dream he bore in haste unto his lord, where he him left afore. XLV. Who all this while with charms and hidden arts had made a lady of that other sprite, and friend of liquid air her tender parties. 400. So lively, and so like in all men's sight, that weaker sense it could have ravished quite. The maker's self, for all his wondrous wit, was nigh beguiled with so goodly sight. Her all in white he clad, and over it 405. Cast a black stole, most like to see me for una fit. XLVI. Now when that idle dream was to him brought, unto that elfin night he bade him fly, where he slept soundly void of evil thought, and with false shoes abuse his fantasy. 410. In sort as he him schooled privily, and that new creature, born without her due, full of the maker's guile, with usage sly, he taught to imitate that lady true, whose semblance she did carry under feigned HEW. XLVI. 415. Thus well instructed, to their work they hast. And coming where the knight in slumber lay, the one upon his hardy head him plast, and made him dream of loves and lustful play, that nigh his manly heart did melt away. 420. Bathed in wanton bliss and wicked joy, then seemed him his lady by him lay, and to him plained, how that false-winged boy her chaste heart had subdued, to learn Dame Pleasure's toy. XLVI. And she herself of bowtie sovereign queen. 425. Fair Venus seemed unto his bed to bring her, whom he waking evermore did ween to be the chastest flower, that I did spring on earthly branch, the daughter of a king, now a loose leman to vile service bound. 430. And eke the graces seemed all to sing Hymen Io Hymen dancing all around, whilst freshest Flora her with ivy garland crowned. 49. In this great passion of unwanted lust, or wanted fear of doing aught amiss. 435. He started up, as seeming to mistrust some secret ill, or hidden foe of his. Lo there before his face his lady is, Under Blake stole hiding her bait hook. And as half blushing offred him to kiss. 440. With gentle blandishment and lovely look. Most like that virgin true, which for her knight him took. All clean dismayed to see so uncouth sight. And half enraged at her shameless guise. He thought have slain her in his fierce despite. 445. But hasty heat tempering with sufferance wise. He stayed his hand. And gone himself advise. To prove his sense, and tempt her feigned truth. Wringing her hands in woman's piteous wise. Though can she weep, to stir up gentle ruth. 450. Both for her noble bloud, and for her tender youth. And said, Ah sir, my liege lord and my love. Shall I accuse the hidden cruel fate? And mighty causes wrought in heaven above? Or the blind God, that doth me thus amadi? 455. For hoped love to win me certain hate. Yet thus perforce he bids me do, or die. Die is my due, yet rue my wretched state. You, whom my heart avenging destiny hath made judge of my life or death indifferently. 460. Your own dear Sake forced me at first to leave my father's kingdom, there she stopped with tears. Her swollen heart her speech seemed to bereave. And then again begun my weaker years. Captive to fortune and frail worldly fears. 465. Fly to your fate for succor and sure aid. Let me not die in languor and long tears. Why dame, quoth he, what hath ye thus dismayed? What phrase ye, that were wont to comfort me afraid? Love of yourself, she said, and dear constraint. 470. Lets me not sleep, but wast the weary night. In secret anguish and unpitied plaint. Whiles you in careless sleep are drowned quite. Her doubtful words made that redoubt knight suspect her truth, yet since no untruth he knew. 475. Her fawning love with foule disdainful spite. He would not shend, but said, Dear dame I rue, that for my sake unknown such grief unto you grew. Assure yourself, it fell not all to ground. For all so dear as life is to my heart. 480. I deem your love, and hold me to you bound. Now let vain fears procure your needless smart. Where cause is none, but to your rest depart. Not all content, yet seemed she to appease her mournful plaints, beguiled of her art. 485. And fed with words that could not choose but please. So sliding softly forth, she turned as to her ease. Long after lay he musing at her mood. Much grieved to think that gentle dame so light, for whose defense he was to shed his blood. 490. At last, dull weariness of former fight, having rocked asleep his irksome sprite, that troublous dream gone freshly toss his brain, with bowers, and beds, and ladies' dear delight. But when he saw his labor all was vain. 495. With that misformed sprite he back returned again. Canto 2. The guileful great enchanter parts the Red Cross knight from truth, into whose stead fair falsehood steps, and works him woeful ruth. By this the northern wagoner had set his sevenfold team behind the steadfast star, that was in ocean waves yet never wet, but firme is fixed, and sendeth light from Faerie. 5. To all that in the wide deep wandering are, and cheerful Chanticleer with his note shrill, had warned once, that Phoebus' fiery care in hast was climbing up the eastern hill, full envious that night so long his room did fill. 2. 10. When those accursed messengers of hell, that feigning dream, and that fair forged sprite came to their wicked maester, and gone tell their bootless pains and ill succeeding knight, who all enraged to see his skilful might. 15. Deluded so, gone threaten hellish pain, and sad Proserpine's wrath, them to affright. But when he saw his threatening was but vain, he cast about, and searched his baleful books again. 3. Eftsoons he took that miscreated fair. 20. And that false other sprite, on whom he spread a seeming body of the subtle air, like a young squire, in love's and lusty bed, his wanton days that ever loosely led, without regard of arms and dreaded fight. 25. Those two he took, and in a secret bed, covered with darkness and misdeeming night, them both together laid, to joy in vain delight. 4. Forthwith he runs with feigned faithful hast unto his guest, who after troublous sights 30. And dreams, gone now to take more sound repast, whom suddenly he wakes with fearful frights, as one aghast with fiends or damned sprites. And to him calories, rise, rise, unhappy swain, that here wecks old in sleep, whiles wicked wights. 35. Have knit themselves in Venus' shameful shen. Come see where your false lady doth her honor stain. V. All in amaze he suddenly upstart, with sword in hand, and with the old man went, who soon him brought into a secret part. 40. Where that false couple were full closely meant, in wanton lust and lewd embracement, which when he saw, he burnt with jealous fire. The eye of reason was with rage iblant, and would have slain them in his furious ire. 45. But hardly was restrained of that aged sire. 6. Returning to his bed in torment great, and bitter anguish of his guilty sight, he could not rest, but did his stout heart eat, and wast his inward gall with deep despite. 50. Irksome of life, and too long lingering night, at last fair Hesperus in highest ski had spent his lampy and brought forth dawning light. Then up he rose, and clad him hastily. The dwarf him brought his steed, so both away do fly. 7. 55. Now when the rosy-fingered morning fair, weary of aged Tithon's saffron bed, had spread her purple robe through dewy air, and the high hills Titan discovered, the royal virgin shook off drowsy head. 60. And rising forth out of her baser bower, looked for her knight, who far away was fled, and for her dwarf, that wont to wait each hour. Then gone she wail and weep, to see that woeful store. 8. And after him she rode with so much speed. 65. As her slow beast could make, but all in vain. For him so far had borne his lightfoot steed, pricked with wrath and fiery fierce disdain, that him to follow was but fruitless pain. Yet she her weary limbs would never rest. 70. But every hill and dale, each wood and plain, did search, sore grieved in her gentle breast. He so ungently left her, whom she loved best. 9. But subtil Archimago, when his guests he saw divided into double parts. 75. And Una wandering in woods and forests. End of his drift, he praised his devilish arts, that had such might over true meaning hearts. Yet rests not so, but other means doth make, how he may work unto her further smarts. 80. For her he hated as the hissing snake, and in her many troubles did most pleasure take. X. He then devised himself how to disguise, for by his mighty science he could take as many forms and shapes in seeming wise. 85. As ever Proteus to himself could make, sometime a fowl, sometime a fish in lake. Now like a fox, now like a dragon fell. That of himself he oft for fear would quake. And oft would fly away. Oh, who can tell? 90. The hidden power of herbs and might of magic spell. 11. But now seemed best the person to put on. Of that good knight, his late beguiled guest. In mighty arms he was icled anon. And silver shield, upon his coward breast. 95. A bloody cross. And on his craven crest. A bunch of hairs discoloured diversely. Full jolly knight he seemed, and well addressed. And when he sate upon his courser free, Saint George himself ye would have deemed him to be. 12. 100. But he the knight, whose semblant he did bear. The true Saint George, was wandered far away. Still flying from his thoughts and jealous fear. Will was his guide, and grief led him astray. At last him chanced to meet upon the way. 105. A faithless Saracen all armed to point. In whose great shield was writ with letters gay. Sans foy, full large of limba and every joint. He was, and cared not for God or man a point. 13. He had a fair companion of his way. 110. A goodly lady clad in scarlet red. Purfled with gold and pearl of rich assay. And like a Persian mitre on her head. She wore, with crowns and ouches garnished. The which her lavish lovers to her gave. 115. Her wanton palfrey all was overspread. With tinsel trappings, woven like a wave. Whose bridle rung with golden bells and bosses brave. 14. With fair disport and courting dalliance. She entertained her lover all the way. 120. But when she saw the knight his spirit vaunts, she soon left off her mirth and wanton play. And bade her knight address him to the fray. His foe was nigh at hand. He pricked with pride. And hoped to win his lady's heart that day. 125. Forth spurred fast, adown his courser's side. The red blood trickling stained the way, as he did ride. 15. The knight of the Red Cross when him he spied. Spurring so oat with rage dispiteous. Gone fairly couch his spear, and towards ride. 130. Soon meet they both fell and furious. That daunted with their forces hideous. Their steeds do stagger, and amazed stand. And eke themselves, too rudely rigorous. Astonied with the stroke of their own hand. 135. Do back rebut, and each to other yieldeth land. 16. As when two rams stirred with ambitious pride. Fight for the rule of the rich fleeced flock. Their horned fronts so fierce on either side. Do meet, that with the terror of the shock. 140. Astonied both, stand senseless as a block. Forgetful of the hanging victory. So stood these twain, unmoved as a rock. Both staring fierce, and holding idly the broken relics of their former cruelty. 17. 145. The Saracen sword daunted with the buff. Snatcheth his sword, and fiercely to him flies. Who well it wards, and quiteth cuff with cuff. Each other's equal puissance envies. And through their iron sides with cruel spies. 150. Does seek to purse, repining courage yields. No foot to foe. The flashing fear flies. As from a forge out of their burning shields. And streams of purple blood new dyes the verdant fields. 18. Curse on that cross, quoth then the Saracen. 155. That keeps thy body from the bitter fit. Dead long ago I wot thou hadst been. Had not that charm from thee forewarned it. But yet I warn thee now assured sit. And hide thy head. Therewith upon his crest. 160. With rigour so outrageous he smit, that a large share it hewed out of the rest. And glancing down his shield from blame him fairly blessed. 19. Who thereat wondrous wroth, the sleeping spark of native virtue gone eftsoons revive. 165. And at his haughty helmet making mark, so hugely stroke, that it the steel did rive, and cleft his head. He tumbling down alive, with blouty mouth his mother earth did kiss. Greeting his grave, his grudging ghost did strive. 170. With the frily flesh, at last it flitted is, whither the souls do fly of men that live amos. XX. The lady when she saw her champion fall, like the old ruines of a broken tor, stayed not to wail his woeful funeral. 175. But from him fled away with all her power, who after her as hastily gone scour, bidding the dwarf with him to bring away the Saracen's shield, signa of the conqueror. Her son he overtook, and bade to stay. 180. For present cause was none of dread her to dismay. XXII. She turning back with rueful countenance, cried, Mercy, mercy, sir, vouchsafe to show on silly dame, subject to hard mischance, and to your mighty will, her humblest low. 185. In so rich weeds and seeming glorious show, did much move his stout heroic heart, and said, Dear dame, your sudden overthrow much ruth me, but now put fear apart, and tell, both who ye be, and who that took your part. XXI. 190. Melting in tears, then gone she thus lament. The wretched woman, whom unhappy har hath now made thrall to your commandment, before that angry heavens list to lower, and fortune false betrayed me to your power. 195. Was, oh what now availeth that I was born the sole daughter of an emperor, he that the wide west under his rule has, and high hath set his throne, where Tiberias doth paw. XXII. He in the first floor of my freshest age. 200. Betrothed me unto the only heir of a most mighty king, most rich and sage. Was never prince so faithful and so fair, was never prince so meek and debonair, but ere my hoped day of spousal shone. 205. My dearest lord fell from high honor's stair into the hands of his accursed foe, and cruelly was slain, that shall I ever moan. XIV. His blessed body spoiled of lively breath was afterward, I know not how, conveyed. 210. And fro me hid, of whose most innocent death, when tidings came to me, unhappy maid. Oh how great sorrow my sad soul assayed. Then forth I went his woeful course to find, and many years throughout the world I strayed. 215. A virgin widow, whose deep wounded mind with love long time did languish as the stricken hind. XXV. At last it chanced this proud Saracen to meet me wandering, who perforce me led with him away, but yet could never win. 220. The fort, that ladies hold in sovereign dread, there lies he now with foule dishonour dead, who whiles he lived was called proud Sans Foy, the eldest of 3 brethren, all 3 bred of one bad sire, whose youngest is Sans Joy. 225. And twixt them both was born the blouty bold Sans Loy. XXVI. In this sad plight, friendless, unfortunate, now miserable I Fidessa dwell, craving of you in pity of my state, to do none ill, if please ye not do well. 230. He in great passion all this while did dwell, more busying his quick eyes, her face to view, than his dull ears, to hear what she did tell. And said, fair lady heart of flint would rue the undeserved woes and sorrows which ye shew. XXVI. 235. Henceforth in safe assurance may ye rest, having both found a new friend you to aid, and lost an old foe that did you molest. Better new friend than an old foe is said, with change of char the seeming simple maid. 240. Let fall her eyen, as shamefast to the earth, and yielding soft, in that she not gainsaid. So forth they rode, he finding seemly mirth, and she coy looks, so dainty they say mocketh dearth. XVIII. Long time they thus together travailed. 245. Till weary of their way, they came at last, where grew two goodly trees, that fair did spread their arms abroad, with grey moss overcast, and their green leaves trembling with every blast, made a calm shadow far in compasse round. 250. The fearful shepherd often there aghast, under them never sat, any wont their sound. His merry oaten pipe, but shunned th unlucky ground. XXIX. But this good knight soon as he them can spy, for the cool shade him thither hastily got. 255. For golden Phoebus now immounted high, from fiery wheels of his fair chariot, hurled his beams so scorching cruel hot, that living creature mote it not abide, and his new lady it endured not. 260. There they alight, in hope themselves to hide from the fierce heat, and rest their weary limbs atide. XXX. Fair seemly pleasance each to other makes, with goodly purposes there as they sit, and in his false fancy he her takes. 265. To be the fairest wight that lived yet, which to express he bends his gentle wit, and thinking of those branches green to frame a girland for her dainty forehead fit, he plucked a bough, out of whose rift there came 270. Small drops of gory blood, that trickled down the same. XXXI. Therewith a piteous yelling voice was heard, crying, O spare with guilty hands to tear my tender sides in this rough rind embarred. But fly, ah fly far hence away, for fear. 275. Least to you hap, that happened to me here, and to this wretched lady, my dear love. O too dear love, love bought with death too dear. Astound he stood, and up his hair did hove, and with that sudden horror could no member move. XXXI. 280. At last when as the dreadful passion was overpast, and manhood well awake, yet musing at the strange occasion, and doubting much his sense, he thus bespake. What voice of damned ghost from limbo lake? 285. Or guileful sprite wandering in empty air, both which freely men do oftentimes mistake, sends to my doubtful ears these speeches rare, and rueful plaints, me bidding guiltless blood to spare. 33. Then groaning deep, nor damned ghost, quoth he. 290. Nor guileful sprite to thee these words doth speak, but once a man for dubio, now a tree. Wretched man, wretched tree, whose nature weak, a cruel which her cursed will to wreak, hath thus transformed, and placed in open plains. 295. Where Boreas doth blow full bitter bleak, and scorching sun does dry my secret veins. For though a tree I see me, yet cold and heat me pains. XXIV. Say on for dubio then, or man, or tree. Quoth then the knight, by whose mischievous arts. 300. Art thou misshaped thus, as now I see? He oft finds medicine, who his grief imparts. But double griefs afflict concealing hearts, as raging flames who striveth to suppress. The author then, said he, of all my smarts, 305. Is one Duessa a false sorceress, that many errant knights hath brought to wretchedness? XXXV. In prime of youthly years, when courage hot, the fire of love and joy of chivalry, first kindled in my breast, it was my lot. 310. To love this gentle lady, whom ye see, now not a lady, but a seeming tree, with whom as once I rode accompanied, me chanced of a knight encountered be, that had a like fair lady by his side. 315. Like a fair lady, but did foul Duessa hide. XXXVI. Whose forged beauty he did take in hand, all other dames to have exceeded Faerie. I in defence of mine did likewise stand. Mine, that did then shine as the morning star. 320. So both to battle fear surrender, in which his harder fortune was to fall. Under my spear, such is the die of war. His lady left as a prize martial, did yield her comely person to be at my call. XVIII. 325. So doubly loved of ladies unlike fair. One seeming such, the other such indeed. One day in doubt I cast for to compare, whether in beauty's glory did exceed. A rosy girland was the victor's meed. 330. Both seemed to win, and both seemed one to be. So hard the discord was to be agreed. Fra Elissa was as fair mote be, and ever false Duessa seemed as fair as she. XXXVI. The wicked witch now seeing all this while. 335. The doubtful balance equally to sway. What not by right, she cast to win by guile, and by her hellish science raised straightway a foggy mist, that overcast the day, and a dull blast, that breathing on her face. 340. Dimmed her former beauty's shining ray, and with foule ugly for me did her disgrace. Then was she fair alone, when none was fair in place. XX. Then cried she out, Fie, fie, deformed wight, whose borrowed bowtie now appeareth plain. 345. To have before bewitched all men's sight. O leave her son, or let her son be slain. Her loathly visage viewing with disdain. Eftsoons I thought her such, as she me told, and would have killed her, but with feigned pain. 350. The false which did my wrathful hand withhold, so left her, where she now is turned to tree and mold. XL. Then forth I took Duessa for my dame, and in the which unweeting joyed long time, ne ever wist but that she was the same. 355. Till on a day, that day is every prime, when witches won't do penance for their crime. I chanced to see her in her proper HEW, bathing herself in Oregain and thyme. A filthy foule old woman I did view. 360. That ever to have touched her I did deadly rue. XLI. Her nether parts misshapen, monstrous, were hid in water, that I could not see. But they did see me more foule and hideous than woman's shape man would believe to be. 365. Thenceforth from her most beastly company I gone refrain, in min to slip away, soon as a purred safe opportunity. For danger great, if not assured decay, I saw before mine eyes, if I were known to stray. XLI. 370. The divilish hag by changes of my chair perceived my thought, and drowned in sleepy night, with wicked herbs and ointments did besmear my body all, through charms and magic might, that all my senses were bereaved quite. 375. Then brought she me into this desert waste, and by my wretched lover's side me pight, where now enclosed in wooden walls full fast, Banished from living wights, our weary days we waste. XXII. But how long time, said then the elfin knight. 380. Are you in this misformed house to dwell? We may not change, quoth he, this evil plight, till we be bathed in a living well. That is the term prescribed by the spell. Oh how, said he, mote I that well outfind. 385. That may restore you to your wonted well. Time and suffised fates to former Kwandi shall us restore, none else from hence may us unbind. Sliv. The false Duessa, now Fidessa hight, heard how in vain Ferdubio did lament. 390. And knew well all was true. But the good knight, full of sad fear and ghastly dreriment, when all this speech the living tree had spent, the bleeding bough did thrust into the ground, that from the bloud he might be innocent. 395. And with fresh clay did close the wooden wound. Then turning to his lady, dead with fear her found. XLV. Her seeming dead he found with feigned fear, as all unweeting of that well she knew, and pained himself with bussy care to rear. 400. Her out of careless swoon, her eyelids blue, and dimmed sight with pale and deadly HEW. At last she up gone lift, with trembling chair. Her up he took, too simple and too true, and oft her kissed. At length all past fear. 405. He set her on her steed, and forward forth did bear. Canto 3. Forsaken truth long seeks her love, and makes the lion mild. Mars blind devotion's mart, and fowls in hand of leech Arvilda. I. Neught is there under heaven's wide hollowness, that moves more dear compassion of mind. Then Bowtie brought unworthy wretchedness, through envy's snares, or fortune's freaks unkind. 5. I, whether lately through her brightness blind, or through allegiance and fast fealty, which I do owe unto all womankind, feel my heart pursed with so great agony, when such I see, that all for pity I could die. 2. 10. And now it is impassioned so deep, for fairest Una's sake, of whom I sing, that my friendly eyes these lines with tears do steep, to think how she through guileful handling, though true as touch, though daughter of a king. 15. Though fair as ever living wight was fair, though nor in word nor deed ill-meriting, is from her knight divorced in despair, and her due loves derived to that vile witch's share. 3. Yet she most faithful lady all this while. 20. Forsaken, woeful, solitary maid, far from all people's priests, as in exile, in wilderness and wastful desert strayed, to seek her knight, who subtly betrayed, through that late vision, which enchanter wrought. 25. Had her abandoned, she of not afraid, through woods and wasteness wide him daily sought, yet wished tidings none of him unto her brought. 4. One day nigh weary of the irksome way, from her unhasty beast she did alight. 30. And on the grass her dainty limbs did lay, in secret shadow, far from all men's sight. From her fair head her fillet she undight, and laid her stole aside. Her angel's face, as the great eye of heaven shined bright. 35. And made a sunshine in the shady place. Did never mortal eye behold such heavenly grace. V. It fortuned out of the thickest wood, a ramping lion rushed suddenly, hunting full greedy after salvage blood. 40. Soon as the royal virgin he did spy, with gaping mouth at her ran greedily, to have a taunts devoured her tender course. But to the prey when as he drew more New York, His bloody rage assuaged with remorse. 45. And with the sight amazed, forgat his furious force. 6. Instead thereof he kissed her weary feet, and licked her lily hands with fawning tongue, as he her wronged innocence did weet. Oh, how can Bowtie master the most strong? 50. And simple truth subdue avenging wrong? Whose yielded pride and proud submission, still dreading death, when she had marked long, her heart gone melt in great compassion, and drizzling tears did shed for pure affection. 7. 55. The lion lord of every beast in field, quoth she, his princely puissance doth abate, and mighty proud to humble weak does yield, forgetful of the hungry rage, which late him pricked, in pit tie of my sad estate. 60. But he my lion, and my noble lord, how does he find in cruel heart to hate her that him loved, and ever most adored, as the god of my life? Why hath he me abhorred? 8. Redounding tears did choke th end of her plaint. 65. Which softly echoed from the neighbor wood, and sad to see her sorrowful constraint, the kingly beast upon her gazing stood. With pit tie calmed, down fell his angry mood, at last in close heart shutting up her pain. 70. Arose the virgin born of heavenly brood, and to her snowy palfrey got again, to seek her strayed champion, if she might attain. 9. The lion would not leave her desolate, but with her went along, as a strong guard. 75. Of her chaste person, and a faithful mate, of her sad troubles and misfortunes hard, still when she slept, he kept both watch and ward, and when she waked, he waited diligent, with humble service to her will prepare. 80. From her fair eyes he took commandment, and ever by her looks conceived her intent. X. Long she thus travailed through deserts wide, by which she thought her wandering night should paw, yet never shew of living wight espied. 85. Till that at length she found the Trodengrau, in which the tract of people's footing was, under the steep foot of a mountain hoar. The same she follows, till at last she has a damsel spied slow footing her before. 90. That on her shoulders sad a pot of water bore. 11. To whom approaching she to her gone call, to weet, if dwelling place were nigh at hand. But the rude wench her answered not at all. She could not hear, nor speak, nor understand. 95. Till seeing by her side the lion stand, with sudden fear her pitcher down she threw, and fled away, for never in that land face of fair lady she before did view, and that dread lion's look her cast in deadly HEW. 12. 100. Full fast she fled, any never looked behind, as if her life upon the wager lay. And home she came, whereas her mother bond sate in eternal night, not could she say, but sudden catching hold, did her dismay. 105. With quaking hands, and other signs of fear, who full of ghastly fright and cold affray, gone shut the door. By this arrived there Dame Una, weary dame, and entrance did require. 13. Which when none yielded, her unruly page. 110. With his rude claws the wicket open rent, and let her in, whereof his cruel rage, nigh dead with fear, and faint astonishment, she found them both in darksome corner pent, where that old woman day and night did pray. 115. Upon her beads devoutly penitent, 900 pater nosters every day, and thrice 900 aves she was wont to say. 14. And to augment her painful penance more, Thrice every week in ashes she did sit. 120. And next her wrinkled skin rough sackcloth wore. And thrice 3 times did fast from any bit. But now for fear her beads she did forget. Whose needless dread for to remove away. Fairuna framed words and countenance fit. 125. Which hardly done, at length she gone them pray. That in their cottage small that night she rest her may. 15. The day is spent, and calmeth drowsy night. When every creature shrouded is in sleep. Sad Una down her lies in weary plight. 130. And at her feet the lion watch doth keep. Instead of rest, she does lament, and weep. For the late loss of her dear loved knight. And sighs, and groans. And evermore does steep her tender breast in bitter tears all night. 135. All night she thinks too long, and often looks for light. 16. Now when Aldebaran was mounted high above the shiny Cassiopeia's chair, and all in deadly sleep did drowned lie, one knocked at the door, and in would fare. 140. He knocked fast, and often cursed, and sware. That ready entrance was not at his call. For on his back a heavy load he bare. Of nightly stealths, and pillage several. Which he had got abroad by purchase criminal. 17. 145. He was, to weet, a stout and sturdy T.F. wont to rob churches of their ornaments. And poor men's boxes of their due relief. Which given was to them for good intents. The holy saints of their rich vestments. 150. He did disrobe, when all men careless slept. And spoiled the priests of their habiliments. Whiles none the holy things in safety kept. Then he by conning sleights in at the window crept. 18. And all that he by right or wrong could find. 155. Unto this house he brought, and did bestow. Upon the daughter of this woman blind. Abessa, daughter of Corsica slow. With whom he whoredom usd, that few did know. And fed her fat with feast of offerings. 160. And plenty, which in all the land did grow. Ne spared he to give her gold and rings. And now he to her brought part of his stolen things. 19. Thus long the door with rage and threats he bet. Yet of those fearful women none durst rise. 165. The lion frayed them, him in to let. He would no longer stay him to advise. But open breaks the door in furious wise. And entreating is. When that disdainful beast, encountering fierce, him sudden doth surprise. 170. And seizing cruel claws on trembling breast. Under his lordly foot him proudly hath suppressed. XX. Him butteth not resist, nor succor call. His bleeding heart is in the venger's hand. Who straight him rent in 1,000 pieces small. 175. And quite dismembred hath, the thirsty land. Drunk up his life, his corse left on the strand. His fearful friends wear out the woeful night. Ne dare to weep, nor see me to understand. The heavy hap, which on them is a light. 180. Afraid, least to themselves the like mishappen might. XXI. Now when broad day the world discovered has. Up rose the lion eke. And on their former journey forward paw. In ways unknown, her wandering night to seek. 185. With pains Faerie passing that long wandering Greek. That for his love refused daytime. Such were the labors of his lady meek. Still seeking him, that from her still did fly. Then furthest from her hope, when most she weened nie. XXI. 190. Soon as she parted thence, the fearful twain That blind old woman and her daughter dear came forth, and finding Kirkrapeen there slain, for anguish great they gone to rend their hair, and beat their breasts, and naked flesh to tear. 195. And when they both had wept and wailed their fill, then forth they ran like two amazed deer, half mad through malice, and revenging will, to follow her, that was the causer of their ill. XXII. Whom overtaking, they gone loudly bray. 200. With hollow howling, and lamenting cry, shamefully at her railing all the way, and her accusing of dishonesty. That was the floor of faith and chastity. And still amidst her railing, she did pray. 205. That plagues, and mischiefs, and long misery might fall on her, and follow all the way, and that in endless error she might ever stray. XXIV. But when she saw her prayers not prevail, she back returned with some labor lost. 210. And in the way as she did weep and wail, a knight her met in mighty arms embossed. Yet knight was not for all his bragging boast, but subtil Archimag, that Una sought, by trains into new troubles to have tossed. 215. Of that old woman tidings he besought, if that of such a lady she could tell then aught. XXV. Therewith she gone her passion to renew, and cry, and curse, and rail, and rend her hair, saying, that harlot she too lately knew. 220. That caused her shed so many a bitter tear, and so forth told the story of her fear. Much seemed he to moan her hapless chance, and after for that lady did inquire, which being taught, he forward gone advance. 225. His fair enchanted steed, and eke his charmed launce. XXVI. Ere long he came where Una travelled slow, and that wild champion waiting her beside, whom seeing such, for dread he durst not show himself too nigh at hand, but turned wide. 230. Unto an hill, from whence when she him spied, by his like seeming shield, her knight by name, she weened it was, and towards him gone ride. Approaching nigh, she wist it was the same, and with fair fearful humbleness towards him she came. XXVI. 235. And weeping said, Ah my long lacked lord, where have ye been thus long out of my sight? Much feared I to have been quite abhorred, or aught have done, that ye displeasen might, that should as death unto my dear heart light. 240. For since mine eye your joyous sight did miss, my cheerful day is turned to cheerless night, and eke my night of death the shadow is. But welcome now my light, and shining lampy of bliss. XVIII. He thereto meeting said, My dearest dame. 245. Far be it from your thought, and fro my will, to think that knighthood I so much should shame, as you to leave, that have me loved still, and chose in Faerie court of mere goodwill, where noblest knights were to be found on earth. 250. The earth shall sooner leave her kindly skill, to bring forth fruit, and make eternal dearth. Then I leave you, my leaf, born of heavenly birth. XXIX. And sooth to say, why I left you so long, was for to seek adventure in strange place. 255. Where Archimago said a felon strong, to many knights did daily work disgrace, but knight he now shall never more deface. Good cause of mine excuse, that mote ye please well to accept, and evermore embrace. 260. My faithful service, that by land and seas have vowed you to defend, now then your plaint appease. XXX. His lovely words her seemed due recompense of all her past pains, one loving hour for many years of sorrow can dispense. 265. A dram of sweet is worth a pound of sour. She has forgot, how many a waffle store. For him she late endured. She speaks no more. Of past, true is, that true love hath no power to look back, his eyes be fixed before. 270. Before her stands her knight, for whom she toiled so sore. XXXI. Much like, as when the beaten mariner, that long hath wandered in the ocean wide, oft soused in swelling teeth his saltish tear, and long time having tanned his tawny hide. 275. With blustering breath of heaven, that none can bide, and scorching flames of fierce Orion's hound, soon as the port from Faerie he has espied, his cheerful whistle merrily doth sound, and Nereus crowns with cups his mates him pledge around. XXXI. 280. Such joy made Una, when her knight she found, and eke th enchanter joyous seemed no less than the glad marchant, that does view from ground his ship Faerie come from watery wilderness. He hurls out vows, and Neptune oft doth bless. 285. So forth they passed, and all the way they spent, discoursing of her dreadful late distress, in which he asked her, what the lion meant, who told her all that fell in journey as she went. 33. They had not ridden Faerie, when they might see. 290. One pricking towards them with hasty heat, full strongly armd, and on a courser free, that through his fierceness foamed all with sweat, and the sharp iron did for anger eat, when his hot rider spurred his chafed side. 295. His look was stern, and seemed still to threat cruel revenge, which he in heart did hide, and on his shield sans loy in bloudy lines was dyed. XXIV. When nigh he drew unto this gentle pair, and saw the red cross, which the knight did bear. 300. He burnt in fire, and gone eftsoons prepare himself to battle with his couched spear. Loath was that other, and did faint through fear, to taste untried dint of deadly steel. But yet his lady did so well him chear. 305. That hope of new good hap he gone to feel, so bent his spear, and spurred his horse with iron heel. XXXV. But that proud Paynim forward came so fierce, and full of wrath, that with his sharp head spear, through vainly crossed shield he quite did pierce. 310. And had his staggering steed not shrunk for fear, through shield and body eke he should him bear. Yet so great was the puissance of his push, that from his saddle quite he did him bear. He tumbling rudely down to ground did rush. 315. And from his gored wound a well of blood did gush. XXXVI. Dismounting lightly from his lofty steed, he to him leapt, in mind to reave his life, and proudly said, Lo there the worthy meed of him that slew sans foy with bloudy knife. 320. Henceforth his ghost freed from repining strife, in peace may passen over Lethe lake, when morning altars purged with enemies' life, the black infernal furies done aslake. Life from sans foy thou took'st, sans loy shall from thee take. XVIII. 325. Therewith in haste his helmet gone unlace, till Una cried, O hold that heavy hand, dear sir, whatever that thou be in place. Enough is, that thy foe doth vanquished stand, now at thy mercy, mercy notwithstand. 330. For he is one the truest knight alive, though conquered now he lie on lowly land, and whilst him fortune favoured, fair did thrive in bloudy field, therefore of life him not deprive. XXXVI. Her piteous words might not abate his rage, 335. But rudely rending up his helmet, would have slain him straight, but when he sees his age and hoary head of Archimago old, his hasty hand he doth amazed hold, and half ashamed wondered at the sight. 340. For that old man well knew he, though untold, in charms and magic to have wondrous might, ne ever wont in field, any in round lists to fight. XXIX. And said, Why Archimago, luckless sire? What do I see? What hard mishap is this? 345. That hath thee hither brought to taste mine ire? Or thine the fault, or mine the error is? Instead of foe to wound my friend Amos? He answered not, but in a trance still lay, and on those guileful dazed eyes of his. 350. The cloud of death did sit, which done away, he left him lying so, and he would no longer stay. XL. But to the Virgin comes, who all this while almost stands, herself so mocked to see, by him, who has the guerdon of his guile. 355. For so misfeigning her true knight to be, yet is she now in more perplexity, left in the hand of that same Paynim bold, from whom her booteth not at all to fly, who, by her cleanly garment catching hold. 360. Her from her palfrey plucked, her visage to behold. XLI. But her fierce servant, full of kingly awe, and high disdain, when as his sovereign dame, so rudely handled by her foe he saw with gaping jaws full greedy at him came. 365. And ramping on his shield, did wean the same, have reft away with his sharp rending claws. But he was stout, and lust did now inflame his courage more, that from his griping paws he hath his shield redeemed, and forth his sword he draws. XLI. 370. Oh then too weak and feeble was the force of salvage beast, his puissance to withstand. For he was strong, and of so mighty course, as ever wielded spear in warlike hand, and feats of arms did wisely understand. 375. Eftsoons he pursed through his chow-fed chest, with thrilling point of deadly iron brand, and launched his lordly heart, with death oppressed. He roared aloud, whiles life forsook his stub-born breast. XLI. Who now is left to keep the forlorn maid? 380. From raging spoil of lawless victors will, her faithful guard removed, her hope dismayed, herself a yielded prey to save or spill. He now lord of the field, his pride to fill with foule reproaches, and disdainful spite. 385. Her wildly entertains, and will or nill bears her away upon his courser light. Her prayers not prevail, his rage is more of might. Slive. And all the way, with great lamenting pain, and piteous plaints she filleth his dull ears. 390. That stony heart could riven have in twain, and all the way she wets with flowing tears. But he enragged with rancor, nothing hears. Her servile beast yet would not leave her so, but follows her foray off, any aught he fears. 395. To be partaker of her wandering woe, more mild and beastly kind, than that her beastly foe. Canto 4. To sinful house of pride, Duessa guides the faithful knight, where brother's death to wreak sans joy, doth challenge him to fight. I. Young knight, whatever that dost arms profess, and through long labors huntest after fame, beware of fraud, beware of fickleness, in choice, and change of thy dear loved dame. 5. Least thou of her believe too lightly blame, and rash misweening do thy heart remove. For unto night there is no greater shame, Then lightness and inconstancy in love. That doth this Red Cross knight's ensample plainly prove. 2. 10. Who after that he had Faerie alorn, through light misdeeming of her loyalty, and false Duessa in her stead had borne, called Fidus, and so supposed to be, long with her travelled, till at last they see. 15. A goodly building, bravely garnished, the house of mighty prince it seemed to be, and towards it a broad highway that led, all bare through people's feet, which thither travailed. 3. Great troops of people travelled thitherward. 20. Both day and night, of each degree in place. But few returned, having scaped hard, with baleful beggary, or foule disgrace, which ever after in most wretched case, like loathsome lazars, by the hedges lay. 25. Thither Duessa bade him bend his pace, for she is weary of the toilsome way, and also nigh consumed is the lingering day. 4. A stately palace built of squared brick, which cunningly was without mortar laid. 30. Whose walls were high, but nothing strong, nor thick, and golden foil all over them displaid, that purest sky with brightness they dismayed. High lifted up were many lofty torres, and goodly galleries Faerie overlaid. 35. Full of fair windows and delightful bowers, and on the top a dial told the timely hours. V. It was a goodly heap for to behold, and spake the praises of the workman's wit, but full great pit tie, that so fair a mould. 40. Did on so weak foundation ever sit, for on a sandy hill, that still did flit, and fall away, it mounted was full high, that every breath of heaven shaked it, and all the hinder parts, that few could spy. 45. Were ruinous and old, but painted cunningly. 6. Arrived there, they passed in forthright, for still to all the gates stood open wide, yet charge of them was to a porter hight, called Malvenu, who entranced none denied. 50. Thence to the hall, which was on every side, with rich array and costly arras dight. Infinite sorts of people did abide, there waiting long, to win the wished sight of her that was the lady of that palace bright. 7. 55. By them they passe, all gazing on them round, and to the presence mount, whose glorious view their frail amazed senses did confound. In living prince's court none ever knew such endless riqueza, and so sumptuous shew. 60. Ne Persia self, the Norse of pompous pride, like ever saw, and there a noble crew of lords and ladies stood on every side, which with their presence fair the place much beautified. 8. High above all a cloth of state was spread. 65. And a rich throne, as bright as sunny day, on which there sate most brave embellished with royal robes and gorgeous array, a maiden queen, that shone as Titan's ray, in glistering gold, and pureless precious stone. 70. Yet her bright blazing bow-tide did essay to dim the brightness of her glorious throne, as envying herself, that too exceeding shone. 9. Exceeding shone, like Phoebus' fairest child, that did presume his father's fiery wain. 75. And flaming mouths of steeds unwonted wild, through highest heaven with weaker hand to reign, proud of such glory and advancement vain, while flashing beams do daze his feeble eyen, he leaves the welkin way most beaten plain. 80. And wrapped with whirling wheels, in flames the skyen, with fire not made to burn, but fairly for to shine. X. So proud she shined in her princely state, looking to heaven, for earth she did disdain, and sitting high, For lowly she did hate. 85. Low underneath her scornful feet was lain a dreadful dragon with an hideous train. And in her hand she held a mirror bright, wherein her face she often viewed fain, and in her self-loved semblance took delight. 90. For she was wondrous fair, as any living wight. 11. Of griesly Pluto she the daughter was, and sad Proserpina the queen of hell. Yet did she think her pearless worth to paw that parentage, with pride so did she swell. 95. And thundering Jove, that high in heaven doth dwell, and wield the world, she claimed for her sire. Or if that any else did Jove excel, for to the highest she did still aspire. Or if aught higher were than that, did it desire. 12. 100. And proud Lucifera men did her call, that made herself a queen, and crowned to be. Yet rightful kingdom she had none at all, ne heritage of native sovereignty, but did usurp with wrong and tyranny. 105. Upon the sceptre, which she now did hold, ne ruled her realmies with laws, but policy, and strong advisement of 6 wizards old, that with their counsels bad her kingdom did uphold. 13. Soon as the elfin knight in presence came. 110. And false Duessa seeming lady fair, a gentle husher, Vanity by name, made realm, and passage for them did prepare. So goodly brought them to the lowest stair of her high throne, where they on humble knee. 115. Making obeisance, did the cause declare, why they were come, her royal state to see, to prove the wide report of her great majesté. 14. With lofty eyes, half loath to look so low, she thanked them in her disdainful wise. 120. No other grace vouchsafed them to show, of princess worthy, scarce them bad arise. Her lords and ladies all this while devise themselves to set 10 forth to stronger sight. Some frounce their curled hair in courtly guise. 125. Some prank their ruffs, and others trimly dight their gay attire, each other's greater pride does spite. 15. Goodly they all that night do entertain, right glad with him to have increased their crew, but to do as each one himself did pain. 130. All kindness and fair courtesy to shew, for in that court whilome her well they knew. Yet the stout fairy mongst the middest crowd thought all their glory vain in knightly view, and that great princess too exceeding proud. 135. That to strange knight no better countenance allowed. 16. Sudian upriseth from her stately place the royal dame, and for her coach did call all hurt len forth, and she with princely pace, as fair Aurora in her purple pall. 140. Out of the east the dawning day doth call, so forth she comes, her brightness broad doth blaze. The heaps of people thronging in the hall do ride each other, upon her to gaze. Her glorious glitter and light doth all men's eyes amaze. 17. 145. So forth she comes, and to her coach does climb, adorned all with gold, and girlands gay, that seemed as fresh as Flora in her prime, and strove to match, in royal rich array, great Juno's golden chair, the which they say. 150. The gods stand gazing on, when she does ride to Jove's high house through heaven's broad paved way, drawn of fair peacocks, that excel in pride, and full of Argus eyes their tails dispreaden wide. 18. But this was drawn of 6 unequal beasts. 155. On which her 6 sage counselors did ride, taught to obey their bestial behests, with like conditions to their kinds applied. Of which the first, that all the rest did guide, was sluggish idleness the Norse of sin. 160. Upon a slothful assy he chose to ride, arrayed in habit black, and amice thin, like to an holy monk, the service to begin. 19. And in his hand his protest still he bare. That much was wern, but therein little read. 165. For of devotion he had little care. Still drowned in sleep, and most of his days dead. Scarce could he once uphold his heavy head, to look in, whether it were night or day. May see me the wain was very evil led. 170. When such an one had guiding of the way, that knew not, whether right he went, or else astray. XX. From worldly cares himself he did esloin, and greatly shunned manly exercise. From every work he challenged esoine. 175. For contemplation's sake, yet otherwise, his life he led in lawless riotous, by which he grew to grievous malady. For in his lustless limbs through evil guise, a shaking fever reigned continually. 180. Such one was idleness, first of this company. XXII. And by his side rode loathsome gluttony, deformed creature, on a filthy swine. His belly was upblown with luxury, and eke with fatness swollen were his eyne. 185. And like a crane his neck was long and fine, with which he swallowed up excessive feast, for want whereof poor people oft did pine. And all the way, most like a brutish beast, he spurred up his gorge, that all did him dead east. XXII. 190. In green vine leaves he was right fitly clad, for other clothes he could not wear for heat. And on his head an ivy garland had, from under which fast trickled down the sweat. Still as he rode, he somewhat still did eat. 195. And in his hand did bear a boozing can, of which he supped so oft, that on his seat, his drunken course he scarce upholden can. In shape and life more like a monster, than a man. XCI. Unfit he was for any worldly thing. 200. And eke unable once to stir or go. Not meet to be of counsel to a king, whose mind in meat and drink was drowned so, that from his friend he seldom knew his foe. Full of diseases was his carcass blue. 205. And a dry dropsy through his flesh did flow, which by misdiet daily greater grew. Such one was gluttony, the second of that crew. Ziv. And next to him rode lustful lechery, upon a bearded goat, whose rugged hair. 210. And wally eyes, the signa of gelousy, was like the person's self, whom he did bear. Who rough, and black, and filthy did appear. Unseemly man to please fair lady's eye. Yet he of ladies oft was loved dear. 215. When fairer faces were bid standen by. Oh, who does know the bent of women's fantasy? XXV. In a green gown he clothed was full fair, which underneath did hide his filthiness. And in his hand a burning heart he bare. 220. Full of vain follies, and new fangleness. For he was false, and fraught with fickleness. And learned had to love with secret looks. And well could dance, and sing with ruefulness. And fortunes tell, and read in loving books. 225. And thousand other ways, to bait his fleshly hooks. XXVI. Inconstant man, that loved all he saw, and lusted after all that he did love. No would his looser life be tied to law, but joyed weak women's hearts to tempt and prove. 230. If from their loyal loves he might them move, which lewdness filed him with reproachful pain, of that foul evil, which all men reprove. that rots the marrow and consumes the brain. Such one was Lechery, the third of all this train. XXVI. 235. And greedy avarice by him did ride upon a camel loaden all with gold. 2 iron coffers hung on either side, with precious metal full as they might hold. And in his lap an heap of coin he told. 240. For of his wicked pelf his god he made, and unto hell himself for money sold. Accursed usury was all his trade, and right and wrong alike in equal balance weighed. XVIII. His life was nigh unto death's door aplast. 245. And threadbare coat, and kobold shoes he wear, ne scarce good morsel all his life did taste, but both from back and belly still did spare, to fill his bags, and riqueza to compare. Yet kilda any kinsman living had he none. 250. To leave them to, but thorough daily care, to get, and nightly fear to lose his own. He led a wretched life unto himself unknown. XXIX. Most wretched wight, whom nothing might suffice, whose greedy lust did lacka in greatest store. 255. Whose need had end, but no end covetize. Whose wealth was want, whose plenty made him poor. Who had enough, yet wished ever more. A vile disease, and eke in foot and hand. A grievous gout tormented him full sore. 260. That well he could not touch, nor go, nor stand. Such one was avarice, the fourth of this fair band. XXX. And next to him malicious envy rode upon a ravenous wolf, and still did chaw between his cankered teeth a venomous toad. 265. That all the poison ran about his chaw, but inwardly he chawed his own maw. At neighbors' wealth, that made him ever sad, for death it was when any good he saw, and wept, that cause of weeping none he had. 270. But when he heard of harm, he waxed wondrous glad. XXXI. All in a kirtle of discolored say. He clothed was, it painted full of eyes, and in his bosom secretly there lay an hateful snake, the which his tail upties. 275. In many folds, and mortal sting implies. Still as he rode, he gnashed his teeth, to see those heaps of gold with gripple covetize, and grudged at the great felicity of proud Lucifera, and his own company. XXXI. 280. He hated all good works and virtuous deeds, and him no less, that any like did use, and who with gracious bread the hungry feeds. His almas for want of faith he doth accuse, so every good to bad he doth abuse. 285. And eke the verse of famous poets' wit he does backbite, and spiteful poison spurs from leprous mouth on all that ever writ. Such one vile envy was, that fifth in row did sit. 33. And him beside rides fierce revenging wrath. 290. Upon a lion, loath for to be led, and in his hand a burning brand he hath, the which he brandisheth about his head. His eyes did hurl forth sparkles fiery red, and stared stern on all that him beheld. 295. As ashes pale of HEW and seeming dead, and on his dagger still his hand he held, trembling through hasty rage, when choler in him swelled. XXIV. His roughen raiment all was stained with blood, which he had spilt, and all to rags urent. 300. Through unadvised rashness waxen wood, for of his hands he had no government, ne card for bloud in his avengement. But when the furious fit was overpast, his cruel facts he often would repent. 305. Yet wilful man he never would forecast how many mischiefs should ensue his heedless hast. XXXV. Full many mischiefs follow cruel wrath. Abhorred bloodshed and tumultuous strife. Unmanly murder, and unthrifty scath. 310. Bitter despite, with rancor's rusty knife. And fretting grief the enemy of life. All these, and many evils mo haunt ire. The swelling spleen, and frenzy raging rife. The shaking palsy, and Saint Frances fire. 315. Such one was wrath, the last of this ungodly tire. XXXVI. And after all, upon the wagon beam rode Sathan, with a smarting whip in hand, with which he forward lashed the lacy team. So oft as sloth still in the mire did stand. 320. Hugh routs of people did about them band, shouting for joy, and still before their way a foggy mist had covered all the land, and underneath their feet all scattered lay dead skulls and bones of men, whose life had gone astray. XVIII. 325. So forth they merken in this goodly sort, to take the solace of the open air, and in fresh flowering fields themselves to sport. Amongst the rest rode that false lady fair, the foule duessa, next unto the chair. 330. Of proud Lucifera, as one of the train. But that good knight would not so nigh repair himself a-stronging from their joyance vain, whose fellowship seemed far unfit for warlike swain. XXXVI. So having solaced themselves a space. 335. With pleasaunce of the breathing fields ifed, they back returned to the princely place, whereas an errant knight in arms icled, and Heathnish shield, wherein with letters red was writ sans joy, they knew arrived find. 340. Enflammed with fury and fear's hardy head, he seemed in heart to harbor thoughts unkind, and nourish bloody vengeance in his bitter mind. XX. Who when the shamed shield of slain Sansfoy he spied with that same Faerie champion's page. 345. Bewraying him, that did of late destroy his eldest brother, burning all with rage, he to him leapt, and that same envious gage of victor's glory from him snatched away. But elfin knight, which ought that warlike wage. 350. Disdained to loose the mead he won in fray, and him rencontring fierce, rescued the noble prey. XL. Therewith they gone to Hurtland greedily, redoubt bataille ready to darraign, and clash their shields, and shake their swords on high. 355. That with their stir they troubled all the train, till that great queen upon eternal pain of high displeasure that ensuin might, commanded them their fury to refrain, and if that either to that shield had right. 360. In equal lists they should the morrow next it fight. XLI. Ah, dearest dame, quoth then the Paynim bold, pardon the error of enraged wight, whom great grief made forget the reins to hold of reason's rule, to see this recreant night. 365. No knight, but treacher full of false despite, and shameful treason, who through guile hath slain the prowest knight that ever field did fight. Even stout Sansfoy, oh who can then refrain, whose shield he bears renversed, the more to heap disdain. XLI. 370. And to augment the glory of his guile, his dearest love, the fair Fidessa, lo, is there possessed of the traitor vile, who reaps the harvest sown by his foe, sown in bloody field, and bought with woe. 375. That brother's hand shall dearly well requite. So be, O Queen, you equal favor show. Him little answered angry elfin knight. He never meant with words, but swords to plead his right. XLI. but threw his gauntlet as a sacred pledge. 380. His cause in combat the next day to try. So been they parted both, with hearts on edge, to be avenged each on his enemy. That night they pa in joy and jollity, feasting and courting both in bower and hall. 385. For Stewart was excessive gluttony, that of his plenty poured forth to all. Which done, the chamberlain sloth did to rest them call. Slive. Now when as darksome night had all displayed her coal-black curtain over brightest sky. 390. The warlike youths on dainty couches laid, did chase away sweet sleep from sluggish eye, to muse on means of hoped victory. But when as Morpheus had with leaden mace arrested all that courtly company. 395. Uprose Duessa from her resting place, and to the Paynim's lodging comes with silent pace. XLV. Whom broad awake she finds, in troublous fit, forecasting, how his foe he might annoy, and him amoves with speeches seeming fit. 400. Ah dear sans joy, next dearest to sans foy, 'cause of my new grief, 'cause of my new joy. Joyous to see his image in mine eye, and grieved to think how foe did him destroy. That was the flower of grace and chivalry. 405. Lo his Fidessa, to thy secret faith I fly. XLVI. With gentle words he can her fairly greet, and bade say on the secret of her heart. Then sighing soft, I learn that little sweet oft tempered is, quoth she, with muchel smart. 410. For since my breast was launched with lovely dart of dear sans foy, I never joyed hour, but in eternal woes my weaker heart have wasted, loving him with all my power, and for his sake have felt full many an heavy store. XLVI. 415. At last when perils all I weened past, and hopped to reap the crop of all my care, into new woes unweeting I was cast, by this false Fator, who unworthy wear his worthy shield, whom he with guileful snare. 420. Entrapped slew, and brought to shameful grave, me silly made away with him he bare, and ever since hath kept in darksome cave. For that I would not yield, that to sans foy I gave. XLVI. But since fair sun hath spersed that lowering cloud. 425. And to my loathed life now shews some light. Under your beams I will me safely shroud, from dreaded storm of his disdainful spite. To UTH inheritance belongs by right, of brothers' praise, to you eke longs his love. 430. Let not his love, let not his restless sprite be unrevenged, that cayes to you above, from wandering Stygian shores, where it doth endless move. 49. Thereto said he, fair dame, be not dismayed, for sorrows past, their grief is with them gone. 435. Ne yet of present peril be afraid, for needless fear did never vantage none, and helpless hap it butteth not to moan. Dead is sans foy, his vital pains are past, though grieved ghost for vengeance deep do groan. 440. He lives, that shall him pay his duties last, and guilty elfin blood shall sacrifice in hast. L. Oh, but I fear the fickle freaks, quoth she, of fortune false, and oddies of arms in field. Why dame, quoth he, what oddies can ever be? 445. Where both do fight alike, to win or yield. Yea but, quoth she, he bears a charmed shield, and eke enchanted arms, that none can pierce. None can wound the man that does them wield. Charmed or enchanted, answered he then first. 450. I know it reck, any you the like need to rehearse. Li. But fair Fidessa, sit hens fortune's guile, or enemy's power, hath now captived you. Return from whence ye came, and rest a while, till morrow next, that I the Elfie subdue. 455. And with Sansfoy's dead dowry you endue. Ay me, that is a double death, she said. With proud foes sight my sorrow to renew. Wherever yet I be, my secret aid shall follow you. So passing forth she him obeyed. Canto V. The faithful knight in equal field subdues his faithless foe, whom false Duessa saves, and for his cure to hell does go. I. The noble heart, that harbors virtuous thought, and is with child of glorious great intent, can never rest, until it forth have brought eternal brood of glory excellent. 5. Such restless passion did all night torment the flaming courage of that fiery knight, devising, how that doughty tournament with greatest honor he achieven might. Still did he wake, and still did watch for dawning light. 2. 10. At last the golden oriental gate of greatest heaven gone to open fair, and Phoebus fresh, as bridegroom to his mate, came dancing forth, shaking his doughy hair, and hurls his glistering beams through gloomy air. 15. Which when the wakeful Elfie perceived, straightway he started up, and did himself prepare in sunbright arms, and battailous array. For with that pagan proud he combat will that day. 3. And forth he comes into the commune hall. 20. Where eerily wait him many a gazing eye, to weet what end to stronger knights may fall. There many minstrels make in melody, to drive away the dull melancholy, and many bards, that to the trembling chord 25. Can tune their timely voices cunningly, and many chroniclers that can record old loves, and wars for ladies done by many a lord. 4. Soon after comes the cruel Saracen, in woven mail all armed warily. 30. And sternly looks at him, who not a pin does care for Luke of living creatures' eye. They bring them wines of Greece and Araby, and dainty spices fetched from furthest Ynd, to kindle heat of courage privily. 35. And in the wine a solema oath they bind. Observe the sacred laws of arms, that are assigned. V. At last forth comes that far-renowned queen, with royal pomp and princely majesty. She is brought unto a paled green. 40. And placed under stately canopy, the warlike feats of both those knights to see. On other side in all men's open view, Duessa placed is, and on a tree Sansfoy his shield is hanged with bloody hew. 45. Both those the laurel garlands to the victor do. 6. A shrilling trumpet sown dead from on high, and unto battail bade themselves address. Their shining shields about their rests they tie, and burning blades about their heads do bless. 50. The instruments of wrath and heaviness, with greedy force each other doth assail, and strike so fiercely, that they do impress deep dinted furrows in the battered mail. The iron walls toward their blows are weak and frily. 7. 55. The Saracen was stout, and wondrous strong, and heaped blows like iron hammers great. For after bloud and vengeance he did long. The knight was fierce, and full of youthly heat, and doubled strokes, like dreaded thunder's threat. 60. For all for praise and honor he did fight. Both stricken strike, and beaten both do beat. That from their shields forth flieth fiery light, and helmets hoen deep show marks of either smite. 8. So one for wrong, the other strives for right. 65. As when a griffon seized of his prey. A dragon fears encountereth in his flight. Through widest air making his idle way. That would his rightful ravine rend away. With hideous horror both together smite. 70. And souse so sore that they the heavens affray. The wise soothsayer seeing so sad sight. Amazed vulgar telephones of wars and mortal fight. 9. So one for wrong, the other strives for right. And each to deadly shame would drive his foe. 75. The cruel steel so greedily doth bite. In tender flesh that streams of blood down flow. With which the arms, that erst so bright did show. Into a pure vermilion now are dyed. Great ruth in all the gazers' hearts did grow. 80. Seeing the gored wounds to gape so wide. That victory they dare not wish to either side. X. At last the Paynim chanced to cast his eye. His Suddian eye, flaming with wrathful fire. Upon his brother's shield, which hung thereby. 85. Therewith redoubled was his raging ire. And said, Ah wretched son of woeful sire! Doest thou sit wailing by black Stygian lake? Whilst here thy shield is hanged for victor's hire. And sluggish German doest thy forces slake. 90. To after send his foe, that him may overtake. 11. Go caitiff Elfie, him quickly overtake. And soon redeem from his long wandering woe. Go guilty ghost, to him my message make. That I his shield have quit from dying foe. 95. Therewith upon his crest he stroke him so. That twice he reeled, ready twice to fall. End of the doubtful battle deemed though. The lookers on, and lo to him gone call. The false Duessa, thine the shield, and I, and all. 12. 100. Soon as the fairy heard his lady speak. Out of his swooning dream he gone awake. And quickening faith, that erst was waxen weak. The creeping deadly cold away did shake. Though moved with wrath, and shame, and ladies' sake. 105. Of all attents he cast aveng to be. And with so exceeding fury at him strake. That forced him to stoop upon his knee. Had he not stooped so, he should have cloven be. 13. And to him said, Go now proud miscreant. 110. Thyself thy message do to German dear. Alone he wandering thee too long doth want. Go say, his foe thy shield with his doth bear. Therewith his heave-eye hand he high gone rear. Him to have slain, when lo a darksome cloud. 115. Upon him fell, he nowhere doth appear. But vanished is. The Elfie him calls aloud. But answer none receives, the darkness him does shroud. 14. In haste Duessa from her place arose. And to him running said, O prowest knight. 120. That ever lady to her love did chose. Let now abate the terror of your might. And quench the flame of furious despite. And bloody vengeance. Lo infernal powers. Covering your foe with cloud of deadly night. 125. Have borne him hence to Pluto's baleful bowers. The conquest yours, I yours, the shield, the glory yours. 15. Not all so satisfied, with greedy eye. He sought all round about, his thirsty blade. To bath in blood of faithless enemy. 130. Who all that while lay hid in secret shade. He stands amazed, how he thence should fade. At last the trumpets triumph sound on high. And running heralds humble homage made. Greeting him goodly with new victory. 135. And to him brought the shield, the cause of enmity. 16. Wherewith he goeth to that sovereign queen. And falling her before on lowly knee. To her makes present of his service seen. which she accepts, with thanks, and goodly gree. 140. Greatly advancing his gay chivalry. So marcheth home, and by her takes the knight, whom all the people follow with great glee, shouting, and clapping all their hands on height, that all the air it fills, and flies to heaven bright. 17. 145. Home is he brought, and laid in sumptuous bed, where many skilful leeches him abide, to salve his hurts, that yet still freshly bled. In wine and oil they wash his wounds wide, and softly can embalm on every side. 150. And all the while, most heavenly melody about the bed sweet music did divide, him to beguile of grief and agony. And all the while Duessa wept full bitterly. 18. As when a weary traveller that strays. 155. By muddy shore of broad seven-mouthed Nile, unweeting of the perilous wandering ways, doth meet a cruel crafty crocodile, which in false grief hiding his harmful guile, doth weep full sore, and sheddeth tender tears. 160. The foolish man, that pities all this while, his mournful plight, is swallowed up unawares, forgetful of his own, that mindies another's cares. 19. So wept Duessa until eventide, that shining lampies in Jove's high house were light. 165. Then forth she rose, any langer would abide, but comes unto the place, where heathen night, in slumbering swooned nigh void of vital sprite, lay covered with enchanted cloud all day, whom when she found, as she him left in plight. 170. To wail his woeful case she would not stay, but to the eastern coast of heaven make speedy way. XX. Where grisly night, with visage deadly sad, that Phoebus' cheerful face durst never view, and in a foulée black pitchy mantle clad. 175. She finds forth coming from her darksome mew, where she all day did hide her hated HEW. Before the door her iron chariot stood, already harnessed for journey new, and coal-black steeds aborn of hellish brood. 180. That on their rusty bits did champ, as they were wood. XXI. Who when she saw Duessa sunny bright, adorned with gold and jewels shining clear, she greatly grew amazed at the sight, and unacquainted light began to fear. 185. For never did such brightness there appear, and would have back retired to her cave, until the witch's speech she gone to hear, saying, Yet, O thou dreaded dame, I crave, abide, till I have told the message which I have. XXI. 190. She stayed, and forth Duessa gone proceed. O thou most ancient grandmother of all, more old than Jove, whom thou at first didst breed, or that great house of gods celestial, which wast begot in Demogorgon's hall. 195. And saw'st the secrets of the world unmade, why sufferedst thou thy nephews dear to fall, with elfin sword, most shamefully betrayed? Lo, where the stout Sans Joy doth sleep in deadly shade. XXII. And him before, I saw with bitter eyes. 200. The bold Sans Foy shrink underneath his spear, and now the prey of fowls in field he lies, nor wailed of friends, nor laid on groaning bier. That whilome was to me too dearly dear. Oh, what of gods then boots it to be born? 205. If old Avogul's sons so evil hear, or who shall not great knights' children scorn, when 2 of 3 her nephews are so foul forlorn? Ziv. Up then, up dreary dame, of darkness queen, go gather up the relics of thy race. 210. Or else go them avenge, and let be seen, that dreaded night in brightest day hath place. And can the children of fair light deface her feeling speeches some compassion moved in heart, and change in that great mother's face? 215. Yet pity in her heart was never proved. Till then, for evermore she hated, never loved. XXV. And said, Dear daughter, rightly may I rue the fall of famous children born of me, and good successes which their foes ensow. 220. But who can turn the stream of destiny, or break the chain of strong necessity, which fast is tied to Jove's eternal seat? The sons of day he favoureth, I see, and by my ruines thinks to make them great. 225. To make one great by others' loss, is bad excheat. XXVI. Yet shall they not escape so freely all. For some shall pay the price of others' guilt. And he, the man that made sans foy to fall, shall with his own blood price that he has spilt. 230. But what art thou, that tell'st of nephews kilt? I that do see me not, I, Duessa, am. Quoth she, however now in garments gilt, and gorgeous gold arrayed I to thee came. Duessa I, the daughter of deceit and shame. XXVI. 235. Then bowing down her aged back, she kissed the wicked witch, saying, In that fair face, the false resemblance of deceit I wist, did closely lurk, yet so true seeming grace it carried, that I scarce in darksome place. 240. Could it discern, though I the mother be of falsehood, and root of Duessa's race? O welcome child, whom I have longed to see, and now have seen unwares. Lo, now I go with thee. XVIII. Then to her iron wagon she betakes. 245. And with her beers the foul well-devoured witch, through mirksome air her ready way she makes. Her twyfold team, of which two black as pitch, and two were brown, yet each to each unlich, did softly swim away, any ever stamp. 250. Unless she chanced their stub-born mouths to twitch, then foaming tar, their bridles they would champ, and trampling the fine element would fiercely ramp. XXIX. So well they sped, that they be come at length unto the place, whereas the Paynim lay. 255. Devoid of outward sense, and native strength, covered with charmed cloud from view of day, and sight of men, since his late luckless fray, his cruel wounds with cruddy blood congealed, they binden up so wisely, as they may. 260. And handle softly, till they can be healed. So lay him in her chariot close in night concealed. XXX. And all the while she stood upon the ground, the wakeful dogs did never cease to bay, as giving warning of unwanted sound. 265. With which her iron wheels did them affray, and her dark greasely look them much dismay. The messenger of death, the ghastly owl, with dreary shrieks did also her bewray, and hungry wolves continually did howl. 270. At her abhorred face, so filthy and so foul. XXXI. Thence turning back in silence soft they stole, and brought the heave course with easy pace to yawning gulf of deep Avernus hole. By that same hole an entrance dark and base. 275. With smoke and sulphur hiding all the place, descends to hell, their creature never passed, that back returned without heavenly grace, but dreadful furies which their shens have brast, and damned sprites sent forth to make ill men aghast. XXXI. 280. By that same way the direful dames do drive their mournful chariot, filed with rusty blood, and down to Pluto's house are come by live, which passing through, on every side them stood, The trembling ghosts with sad amazed mood. 285. Chattering their iron teeth, and staring wide. With stony eyes. And all the hellish brood. Of fiends infernal flocked on every side. To gaze on earthly wight that with the night durst ride. 33. They paw the bitter waves of Acheron. 290. Where many souls sit wailing woefully. And come to fiery flood of Phlegethon. Whereas the damned ghosts in torments fry. And with sharp shrilling shrieks do bootless cry. Cursing high Jove. The which them thither sent. 295. The house of endless pain is built thereby. In which 10,000 sorts of punishment. The cursed creatures do eternally torment. XXIV. Before the threshold dreadful Cerberus. His 3 deformed heads did lay along. 300. Curled with 1,000 adders venomous. And lealed forth his blouty flaming tongue. At them he gone to rear his bristles strong. And felly gnar. Until day's enemy. Did him appease. Then down his tail he hung. 305. And suffered them to pass him quietly. For she in hell and heaven had power equally. XXXV. There was XXIX turned on a wheel. For daring tempt the queen of heaven to sin. And Sisyphus and huge round stone did reel. 310. Against an hill, any might from labor lin. There thirsty Tantalus hung by the chin. And Tityus fed a vulture on his maw. Typhoeus' joints were stretched on a gin. Theseus condemned to endless sloth by law. 315. And 50 sisters water in leak vessels draw. XXXVI. They all beholding worldly wights in place. Leave off their work, unmindful of their smart. To gaze on them, who forth by them do pace. Till they be come unto the furthest part. 320. Where was a cave wrought by wondrous art. Deep, dark, uneasy, doleful, comfortless. In which sad Aesculapius Faerie apart. Imprisoned was in Shen's remediless. For that Hippolytus rent course he did redress. XVI. 325. Hippolytus a jolly huntsman was. That wont in chariot chase the foaming boar. He all his peers in beauty did surpass. But ladies' love as loss of time forbore. His wanton stepdame loved him the more. 330. But when she saw her offred sweets refused. Her love she turned to hate, and him before. His father fierce of treason false accused. And with her jealous terms his open ears abused. XXXVI. Who all in rage his sea-god sire besought. 335. Some cursed vengeance on his son to cast. From surging gulf 2 monsters straight were brought. With dread whereof his chasing steeds aghast. Both chariot swift and huntsman overcast. His goodly core on ragged cliffs urent. 340. Was quite dismembered, and his members chast. Scattered on every mountain, as he went. That of Hippolytus was left no monument. XX. His cruel stepdame seeing what was done. Her wicked days with wretched knife did end. 345. In death avowing innocence of her son. Which hearing, his rash sire began to rend. His hair, and hasty tongue that did offend. Though gathering up the relics of his smart. By Dian's means, who was Hippolyte's friend. 350. Them brought to Aesculape, that by his art. Did heal them all again, and joined every part. XL. Such wondrous science in man's wit to reign. When Jove avised, that could the dead revive. And fates expired could renew again. 355. Of endless life he might him not deprive. But unto hell did thrust him down alive. With flashing thunderbolt yundit soar. Where long remaining, he did always strive himself with salves to health for to restore. 360. And slake the heavenly fire, that raged evermore. XLI. Their ancient knight arriving, did alight from her nigh weary wain, and in her arms to Aesculapius brought the wounded knight, whom having softly disarrayed of arms. 365. Though gone to him discover all his harms, beseeching him with prayer and with praise, if either salves, or oils, or herbs, or charms, a fordon white from door of death mote raise, he would at her request prolong her nephew's days. XLI. 370. Ah dame, quoth he, thou temptest me in vain to dare the thing, which daily yet I rue, and the old cause of my continued pain, with like attempt to like end to renew. Is not enough, that thrust from heaven due. 375. Here and less penance for one fault I pay, but that redoubled crime with vengeance new, thou biddest me to eke. Can night defray the wrath of thundering Jove that rules both night and day? XLI. Not so, quoth she, but sit that heaven's king. 380. From hope of heaven hath thee excluded quite. Why fearest thou, that canst not hope for thing? And fearest not, that more thee hurten might? Now in the power of everlasting night. Go to then, O thou Faerie renowned son. 385. Of great Apollo, shew thy famous might. In medicine, that else hath to thee won great pains, and greater praise, both never to be done. Slive. Her words prevailed, and then the learned leech, his cunning hand gone to his wounds to lay. 390. And all things else, the which his art did teach, which having seen, from thence arose away the mother of dread darkness, and let stay a vogel son there in the leech's cure, and back returning took her wonted way. 395. To run her timely race, whilst Phoebus pure in western waves his weary wagon did recure. XLV. The false Duessa leaving noyous night, returned to stately Palais of Dame Pride, where when she came, she found the fairy knight. 400. Departed thence, all but his wounds wide, not throughly healed, unready were to ride. Good 'cause he had to hasten thence away, for on a day his wary dwarf had spied, wherein a donjon deep huge numbers lay. 405. Of caitiff wretched thralls, that waylaid night and day. XLVI. A rueful sight, as could be seen with EIE. Of whom he learned had in secret wise the hidden cause of their captivity, how mortgaging their lives to covetize. 410. Through wastful pride and wanton riotous, they were by law of that proud tyrannous provoked with wrath and envy's false surmise, condemned to that donjon merciless, where they should live in woe, and die in wretchedness. XLVI. 415. There was that great proud king of Babylon, that would compel all nations to adore, and him as only God to call upon, till through celestial dome thrown out of door, into an ox he was transformed of yore. 420. There also was King Croesus, that enhanced his heart too high through his great riches store, and proud Antiochus, the which advanced his cursed hand gainst God and on his altars danced. XLVI. And them long time before, great Nimrod was. 425. That first the world with sword and fire warrade, and after him old Ninus Faerie did paw, in princely pompa, of all the world obeyed. There also was that mighty monarch laid low under all, yet above all in pride. 430. That name of native sire did foul upbraid. And would as Ammon's son be magnified. Till scorned of God and man a shameful death he died. 49. All these together in one heap were thrown. Like carcasses of beasts in butcher's stall. 435. And in another corner wide were strown the antique ruines of the Romanes' fall. Great Romulus the grandsire of them all. Proud Tarquin, and too lordly Lentulus. Stout Scipio, and stub-born Hannibal. 440. Ambitious Sylla, and stern Marius. High Caesar, great Pompey, and fierce Antonius. L. Amongst these mighty men were women mixed. Proud women, vain, forgetful of their yoke. The bold Semiramis, whose sides transfixed. 445. With Son's own blade, her foul reproaches spoke. Fair Sthenebia, that herself did choke. With wilful cord, for wanting of her will. High-minded Cleopatra, that with stroke of Aspi's sting herself did stoutly kill. 450. And thousands mo the like, that did that donjon fill. Li. Besides the endless routs of wretched thralls, which thither were assembled day by day, from all the world after their woeful phallus, through wicked pride, and wasted wealth's decay. 455. But most of all, which in the donjon lay, fell from high princes' courts, or ladies' bowers, where they in idle pompa, or wanton play, consumed had their goods, and thriftless houris, and lastly thrown themselves into these heavy stores. AII. 460. Whose case when as the careful dwarf had tood, and made ensample of their mournful sight, unto his maester, he no langer would there dwell in peril of like painful plight, but early rose, and ere that dawning light. 465. Discovered had the world to heaven wide. He by a privy postern took his flight. That of no envious eyes he mote be spied. For doubtless death ensued, if any him descried. Lii. Scarce could he footing find in that foul way. 470. For many courses, like a great lay stall of murdered men which therein strode lay, without remorse, or decent funeral, which all through that great princess pride did fall, and came to shameful end. And them beside. 475. Forth riding underneath the castell wall, a dunghill of dead carcasses he spied, the dreadful spectacle of that sad house of pride. Canto 6. From lawless lust by wondrous grace, fair Una is released, whom salvage nation does adore, and learns her wise behest. As when a ship, that flies fair under saily, an hidden rock escaped hath unwares, that lay in wait her wrack for to bewail, the mariner yet half amazed stares. 5. At peril past, and yet in doubt any dares to joy at his full happy oversight. So doubly is distressed twixt joy and cares the dreadless courage of this elfin knight, having escaped so sad ensamples in his sight. 2. 10. Yet sad he was that his too hasty speed the fair Duis had forced him leave behind, and yet more sad, that Una his dear dreed, her truth had stained with treason so unkind, yet crime in her could never creature find. 15. But for his love, and for her own self sake, she wandered had from one to other ynd, him for to seek, any ever would forsake, till her unwares the fears Sansloy did overtake. 3. Who, after Archimago's foul defeat, 20. Led her away into a forest wild, and turning wrathful fire to lustful heat, with beastly sin thought her to have defiled And made the vassal of his pleasures wild. Yet first he cast by treaty, and by trains. 25. Her to persuade that stub-born fort to yielde. For greater conquest of hard love he gains. That works it to his will, than he that it constrains. 4. With fawning words he courted her a while. And looking lovely, and oft sighing sore. 30. Her constant heart did tempt with diverse guile. But words and looks, and sighs she did abhor. As rock of diamond steadfast evermore. Yet for to feed his fiery lustful eye. He snatched the veil that hung her face before. 35. Then gone her bowtie shine, as brightest sky. And burnt his beastly heart to force her chastity. V. So when he saw his flattering arts to fail. And subtle engines bet from battery. With greedy force he gone the fort assail. 40. Whereof he weened possessed soon to be. And with rich spoil of ransacked chastity. Ah heavens! That do this hideous act behold. And heavenly virgin thus outraged see. How can ye vengeance just so long withhold? 45. And hurl not flashing flames upon that Paynim bold. 6. The piteous maiden careful comfortless. Does throw out thrilling shrieks, and shrieking cries. The last vain help of women's great distress. And with loud plaints importuneth the skies. 50. That molten stars do drop like weeping eyes. And Phoebus flying so most shameful sight. His blushing face in foggy cloud implies. And hides for shame. What wit of mortal wight can now devise to quit a thrall from such a plight? 7. 55. Eternal providence exceeding thought. Where none appears can make herself a way. A wondrous way it for this lady wrought. From lion's claws to pluck the griped prey. Her shrill outcries and shrieks so loud did bray. 60. That all the woods and forests did resound. A troop of fawns and satyrs far away. Within the wood were dancing in a round. Whiles old Sylvanus slept in shady arbor sound. 8. Who when they heard that piteous strained voice. 65. In haste forsook their rural merriment. And ran towards the far rebounded noise. To weet, what wight so loudly did lament. Unto the place they come incontinent. Whom when the raging Saracen espied. 70. A rude, mishapen, monstrous rabblement. Whose like he never saw, he durst not bide. But got his ready steed, and fast away gone ride. 9. The wild wood gods arrived in the place. There find the virgin doleful desolate. 75. With ruffled raiments, and fair blood-red face. As her outrageous foe had left her late. And trembling yet through fear of former hate. All stand amazed at so uncouth sight. And gin to pity her unhappy state. 80. All stand astonied at her bowtie bright. In their rude eyes unworthy of so woeful plight. X. She more amazed, in double dread doth dwell. And every tender part for fear doth shake. As when a greedy wolf, through hunger fell. 85. A seely lamb Faerie from the flock does take. Of whom he means his blouty feast to make. A lion spies fast running towards him. The innocent prey in hast he does forsake. Which quit from death yet quakes in every limb. 90. With change of fear, to see the lion look so grim. 11. Such fearful fit assayed her trembling heart. No word to speak, any joint to move she had. The salvage nation feel her secret smart. And read her sorrow in her countenance sad. 95. Their frowning foreheads with rough horns icled. And rustic horror all aside do lay. And gently grinning, show a semblance glad. To comfort her, and fear to put away. Their backward bent knees teach her humbly to obey. 12. 100. The doubtful damsel dare not yet commit her single person to their barbarous truth. But still twixt fear and hope amaz does sit. Late learned what harm to hasty trust ensueth. They in compassion of her tender youth. 105. And wonder of her bow tie sovereign. Are one with pity and unwonted ruth. And all prostrate upon the lowly plain. Do kiss her feet, and fawn on her with countenance fain. 13. Their hearts she guesseth by their humble guise. 110. And yields her to extremity of time. So from the ground she fearless doth arise. And walketh forth without suspect of crime. They all as glad, as birds of joyous prime. Thence lead her forth, about her dancing round. 115. Shouting, and singing all a shepherd's rhyme. And with green branches strowing all the ground. Do worship her, as queen, with olive garland crowned. 14. And all the way their merry pipes they sound. That all the woods with doubled echo ring. 120. And with their horned feet do wear the ground. Leaping like wanton kids in pleasant spring. So towards old Sylvanus they her bring. Who with the noise awaked cometh out. To weet the cause, his weak steps governing. 125. And aged limbs on cypress stadle stout. And with an ivy twine his wast is girt about. 15. Far off he wonders, what them makes so glad. Or Bacchus' merry fruit they did invent. Or Cybele's frantic rites have made them mad. 130. They drawing nigh, unto their God present. That flower of faith and bowtie excellent. The God himself, viewing that mere hour rare. Stood long amazed, and burnt in his intent. His own fair Dryope now he thinks not fair. 135. And follow foul when her to this he doth compare. 16. The wood-born people fall before her flat. And worship her as goddess of the wood. And old Sylvanus' self bethinks not, what? To think of wight so fair, but gazing stood. 140. In doubt to deem her born of earthly brood. Sometimes Dame Venus' self he seems to see. But Venus never had so sober mood. Sometimes Diana he her takes to be. But Miss Seth bow, and shafts, and buskins to her knee. 17. 145. By view of her he ginneth to revive his ancient love, and dearest Cyparis. And Caius to mind his portraiture alive. How fair he was, and yet not fair to this. And how he slew with glancing dart Amis. 150. A gentle Hind. The which the lovely boy did love as life, above all worldly bliss. For grief whereof the lad annulled after joy. But pewined away in anguish and self-wild annoy. 18. The woody nymphs, fair Hamadryads. 155. Her to behold do thither run apace. And all the troop of light-foot naiads flock all about to see her lovely face. But when they viewed have her heavenly grace, they envy her in their malicious mind. 160. And fly away for fear of foul disgrace. But all the satyrs scorn their woody kind. And henceforth nothing fair but her on earth they find. 19. Glad of such Lucy, the luckless lucky maid did her content to please their feeble eyes. 165. And long time with that salvage people stayed, to gather breath in many miseries. During which time her gentle wit she plies, to teach them truth, which worshipped her in vain, and made her image of idolatries. 170. But when their bootless zeal she did restrain, from her own worship, they her assy would worship fain. XX. It fortuned a noble warlike knight. By just occasion to that forest came, to seek his kindred, and the lineage right. 175. From whence he took his well-deserved name. He had in arms abroad won muchel fame, and filed far lands with glory of his might. Plain, faithful, true, an enemy of shame, and ever loved to fight for ladies' right. 180. But in vain glorious phrase he little did delight. XXII. A satyr's son born in forest wild, by strange adventure as it did betide, and there begotten of a lady Myld, fair Thyamis the daughter of Laybride. 185. That was in sacred bands of wedlock tied, to their Ion, a loose unruly swain, who had more joy to roam the forest wide, and chase the salvage beast with bussy pain, then serve his lady's love, and wast in pleasure's vain. XXII. 190. The forlorn maid did with love's longing burn, and could not lack her lover's company. But to the wood she goes, to serve her turn, and seek her spouse that from her still does fly, and follows other game and venery. 195. A satyr chanced her wandering for to find, and made her person thrall unto his beastly kind. XXII. So long in secret cabin there he held, then home he suffered her for to retire, for ransom leaving him the late-born child. 200. Whom till to riper years he gone aspire, he norsled up in life and manners wild, emongst wild beasts and woods, from laws of men exilda. XXIV. For all he taught the tender YMP, was but to banish cowardice and bastard fear. 205. His trembling hand he would him force to put upon the lion and the rugged bear, and from the she-bears teats her whelps to tear, and eke wild roaring bulls he would him make to tame, and ride their Bacchus not made to bear. 210. And the roebucks in flight to overtake, that every beast for fear of him did fly and quake. XXV. Thereby so fearless, and so fell he grew, that his own sire and master of his guise did often tremble at his horrid view. 215. And oft for dread of hurt would him advise the angry beasts not rashly to despise, nor too much to provoke, for he would learn the lion stoop to him in lowly wise, a lesson hard, and make the lib-bard stern. 220. Leave roaring, when in rage he for revenge did earn. XXVI. And for to make his power approved more, wild beasts in iron yokes he would compel, the spotted panther, and the tusked boar, the pardale swift, and the tigre cruel. 225. The antelope, and wolf both fierce and fell, and them constrain in equal team to draw. Such joy he had, their stub-born hearts to quell, and sturdy courage tame with dreadful awe, that his behest they feared, as a tyrant's law. XXVI. 230. His loving mother came upon a day unto the woods, to see her little son, and chanced unwares to meet him in the way, after his sports, and cruel pastime done, when after him a lioness did run. 235. That roaring all with rage, did load require her children dear, whom he away had won. The lion whelp she saw how he did bear, and lull in rugged arms, withouten childish fear. XVIII. The fearful dame all quaked at the sight. 240. And turning back, gone fast to fly away, until with love revoked from vain affright, she hardly yet persuaded was to stay. And then to him these womanish words gone say, Ah Satyrane, my dearling, and my joy. 245. For love of me leave off this dreadful play, To dally thus with death is no fit toy. Go find some other playfellows, mine own sweet boy. XXIX. In these and like delights of blouty game, he trained was, till riper years he rout. 250. And there abode, whilst any beast of name walked in that forest, whom he had not taught to fear his force, and then his courage hot. Desert of foreign foemen to be known, and far abroad for strange adventures sought. 255. In which his might was never overthrown, but through all faerie London his famous worth was blown. XXX. Yet evermore it was his manner fair, after long labours and adventures spent, unto those native woods for to repair. 260. To see his sire and offspring ancient. And now he thither came for like intent, where he unwares the fairest Una found. Strange lady, in so strange habiliment, teaching the satyrs, which her sat around. 265. True sacred lore, which from her sweet lips did redound. XXXI. He wondered at her wise dome heavenly rare, whose like in women's wit he never knew. And when her courteous deeds he did compare, gone her admire, and her sad sorrows rue. 270. Blaming of fortune, which such troubles threw, and joyed to make proof of her cruelty. On gentle dame, so hurtless, and so true. Thenceforth he kept her goodly company, and learned her discipline of faith and verity. XXXI. 275. But she all vowed unto the Red Cross Knight. His wandering peril closely did lament. Nay, in this new acquaintance could delight, but her dear heart with anguish did torment, and all her wit in secret counsel spent. 280. How to escape. At last in privy wise, to Satyrane she shewed her intent, who glad to gain such favour, gone devise how with that pensive maid he best might thence arise. 33. So on a day when satyrs all were gone. 285. To do their service to Sylvanus old, the gentle virgin left behind alone, he led away with courage stout and bold. Too late it was, to satyrs to be told, or ever hope recover her again. 290. In vain he seeks that having cannot hold, so fast he carried her with careful pain, that they the woods are past, and come now to the plain. XXIV. The better part now of the lingering day, they travelled had, when as they Faerie espied. 295. A weary wight forwandering by the way, and towards him they gone in haste to ride, to weet of news, that did abroad betide, or tidings of her Knight of the Red Cross. But he them spying, gone to turn aside. 300. For fear as seemed, or for some feigned loss, more greedy they of news, fast towards him do cross. XXXV. A silly man, in simple weeds foreworn, and soiled with dust of the long dried way. His sandals were with toilsome travel torn. 305. And face all tanned with scorching sunny ray, as he had travelled many a summer's day, through boiling sands of Araby and Indy, and in his hand a Jacob's staff, to stay his weary limbs upon, and eke behind. 310. His scrip did hang, in which his needments he did bind. XXXVI. The night approaching nigh, of him inquired tidings of war, and of adventures new. But wars, nor new adventures none he heard. Then Una gone to ask, if aught he knew. 315. Or heard abroad of that her champion true, that in his armour bare a crosslet red. I me, dear dame, quoth he, well may I rue, to tell the sad sight which mine eyes have read. These eyes did see that night both living and eke dead. XVII. 320. That cruel word her tender heart so thrilled. That sudden cold did run through every vein. And stony horror all her senses filed. With dying fit, that down she fell for pain. The knight her lightly reared up again. 325. And comforted with courteous kind relief. Then, won from death, she bade him tell and plain the further process of her hidden grief. The lesser pangs can bear, who hath endured the chief. XXXVI. Then gone the pilgrim thus, I chanced this day. 330. This fat all day, that shall I ever rue. To see two knights in travel on my way. A sorry sight, harangued in Batel new. Both breathing vengeance. Both of wrathful HEW. My fearful flesh did tremble at their strife. 335. To see their blades so greedily embroil. That drunk with blood, yet thirsted after life. What more? The Red Cross knight was slain with pain and knife. XXIX. Ah, dearest lord, quoth she, how might that be? And he the stoutest knight, that ever won. 340. Ah, dearest dame, quoth he, how might I see? The thing, that might not be, and yet was done. Where is, said Saturaine, that Paynim son? That him of life, and us of joy hath reft? Not far away, quoth he hence doth one. 345. For by a fountain, where I laid him left. Washing his bloody wounds, that through the steel were cleft. XL. Therewith the knight thence marched forth in haste. Whiles Una with huge heaviness oppressed. Could not for sorrow follow him so fast. 350. And soon he came, as he the place had guessed. Whereas that pagan proud himself did rest. In secret shadow by a fountain side. Even he it was, that erst would have suppressed. Fair Una, whom when Saturaine espied. 355. With foul reproachful words he boldly him defied. XLI. And said, Arise thou cursed miscreant. That hast with knightless guile and treacherous train. Fair knighthood foully shamed, and doest vaunt. That good knight of the Red Cross to have slain. 360. Arise. And with like treason now maintain thy guilty wrong, or else thee guilty yield. The Saracen this hearing, rose amain. And catching up in hast his three-square shield. And shining helmet, soon him buckled to the field. XLI. 365. And drawing nigh him said, Ah, misborn Elfie. In evil hour thy foes thee hither sent. Another's wrongs to wreak upon thyself. Yet ill thou blamest me. For having blent my name with guile and traitorous intent. 370. That Red Cross knight, pretty, I never slew. But had he been, where erst his arms were lent. Enchanter vain his error should not rue. But thou his error shalt, I hope. Now proven true. XLI. Therewith they gone, both furious and fell. 375. To thunder blows, and fiercely to assail. Each other bent his enemy to quell. That with their force they pierced both plate and mail. And made wide furrows in their fleshes freely. That it would pity any living EIE. 380. Large floods of blood adown their sides did rail. But floods of blood could not them satisfy. Both hung red after death, both chose to win, or die. Slive. So long they fight, and fell revenge pursue. That fainting each, themselves to Brea then let. 385. And oft refreshed, Batel oft renew. As when two boars with rankling malice met. Their gory sides fresh bleeding fiercely fret. Till breathless both themselves aside retire. Where foaming wrath, their cruel tusks they whet. 390. And trample th earth, the whiles they may respire. Then back to fight again, new-breathed and entire. XLV. So fiercely, when these knights had breathed once, they gone to fight return, increasing more their puissant force, and cruel rage attance. 395. With heaped strokes more hugely than before, that with their dreary wounds and bloody gore, they both deformed, scarcely could be known. By this, sad Una fraught with anguish sore, led with their noise, which through the air was thrown. 400. Arrived, where they in earth their fruitless blood had sown. XXVI. Whom all so soon as that proud Saracen espied, he gone revive the memory of his lewd lusts, and late attempted sin, and left the doubtful battle hastily. 405. To catch her, newly offered to his EIE. But Saturain with strokes him turning, stayed, and sternly bade him other business ply. Then hunt the steps of pure unspotted maid. Wherewith he all enragged, these bitter speeches said. XLVI. 410. O foolish Faerie's son, what fury mad hath thee incensed, to hast thy doleful fate? Were it not better I that lady had, than that thou hadst repented it too late? Most senseless man he, that himself doth hate. 415. To love another. Lo then for thine aid, here take thy lover's token on thy pate. So they two fight, the whiles the royal maid fled far away, of that proud Paynim sore afraid. XLVI. But that false pilgrim, which that leasing told. 420. Being indeed old Archimage, did stay in secret shadow, all this to behold, and much rejoiced in their bloody fray. But when he saw the damsel pass away, he left his stand, and her pursued apace. 425. In hope to bring her to her last decay, but for to tell her lamentable case. And eke this battle's end, will need another place. Canto 7. The Red Cross Knight is captive made, by giant proud oppressed. Prince Arthur meets with Una great, ly with those news distressed. I. What man so wise, what earthly wit so ware, as to descry the crafty cunning train, by which deceit doth mask in this our fair, and cast her colours dyed deep in grain. 5. To see me like truth, whose shape she well can feign, and fitting gestures to her purpose frame, the guiltless man with guile to entertain. Great mistress of her art was that false dame, the false Duessa, cloaked with Fidesi's name. 2. 10. Who when returning from the dreary night, she found not in that perilous house of pride, where she had left, the noble Red Cross Knight, her hoped prey, she would no longer bide, but forth she went, to seek him far and wide. 15. Ere long she found, whereas he weary sate, to rest himself, for by a fountain side, disarmed all of iron coat plate, and by his side his steed the grassy forage ate. 3. He feeds upon the cooling shade, and bathes. 20. His sweaty forehead in the breathing wind, which through the trembling leaves full gently plays, wherein the cheerful birds of sundry kind do chaunt sweet music, to delight his mind, the which approaching gone him fairly greet. 25. And with reproach of carelessness unkind, upbraid, for leaving her in place unmeet, with foul words tempering fair, sour gall with honey sweet. 4. Unkindness past, they gone of solace treat, and bathe in pleasance of the joyous shade. 30. Which shielded them against the boiling heat, and with green boughs decking a gloomy glade, about the fountain like a girland maid, whose bubbling wave did ever freshly well Ne ever would through fervent summer fade. 35. The sacred nymph, which therein wont to dwell, was out of Dian's favour, as it then befell. V. The cause was this: one day, when Phoebe fair, with all her band was following the chase, this nymph, quite teared with heat of scorching air, 40. Sat down to rest in midst of the race. The goddess wroth gone foully her disgrace, and bade the waters, which from her did flow, be such as she herself was then in place. Thenceforth her waters waxed dull and slow. 45. And all that drink thereof do faint and feeble grow. 6. Here of this gentle knight unweaving was, and lying down upon the sandy grail, drunk of the stream, as clear as crystal glass. Eftsoons his manly forces gone to fail. 50. And mighty strong was turned to feeble frailty. His chonged powers at first themselves not felt, till cruddled cold his courage gone assail, and cheerful blowed in faintness chill did melt, which like a fever fit through all his body swelt. 7. 55. Yet goodly court he made still to his dame, poured out in looseness on the grassy ground, both careless of his health, and of his fame, till at the last he heard a dreadful sound, which through the wood loud bellowing did rebound. 60. That all the earth for terror seemed to shake, and trees did tremble. Elfie therewith astound, upstart lightly from his looser make, and his unready weapons gone in hand to take. 8. But ere he could his armor on him dight, 65. Or get his shield, his monstrous enemy, with sturdy steps came stalking in his sight, an hideous Jaon, horrible and high, that with his tallness seemed to threat the sky. The ground eke groaned under him for dread. 70. His living like saw never living eye, ne durst behold, his stature did exceed the height of three the tallest sons of mortal seed. 9. The greatest earth his uncouth mother was, and blustering Aeolus his boasted sire. 75. Brought forth this monstrous mass of earthly slime, puffed up with empty wind, and filed with sinful crime. X. So grown great through arrogant delight, of high descent, whereof he was aborn, and through presumption of his matchless might. 80. All other powers and knighthood he did scorn, such now he marcheth to this man forlorn, and left to loss, his stalking steps are stayed upon a snaggy oak, which he had torn out of his mother's bowels, and it made. 85. His mortal mace, wherewith his foeman he dismayed. 11. That when the knight he spied, he gone advance, with huge force and insupportable main, and towards him with dreadful fury praunce, who hapless, and eke hopeless, all in vain. 90. Did to him pace, sad bataille to darraign, disarmed, disgraced, and inwardly dismayed, and eke so faint in every joint and vein, through that frailty fountain, which him feeble made, that scarcely could he wield his bootless single blade. 12. 95. The gonstruck so mainly merciless, that could have overthrown a stony tor, and were not heavenly grace, that did him bless. He had been poldred all, as thin as floor, but he was wary of that deadly store. 100. And lightly leapt from underneath the blow. Yet so exceeding was the villain's power, that with the wind it did him overthrow, and all his senses stound, that still he lay full low. 13. As when that divilish Iron Engen wrought. 105. In deepest hell, and frammed by fury's skill, with windy nitre and quick sulphur fraught, and rammed with bullet round, ordained to kill, conceiveth fire, the heavens it doth fill with thundering noise, and all the air doth choke. 110. That none can breath, nor see, nor hear at will. Through smouldry cloud of duskish stinking smoke. That only breath him daunts, who hath escaped the stroke. 14. So daunted when the gaunt saw the night. His heave-I hand he heaved up on high. 115. And him to dust thought to have battered quite. Until Duessa loud to him gone cry. O great Orgoglio, greatest under sky. O hold thy mortal hand for lady's sake. Hold for my sake, and do him not to die. 120. But vanquish thine eternal bond-slave make. And me, thy worthy meed, unto thy leman take. 15. He hearkened, and did stay from further harms. To gain so goodly guerdon, as she spake. So willingly she came into his arms. 125. Who her as willingly to grace did take. And was possessed of his new-found make. Then up he took the slombred senseless course. And ere he could out of his swoon awake. Him to his castle brought with hasty force. 130. And in a donjon deep him threw without remorse. 16. From that day forth Duessa was his dear. And highly honored in his haughty eye. He gave her gold and purple pall to wear. And triple crown set on her head full high. 135. And her endowed with royal majesty. Then for to make her dreaded more of men. And people's hearts with awful terror tie. A monstrous beast ibered in filthy fun. He chose, which he had kept long time in darksome den. 17. 140. Such one it was, as that renowned snake. Which great Alcides in Stramona slew. Long fostered in the filth of Lerna lake. Whose many heads outbutting ever knew. Did breed him and less labor to subdue. 145. But this same monster much more ugly was. For 7 great heads out of his body grew. An iron breast, and back of scaly brows. And all embrued in bloud, his eyes did shine as glass. 18. His tail was stretched out in wondrous length. 150. That to the house of heavenly gods it rout. And with extorted power, and borrowed strength. The ever-burning lamps from thence it brout. And proudly threw to ground. As things of naught. And underneath his filthy feet did tread. 155. The sacred things, and holy heasts foretaught. Upon this dreadful beast with 7-fold head. He set the false Duessa, for more awe and dread. 19. The woeful dwarf, which saw his maesters fall. Whiles he had keeping of his grying steed. 160. And valiant knight become a caitiff thrall. When all was past, took up his forlorn weed. His mighty armor, missing most at need. His silver shield, now idle masterless. His poignant spear, that many made to bleed. 165. The rueful monuments of heaviness. And with them all departs, to tell his great distress. XX. He had not travailed long, when on the way. He woeful lady, woeful Una met. Fast flying from that Paynim's greedy prey. 170. Whilst Satyrane him from pursuit did let. Who when her eyes she on the dwarf had set. And saw the Cygnes. That deadly tidings spake. She fell to ground for sorrowful regret. And lively breath her sad breast did forsake. 175. Yet might her piteous heart be seen to pant and quake. XXII. The messenger of so unhappy news. Would fain have died, dead was his heart within. Yet outwardly some little comfort shews. At last recovering heart, he does begin. 180. To rub her temples, and to chauffe her chin. And every tender part does toss and turn. So hardly he the flitted life does win. unto her native prison to return. Then gins her grieved ghost thus to lament and mourn. XXII. 185. Ye dreary instruments of doleful sight, that do this deadly spectacle behold, why do ye langer feed on loathed light? Or liking find to gaze on earthly mould? Sith cruel fates the careful threats unfold. 190. The which my life and love together tied. Now let the stony dart of senseless cold pierce to my heart, and paw through every side. And let eternal night so sad sight fro me hide. XXII. O lightsome day, the lampy of highest Jove. 195. First made by him, men's wandering ways to guide. When darkness he in deepest dawn eon drove. Henceforth thy hated face for ever hide. And shut up heaven's windows shining wide. For earthly sight cannot but sorrow breed. 200. And late repentance, which shall long abide. Mine eyes no more on vanity shall feed, but sealed up with death, shall have their deadly meed. XXIV. Then down again she fell unto the ground, but he her quickly reared up again. 205. Thrice did she sink adown in deadly swoon, and thrice he her revived with bussy pain. At last when life recovered had the rein, and over-wrestled his strong enemy, with faltering tongue, and trembling every vein. 210. Tell on, quoth she, the woeful tragedy, the which these relics sad present unto mine eye. XXV. Tempestuous fortune hath spent all her spite, and thrilling sorrow thrown his utmost dart. Thy sad tongue cannot tell more heavy plight. 215. Then that I feel, and harbour in mine heart, who hath endured the whole, can bear each part. If death it be, it is not the first wound that launched hath my breast with bleeding smart. Begin, and end the bitter baleful stound. 220. If less than that I fear, more favour I have found. XXVI. Then gone the dwarf the whole discourse declare. The subtle trains of Archimago old. The wanton loves of false Fidessa fair. Bought with the blood of vanquished Paynim bold. 225. The wretched pair transformed to tree and mould. The house of pride, and perils round about. The combat, which he with sans joy did hood. The luckless conflict with the giant stout. Wherein captived, of life or death he stood in doubt. XXVI. 230. She heard with patience all unto the end, and strove to master sorrowful essay, which greater grew, the more she did contend, and almost rent her tender heart in tway, and love fresh coals unto her fire did lay. 235. For greater love, the greater is the loss. Was never lady loved dearer day? Then she did love the Knight of the Red Cross, for whose dear sake so many troubles her did toss. XVIII. At last when fervent sorrow slaked was. 240. She up arose, resolving him to find, alive or dead, and forward forth doth paw. All as the dwarf the way to her ascend, and evermore, in constant careful mind, she fed her wound with fresh renewed bale. 245. Long tossed with storms, and bet with bitter wind, high over hills, and low adown the dale, she wandered many a wood, and measured many a vale. XXIX. At last she chanced by good hap to meet a goodly knight, fair marching by the way. 250. Together with his squire, arrayed meet. His glitter and armour shined far away, like glancing light of Phoebus' brightest ray. From top to toe no place appeared bare, that deadly dint of steel in danger may. 255. Athwart his breast a baldric brave he wear, That XXIX, like twinkling stars, with stones most precious rare. XXX. And in the midst thereof one precious stone. Of wondrous worth, and eke of wondrous mights. Shaped like a lady's head, exceeding shone. 260. Like Hesperus amongst the lesser lights. And strove for to amaze the weaker sights. Thereby his mortal blade full comely hung. In ivory sheath, it carved with curious sleights. Whose hilts were burnished gold, and handle strong. 265. Of mother pearl, and buckled with a golden tong. XXXI. His haughty helmet, horrid all with gold. Both glorious brightness, and great terror bred. For all the crest a dragon did enfold. With greedy paws, and over all did spread. 270. His golden wings, his dreadful hideous head. Close couched on the bever, seemed to throw. From flaming mouth bright sparkles fiery red. That sudden horror to faint hearts did show. And scaly tail was stretched adown his back full low. XXXI. 275. Upon the top of all his lofty crest. A bunch of hairs discolored diversely. With sprinkled pearl, and gold full richly dressed. Did shake, and seemed to dance for jollity. Like to an almond tree immounted high. 280. On top of green Selinus all alone. With blossoms brave bedecked daintily. Whose tender locks do tremble every one. At every little breath that under heaven is blown. 33. His warlike shield all closely covered was. 285. Ne might of mortal eye be ever seen. Not made of steel, nor of enduring brass. Such earthly metals soon consumed been. But all of diamond perfect pure and clean. It framed was, one massy entire mold. 290. Hewn out of adamant rock with engines keen. That point of spirit never person could. Ne dint of dire full sword divide the substance would. XXIV. The same to white he never won't disclose. But when as monsters huge he would dismay. 295. Or daunt unequal armies of his foes. Or when the flying heavens he would affray. For so exceeding shone his glistering ray. That Phoebus' golden face it did adamant. As when a cloud his beams doth overlay. 300. And silver Cynthia waxed pale and faint. As when her face is stained with magic art's constraint. XXXV. No magic arts hereof had any might. Nor blowdy wards of bold enchanters call. But all that was not such as seemed in sight. 305. Before that shield did fade, and sudden fall. And, when him list the rascal roots appall. Men into stones therewith he could transmute. And stones to dust, and dust to naught at all. And when him list the prouder looks subdue. 310. He would them gazing blind, or turn to other HEW. XXXVI. Now let it see me, that credence this exceeds. For he that made the same, was known right well. To have done much more admirable deeds. It Merlin was, which whilome did excel. 315. All living wights in might of magic spell. Both shield, and sword, and armor all he wrought. For this young prince, when first to arms he fell. But when he died, the Faerie Queene it brought. To fairy London, where yet it may be seen, if sought. XVIII. 320. A gentle youth, his dearly loved squire. His spear of Hubban would behind him bear. Whose harmful head, thrice heated in the fire. Had riven many a breast with pikehead square. A goodly person. And could menage fair. 325. His stub-born steed with curbed cannon bit. Who under him did trample as the air. And chafed, that any on his back should sit. The iron rowels into frothy foam he bit. XXXVI. When as this knight nigh to the lady drew. 330. With lovely court he gone her entertain. But when he heard her answers loath, he knew some secret sorrow did her heart distrain, which to allay, and calm her storming pain, fair feeling words he wisely gone display. 335. And for her humour fitting purpose feign, to tempt the cause itself for to bewray. Wherewith immoved, these bleeding words she gone to say. XX. What world's delight, or joy of living speech, can heart, so plunged in sea of sorrows deep? 340. And heaped with so huge misfortunes, reach? The careful cold beginneth for to creep. And in my heart his iron arrow steep. Soon as I think upon my bitter bale, such helpless harms yts better hidden keep. 345. Then rip up grief, where it may not avail. My last left comfort is my woes to weep and wail. XL. Ah, lady dear, quoth then the gentle knight. Well may I ween your grief is wondrous great. For wondrous great grief groaneth in my sprite. 350. Whiles thus I hear you of your sorrows treat. But woeful lady, let me you entreat, for to unfold the anguish of your heart. Mishaps are mastered by advice discreet, and counsel mitigates the greatest smart. 355. Found never help who never would his hurts impart. XLI. Oh but, quoth she, great grief will not be tooed, and can more easily be thought than said. Right so, quoth he, but he that never would, could never, will to might gives greatest aid. 360. But grief, quoth she, does greater grow displaid, if then it find not help, and breeds despair. Despair breeds not, quoth he, where faith is stayed. No faith so fast, quoth she, but flesh does pair. Flesh may impair, quoth he, but reason can repair. XLI. 365. His goodly reason, and well-guided speech, so deep did settle in her gracious thought, that her persuaded to disclose the breach, which love and fortune in her heart had wrought. And said, Fair sir, I hope good hap hath brought. 370. You to inquire the secrets of my grief, or that your wise dome will direct my thought, or that your prowess can me yield relief. Then hear the story sad, which I shall tell you brief. XLI. The forlorn maiden, whom your eyes have seen. 375. The laughing stock of fortune's mockeries. AMTH, only daughter of a king and queen, whose parents dear, whilst equal destinies did run about, and their felicities the favorable heavens did not envy. 380. Did spread their rule through all the territories, which Physon and Euphrates floweth by, and Gihon's golden waves do wash continually. Slive. Till that their cruel cursed enemy, an huge great dragon horrible in sight. 385. Bred in the loathly lakes of Tartary, with murderous ravine, and devouring might, their kingdom spoiled, and Count Ray wasted quite themselves. For fear into his jaws to fall, he forced a castle strong to take their flight. 390. Where fast embarred in mighty Brasen wall, he has them now 4 years besieged to make them thrall. XLV. Full many knights adventurous and stout have enterprise that monster to subdue, from every coast that heaven walks about. 395. Have thither come the noble Martial crew, that famous hard achievement still pursue. Yet never any could that girland win, but all still shrunk, and still he greater grew. All they for want of faith, or guilt of sin. 400. The piteous prey of his fierce cruelty have been, XXVI. At last Isled with Faerie reported praise, which flying fame throughout the world had spread, of doughty knights, whom Faerie land did raise, that noble order height of maidenhead. 405. Forthwith to court of Gloriane I sped, of Gloriane great queen of glory bright, whose kingdom seat Cleopolis is read, there to obtain some such redoubt knight, the parents dear from tyrants' power deliver might. XXVI. 410. It was my chance was fair and good, therefore to find a fresh unproved knight, whose manly hands embroidered in guilty blood, had never been any ever by his might, had thrown to ground the unregarded right. 415. Yet of his prowess proof he since hath made, I witness am, in many a cruel fight, the groaning ghosts of many one dismayed, have felt the bitter dint of his avenging blade. XXVI. And ye the forlorn relics of his power. 420. His biting sword, and his devouring spear, which have endured many a dreadful store, can speak his prowess, that did erst you bear, and well could rule, now he hath left you here, to be the record of his rueful loss. 425. And of my doleful disaventurous dear, O heave I record of the good Red Cross. Where have you left your lord, that could so well you toss? 49. Well hoped I, and fair beginnings had, that he my captive languor should redeem. 430. Till all unweeting, an enchanter bad, his sense abust, and made him to misdeem my loyalty, not such as it did see me, that rather death desire, than such despite. Be judge ye heavens, that all things right esteem. 435. How I him loved, and love with all my might. So thought I eke of him, and think I thought aright. L. Thenceforth me desolate he quite forsook, to wander, where wild fortune would me lead, and other byways he himself betook. 440. Where never foot of living wight did tread, that brought not back the baleful body dead, in which him chanced false Duessa meet, mine only foe, mine only deadly dread, who with her witchcraft, and mis-seeming sweet. 445. Inveigled him to follow her desires unmeet. Li. At last by subtle sleights she him betrayed unto his foe, a giant huge and tall, who him disarmed, dissolute, dismayed, unwares surprised, and with mighty maul. 450. The monster merciless him made to fall, whose fall did never foe before behold, and now in darksome dungeon, wretched thrall, remediless, for aie he doth him hold. This is my cause of grief, more great than may be told. Ai. 455. Ere she had ended all, she gone to faint, but he her comforted and fair bespake. Certes, madam, ye have great cause of plaint. The stoutest heart, I ween, could cause to quake. But be of cheer, and comfort to you take. 460. For till I have acquit your captive knight, assure yourself, I will you not forsake. His cheerful words revived her cheerless sprite. So forth they went, the dwarf them guiding ever right. Canto 8. Fair virgin, to redeem her dear, brings Arthur to the fight, who slays that giant, wounds the beast, and strips Duessa quite. Ay me, how many perils do enfold the righteous man, to make him daily fall, were not that heavenly grace doth him uphold, and steadfast truth acquit him out of all. 5. Her love is firme, her care continual, so oft as he through his own foolish pride, or weakness is to sinful bands made thrall, else should this Red Cross knight in bands have dydd, for whose deliverance she this prince doth thither guide. 2. 10. They sadly travelled thus, until they came nigh to a castle builded strong and high. Then cried the dwarf, Lo yonder is the same, in which my lord my liege doth luckless lie, thrall to that giant's hateful tyranny. 15. Therefore, dear sir, your mighty power as essay. The noble knight alighted by and by from lofty steed, and bade the lady stay, to see what end of fight should him befall that day. 3. So with the squire, admirer of his might. 20. He marched forth towards that castle wall, whose gates he found fast shut, any living wight toward the same, nor answer a comer's call. Then took that squire an horn of bugle small, which hung adown his side in twisted gold. 25. And tassels gay, wide wonders over all, of that same horn's great virtues wherein told, which had approved bene in uses manifold. 4. Was never wight that heard that shrilling sound, but trembling fear did feel in every vein. 30. 3 miles it might be easy heard around, and echoes 3 answered itself again. No false enchantment, nor deceitful train, might once abide the terror of that blast, but presently was void and wholly vain. 35. No gate so strong, no lock so firme and fast, but with that pursing noise flew open quite, or brast. The same before the Géant's gate he blew, that all the castle quaked from the ground, and every door of free will open flew. 40. The giant's self dismayed with that sound, where he with his duessa dalliance found, in hast came rushing forth from inner bower, with staring countenance stern, as one astound, and staggering steps, to weet, what Suddian store. 45. Had wrought that horror strange, and darred his dreaded power. 6. And after him the proud duessa came, high mounted on her many-headed beast, and every head with fiery tongue did flame, and every head was crowned on his creast. 50. And bloody mouthed with late cruel feast, that when the knight beheld, his mighty shield, upon his manly arm he soon addressed, and at him fiercely flew, with courage filed, and eager greediness through every member thrilled. 7. 55. Therewith the giant buckled him to fight, inflamed with scornful wrath and high disdain, and lifting up his dreadful club on height, all armed with ragged snubs and not tie grain, him thought at first encounter to have slain. 60. But wise and wary was that noble pair, and lightly leaping from so monstrous main, did fair avoid the violence him near. It booted not to think such thunderbolts to bear. 8. Ne shame he thought to shun so hideous might. 65. The idle stroke, in forcing furious way, missing the mark of his misaimed sight, did fall to ground, and with his heave sway, so deeply dinted in the driven clay, that 3 yards deep a furrow up did throw. 70. The sad earth wounded with so sore assay, did groan full grievous underneath the blow, and trembling with strange fear, did like an earthquake show. 9. As when Almighty Jove, in wrathful mood, to wreak the guilt of mortal sins is bent. 75. Hurls forth his thundering dart with deadly food, enrolled in flames, and smouldering derriment, through riven clouds and molten firmament, the fierce 3-forked engine making way, both lofty torres and highest trees hath rent. 80. And all that might his angry passage stay, and shooting in the earth, casts up a mount of clay. X. His boisterous club, so buried in the ground, he could not rearon up again so light, but that the knight him at a vantage found. 85. And whiles he strove his combrade club to quite out of the earth, with blade all burning bright, he smote off his left arm, which like a block did fall to ground, deprived of native might. Large streams of blood out of the trunk stalk 90. Forth gushed, like fresh water stream from riven rock. 11. Dismayed with so desperate deadly wound, and eke impatient of unwonted pain, he loudly brayed with beastly yelling sound, that all the fields rebellowed again. 95. As great a noise, as when in Cimbrian plain an herd of bules, whom kindly rage doth sting, do for the milky mother's want complain, and fill the fields with troublous bellowing. The neighbor woods around with hollow murmur ring. 12. 100. That when his dear Duessa heard, and saw the evil stound, that dongered her estate, unto his aid she hastily did draw her dreadful beast, who swoln with blood of late came ramping forth with proud presumptuous gait. 105. And threatened all his heads like flaming brands. But him the squire made quickly to retrate, encountering fierce with single sword in hand. And twixt him and his lord did like a bulwark stand. 13. The proud Duessa, full of wrathful spite. 110. And fierce disdain, to be affronted so, enforced her purple beast with all her might, that stop out of the way to overthrow, scorning the lead of so unequal foe. But Nathamore would that courageous swain. 115. To her yield passage, gainst his lord to go, but with outrageous strokes did him restrain, and with his bodie barred the way atwixt them twain. 14. Then took the angry witch her golden cup, which still she bore, replete with magic arts. 120. Death and despair did many thereof sup, and secret poison through their inner parts. Eternal bale of heavy wounded hearts, which after charms and some enchantments said, she lightly sprinkled on his weaker parts. 125. Therewith his sturdy courage soon was cayed, and all his senses were with sudden dread dismayed. 15. So down he fell before the cruel beast, who on his neck his bloody claws did seize, that life nigh crushed out of his panting breast. 130. No power he had to stir, nor will to rise, that when the careful night gone well avis, he lightly left the foe, with whom he fought, and to the beast gone turn his enterprise. For wondrous anguish in his heart it wrought. 135. To see his loved squire into such thraldom brought. 16. And high advancing his bloodthirsty blade, stroke one of those deformed heads so sore, that of his puissance proud ensample made, his monstrous scalp down to his teeth it tore. 140. And that misformed shape misshaped more, a sea of blood gushed from the gaping wound, that her gay garments stained with filthy gore, and overflowed all the field around, that over shoes in blood he waded on the ground. 17. 145. Thereat he roared for exceeding pain, that to have heard great horror would have bred, and scourging empty air with his long train, through great impatience of his grieved head, his gorgeous rider from her lofty stead. 150. Would have cast down, and trod in dirty mire, had not the giant soon her succored, who all enragged with smart and frantic ire, came hurtling in full fierce, and forced the knight retire. 18. The force which want in two to be dispersed. 155. In one alone left hand he now unites, which is through rage more strong than both were erst, with which his hideous club aloft he dights, and at his foe with furious rigor smites, that strongest oak might see me to overthrow. 160. The stroke upon his shield so heave I lights, that to the ground it doubleth him full low. What mortal wight could ever bear so monstrous blow? 19. And in his fall his shield, that covered was, did lose his vele by chance, and open flew. 165. The light whereof, that heaven's light did paw, such blazing brightness through the air threw, that I mote not the same endure to view. Which when the giant spied with staring eye, he down let fall his arm, and soft withdrew. 170. His weapon huge, that heaved was on high, for to have slain the man, that on the ground did lie. XX. And eke the fruitful-headed beast, amazed at flashing beams of that sunshiny shield, became stark blind, and all his senses dazzled. 175. That down he tumbled on the dirty field, and seemed himself as conquered to yield. Whom when his mistress proud perceived to fall, whiles yet his feeble feet for faintness reeled, unto the giant loudly she gan call. 180. O help Orgoglio, help, or else we perish all. XXI. At her so piteous cry was much amoved her champion stout, and for to aid his friend, again his wonted angry weapon proved. But all in vain, for he has read his end. 185. In that bright shield, and all their forces spend themselves in vain, for since that glancing sight, he had no power to hurt, nor to defend. As where Almighty's lightning brawn does light, it dims the dazed eyen, and daunts the senses quite. XXII. 190. Whom when the prince, to battle new addressed, and threatening high his dreadful stroke did see, his sparkling blade about his head he blessed, and smote off quite his right leg by the knee. That down he tomb led, as an aged tree. 195. High growing on the top of rocky cliff, whose heartstrings with keen steel nigh hoen be, the mighty trunk half rent, with ragged rift, doth roll adown the rocks, and fall with fearful drift. XXII. Or as a castle reared high and round, 200. By subtle engines and malicious sleight, is undermined from the lowest ground, and her foundation forced, and feebled quite, at last down fallous, and with her heaped height, her hasty ruin does more heavy make. 205. And yields itself unto the victor's might. Such was this giant's fall, that seemed to shake the steadfast globe of earth, as it for fear did quake. XIV. The knight then lightly leaping to the prey, with mortal steel him smote again so sore. 210. That headless his unwieldy body lay, all wallowed in his own foul blouty gore, which flowed from his wounds in wondrous store. But soon as breath out of his breast did paw, that huge great body, which the giant bore, 215. Was vanished quite, and of that monstrous moss was nothing left, but like an empty bladder was. XXV. Whose grievous fall, when false Duessa spied, her golden cup she cast unto the ground, and crowned mitre rudely threw aside. 220. Such piercing grief her stub-born heart did wound, that she could not endure that doleful stound, but leaving all behind her, fled away. The light-foot squire her quickly turned around, and by hard means enforcing her to stay. 225. So brought unto his lord, as his deserved prey. XXVI. The royal virgin which beheld from Faerie, in pensive plight, and sad perplexity, the whole achievement of this doubtful war, came running fast to greet his victory. 230. With sober gladness, and myld modes tie, and with sweet joyous cheer him thus bespake. Fair branch of noblesse, flower of chivalry, that with your worth the world amazed make. How shall I quite the pains ye suffer for my sake? XXVI. 235. And you fresh bud of virtue springing fast, whom these sad eyes saw nigh unto death's door. What hath poor virgin for such peril past? Wherewith you to reward? Accept therefore my simple self, and service evermore. 240. And he that high does sit, and all things see, with equal eyes, their merites to restore. Behold what ye this day have done for me, and what I cannot quite, requite with usury. XVIII. But sit the heavens, and your fair handling. 245. Have made you master of the field this day. Your fortune master eke with governing. And well begun end all so well, I pray. Now let that wicked woman scape away. For she it is, that did my lord bethrall. 250. My dearest lord, and deep in Dongyan lay, where he his better days hath wasted all. Oh here, how piteous he to you for aid does call. XXIX. Forthwith he gave in charge unto his squire that scarlet whore to keep hen carefully. 255. Whiles he himself with greedy great desire into the castle entreed forcibly, where living creature none he did espy. Then gone he loudly through the house to call, but no man card to answer it to his cry. 260. There reigned a solemn silence over all, nor voice was heard, nor wight was seen in bower or hall. XXX. At last with creeping crooked pace forth came an old man, with beard as white as snow, that on a staff his feeble steps did frame. 265. And guide his weary gait both to and fro, for his eyesight him failed long ago. And on his arm a bunch of keys he bore, the which in used rust did overgrow. Those were the keys of every inner door. 270. But he could not them use, but kept them still in store. XXXI. But very uncouth sight was to behold, how he did fashion his untoward pace. For as he forward moved his footing old, so backward still was turned his wrinkled face. 275. Unlike to men, who ever as they trace, both feet and face one way are wont to lead. This was the ancient keeper of that place, and foster father of the giant dead. His name Ignaro did his nature right ariad. XXXI. 280. His reverend hairs and holy gravity, the knight much honored, as beseemed well, and gently asked, where all the people be, which in that stately building wont to dwell. Who answered him full soft, he could not tell. 285. Again he asked, where that same knight was laid, whom great Orgoglio with his puissance fell, had made his caitiff thrall. Again he said, he could not tell, any ever other answer made. 33. Then asked he, which way he in might paw. 290. He could not tell. Again he answered. Thereat the courteous knight displeased was, and said, Old sire, it seemes thou hast not read how ill it sits with that same silver head. In vain to mock, or mocked in vain to be. 295. But if thou be, as thou art portrait, with nature's pen, in age's grave degree, ariad in graver wise, what I demand of thee. XXIV. His answer likewise was, he could not tell, whose senseless speech, and doted ignorance. 300. When as the noble prince had marked well, he guessed his nature by his countenance, and calmed his wrath with goodly temperance. Then to him stepping, from his arm did reach those keys, and made himself free entrance. 305. Each door he opened without any breach. There was no bar to stop, nor foe him to impeach. XXXV. There all within full rich arrayed he found, with royal arras and resplendent gold, and did with store of everything abound. 310. That greatest prince's presence might behold, but all the floor, too filthy to be told, with blood of guiltless babes, and innocents true, which there were slain, as sheep out of the fold. Defiled was, that dreadful was to view. 315. And sacred ashes over it was strowed new. XXXVI. And there beside of marble stone was built an altar, carved with cunning imagery, on which true Christians' blood was often spilt, and holy martyrs often done to die. 320. With cruel malice and strong tyranny, whose blessed sprites from underneath the stone to God for vengeance cried continually, and with great grief were often heard to groan, that hardest heart would bleed, to hear their piteous moan. XVI. 325. Through every realm he sought, and every bore, but nowhere could he find that woeful thrall. At last he came unto an iron door, that fast was locked, but key found not at all, amongst that bunch, to open it withal. 330. But in the same a little grate was pight, through which he sent his voice, and low did call, with all his power, to weet, if living wight were housed there within, whom he enlargen might. XXXVI. Therewith an hollow, dreary, murmuring voice. 335. These piteous plaints and dolors did resound. Oh, who is that, which brings me happy choice of death, that here lie dying every stound, yet live perforce in baleful darkness bound? For now 3 moons have changed thrice their HEW. 340. And have been thrice hid underneath the ground, since I the heavens' cheerful face did view. O welcome thou, that doest of death bring tidings true. XXIX. Which when that champion heard, with piercing point of pity dear his heart was thrilled sore. 345. And trembling horror ran through every joint, for ruth of gentle knight so foul for lore, which shaking off, he rent that iron door with furious force, and indignation fell, where entreed in, his foot could find no floor. 350. But all a deep descent, as dark as hell, that breathed ever forth a filthy baneful smell. XL. But neither darkness foul, nor filthy bands, nor noyous smell his purpose could withhold. Entire affection haddeth nicer hands. 355. But that with constant zeal, and courage bold, after long pains and labors manifold, he found the means that prisoner up to rear, whose feeble thighs, unable to uphold his pined course, him scarce to light could bear. 360. A rueful spectacle of death and ghastly drear. XLI. His sad dull eyes deep sunk in hollow pits, could not endure unwonted sun to view. His bare thin cheeks for want of better bits, and empty sides deceived of their due. 365. Could make a stony heart his hap to rue. His raw bone arms, whose mighty brawned bowers were wont to rive steel plates, and helmets HEW, were clean consumed, and all his vital powers decayed, and all his flesh shrunk up like withered flores. XLI. 370. Whom when his lady saw, to him she ran, with hasty joy, to see him made her glad, and sad to view his visage pale and wan, who erst in flores of freshest youth was clad, though when her well of tears she wasted had. 375. She said, Ah dearest lord, what evil star on you hath frowned, and poured his influence bad, that of yourself ye thus berobbed are? And this misseeming hue your manly looks doth mar. XXII. But welcome now my lord, in weal or woe. 380. Whose presence I have lacked too long a day. And fie on fortune mine avowed foe. Whose wrathful wreaks themselves do now ally. And for these wrongs shall treble penance pay. Of treble good, good grows of evil's prief. 385. The cheerless man, whom sorrow did dismay, had no delight to treaten of his grief. His long-endured famine needed more relief. Slive. Fair lady, then said that victorious knight. The things, that grievous were to do, or bear. 390. Them to renew, I wot, breeds no delight. Best music breeds delight in loathing ear. But only good, that grows of past fear, is to be wise, and whereof like Aegean. This day's ensample hath this lesson dear. 395. Deep written in my heart with iron pen, that bliss may not abide in state of mortal men. XLV. Henceforth Sir Knight, take to you wonted strength, and master these mishaps with patient might. Lo where your foe lies stretched in monstrous length. 400. And lo that wicked woman in your sight, the root of all your care, and wretched plight. Now in your power, to let her live, or die. To do her die, quoth Una, were despite. And shame to avenge so weak an enemy. 405. But spoil her of her scarlet robe, and let her fly. XLVI. So as she bad, that which they disarrayed. And robbed of royal robes, and purple pall. And ornaments that richly were displaid. Ne spared they to strip her naked all. 410. Then when they had despoiled her tire and caul, such as she was, their eyes might her behold. That her misshaped parts did them appall. A loathly, wrinkled hag, ill-favoured, old, whose secret filth good manners biddeth not be told. 49. 415. Which when the knights beheld, amazed they were, and wondered at so foul deformed wight. Such then, said Una, as she seemeth here. Such is the face of falsehood, such the sight of foul Duessa, when her borrowed light. 420. Is laid away, and counterfeisance known. Thus when they had the witch disrobed quite, and all her filthy feature open shown, they let her go at will, and wander ways unknown. L. She flying fast from heaven's hated face. 425. And from the world that her discovered wide, fled to the wasteful wilderness apace. From living eyes her open shame to hide, and lurked in rocks and caves long unespied. But that fair crew of knights, and Una fair. 430. Did in that castle afterwards abide, to rest themselves, and weary powers repair. Where store they found of all that dainty was and rare. Canto 9. His loves and lineage Arthur tells. The knights knit friendly hands. Sir Trevisan flies from despair, whom Redcross knight withstands. I. O goodly golden shen, wherewith Ifer the virtues linked are in lovely wise, and noble mindies of your allied were, in brave pursuit of chivalrous emprise. 5. That none did others' safety despise, nor aid envy to him, in need that stands, but friendly each did others' praise devise, how to advance with favourable hands, as this good prince redeemed the Redcross knight from bands. 2. 10. Who when their powers impaired through labour long, with due repast they had recurred well, and that weak captive wight now waxed strong, them list no longer there at leisure dwell, but forward fare, as their adventures fell. 15. But ere they parted, Una fair besought that stronger knight his name and nation tell, least so great good, as he for her had wrought, should die unknown, and buried be in thankless thought. 3. Fair virgin, said the prince, ye me require. 20. A thing without the compass of my wit. For both the lineage and the certain sire, from which I sprung, from me are hidden yet. For all so soon as life did me admit into this world, and shewed heaven's light. 25. From mother's pap I taken was unfit, and straight delivered to a faerie knight, to be upbrought in gentle thews and marty all might. 4. Unto old Timon he me brought bylive. Old Timon, who in youthly years hath been 30. In warlike feats expertest man alive, and is the wisest now on earth I ween. His dwelling is low in a valley green, under the foot of roarin mossy hoar, from whence the river Dee as silver clean. 35. His tombling billows roll with gentle roar. There all my days he trained me up in virtuous lore. V. Thither the great magician Merlin came, as was his use, ofttimes to visit me, for he had charged my discipline to frame. 40. And tutors nourriture to oversee. Him oft and oft I asked in privity, of what loins and what lineage I did spring, whose onswear bade me still assured be, that I was son and heir unto a king. 45. As time in her just term the truth to light should bring. 6. Well worthy imp, said then the lady gent, and pupil fit for such a tutor's hand. But what adventure, or what high intent, hath brought you hither into faerie land? 50. Ariad Prince Arthur, crown of Martial band. Full hard it is, quoth he, to read aright the course of heavenly cause, or understand the secret meaning of eternal might, that rules men's ways, and rules the thoughts of living wight. 7. 55. For whether he through fat all deep foresight me hither sent, for cause to me ungest, or that fresh bleeding wound, which day and night whilome doth rankle in my riven breast, with forced fury following his behest. 60. Me hither brought by ways yet never found, you to have helped I hold myself yet blessed. Ah, courteous knight, quoth she, what secret wound could ever find, to grieve the gentlest heart on ground? 8. Dear dame, quoth he, you sleeping sparks awake. 65. Which troubled once, into huge flames will grow, ne ever will their fervent fury slake, till living moisture into smoke do flow, and wasted life do lie in ashes low. Yet sit hen's silence lesseneth not my fire. 70. But told it flames, and hidden it does glow. I will reveal what ye so much desire. Ah love, lay down thy bow, the whiles I may respire. 9. It was in freshest flower of youthly years, when courage first does creep in manly chest. 75. Then first the coal of kindly heat appears, to kindle love in every living breast. But me had warned old Timon's wise behest, those creeping flames by reason to subdue, before their rage grew to so great unrest. 80. As miserable lovers used to rue, which still wex old in woe, whiles woe still wexeth new. X. That idle name of love, and lover's life, as loss of time, and virtue's enemy, I ever scorned, and joyed to stir up strife. 85. In midst of their mournful tragedy, I wont to laugh, when them I heard to cry, and blow the fire, which them to ashes brent. There God himself, grieved at my liberty, shot many a dart at me with fear's intent. 90. But I them warded all with wary government. 11. But all in vain, no fort can be so strong, ne fleshly breast can armed be so sound, but will at last be won with battery long, or unawares at disadvantage found. 95. Nothing is sure that grows on earthly ground, and who most trusts in arm of fleshly might, and boasts in beauty's shen not to be bound, doth soonest fall in disaventurous fight, and yields his cative neck to victor's most despite. 12. 100. Ensample make of him your hapless joy, and of myself now mated, as ye see, whose prouder vaunt that proud avenging boy did soon pluck down and curbed my liberty, for on a day, pricked forth with jollity. 105. Of looser life, and heat of hardiment, wronging the forest wide on courser free, the fields, the floods, the heavens with one consent, did see me to laugh on me, and favour mine intent. 13. For wearied with my sports, I did alight. 110. From lofty steed, and down to sleep me laid. The verdant grub my couch did goodly dight, and pillow was my helmet fair displayed, whiles every sense the humour sweet embade, and slumbering soft my heart did steal away. 115. Me seemed by my side a royal maid, her dainty limbs full softly down did lay, so fair a creature yet saw never sunny day. 14. Most goodly glee and lovely blandishment she to me made, and bade me love her dear. 120. For dearly sure her love was to me bent, as when just time expired should appear. But whether dreams delude, or true it were, was never heart so ravished with delight, no living man like words did ever hear. 125. As she to me delivered all that night, and at her parting said, she queen of Faerie's height. 15. When I awoke, and found her place devoid, and naught but pressed gra, where she had lien, I sorrowed all so much as erst I joyed. 130. And washed all her place with watery eyen. From that day forth I loved that face divine. From that day forth I cast in careful mind to seek her out with labour, and long time, and never vowed to rest till her I find. 135. 9 beneaths I seek in vain, yet annihil that vow unbind. 16. Thus as he spake, his visage waxed pale, and change of HEW great passion did bewray. Yet still he strove to cloak his inward bale, and hide the smoke that did his fire display. 140. Till gentle Una thus to him gone say, O happy queen of Faeries, that has found, mongst many, one that with his prowess may defend thine honour, and thy foes confound. True loves are often sown, but seldom grow on ground. 17. 145. Thine, O then, said the gentle recross knight, next to that lady's love, shall be the place. O fairest virgin, full of heavenly light, whose wondrous faith exceeding earthly race was firmest fixed in mine extremest case. 150. And you, my lord, the patroni of my life, of that great queen may well gain worthy grace. For onely worthy you through prow's prief. If living man mote worthy be, to be her lief. 18. So diversly discoursing of their loves. 155. The golden sun his glistering head gone shew, and sad remembrance now the prince moves, with fresh desire his voyage to Perso. Als Una earned her travel to renew. Then those two knights, fast friendship for to bind. 160. And love establish each to other true, gave goodly gifts, the signas of grateful mynd. And eke the pledges firme, right hands together joined. 19. Prince Arthur gave a box of diamond sure, embowed with gold and gorgeous ornament. 165. wherein were claused few drops of liquor pure, of wondrous worth, and virtue excellent, that any wound could heal incontinent, which to requite, the Red Cross Knight him gave. A book, wherein his Saviour's testament, 170, was writ with golden letters rich and brave. A work of wondrous grace, and able souls to save. XX. Thus being they parted, Arthur on his way, to seek his love, and other for to fight, with Una's foe, that all her realme did pray. 175. But she now weighing the decayed plight, and shrunken sinews of her chosen knight, would not awhile her forward course pursue, ne bring him forth in face of dreadful fight, till he recovered had his former HEW. 180. For him to be yet weak and weary well she knew. XXI. So as they travelled, lo they gone espy, an armed knight towards them gallop fast, that seemed from some feared foe to fly, or other griesly thing, that him aghast. 185. Still as he fled, his eye was backward cast, as if his fear still followed him behind. Als flew his steed, as he his bands had brast, and with his winged heels did tread the wind, as he had been a foal of Pegasus his kind. XXI. 190. Nigh as he drew, they might perceive his head to be unarmed, and curled uncombed hairs, upstaring stiff, dismayed with uncouth dread. Nor drop of blood in all his face appears, nor life in limba, and to increase his fears. 195. In foul reproach of knighthood's fair degree, about his neck an hempen rope he wears, that with his glistering arms does ill agree. But he of rope or arms has now no memory. XCI. The Red Cross Knight toward him crossed fast. 200. To weet, what Mr. White was so dismayed, there him he finds all senseless and aghast, that of himself he seemed to be afraid, whom hardly he from flying forward stayed, till he these words to him deliver might. 205. Sir Knight, Ariad, who hath ye thus arrayed? And eke from whom make ye this hasty flight? For never knight I saw in such misseeming plight. Ziv. He answered not at all, but adding new fear to his first amazement, staring wide. 210. With stony eyes, and heartless hollow HEW, astonished stood, as one that had espied infernal furies, with their shens untied. Him yet again bespake the gentle knight, who not to him replied. 215. But trembling every joint did inly quake, and faltering tongue at last these words seemed forth to shake. XXV. For God's dear love, Sir Knight, do me not stay. For lo he comes fast after me. Looking back would fain have run away. 220. But he him forced to stay, and tell Len free the secret cause of his perplexity. Yet nathemore by his bold hearty speech could his blood frozen heart emboldened be. But through his boldness rather fear did reach. 225. Yet forced at last he made through silence Sudian breach. XXVI. And am I now in safety sure, quoth he, from him, that would have forced me to die? And is the point of death now turned fro me, that I may tell this hapless history? 230. Fear not, quoth he, no donger now is nigh. Then shall I you recount a rueful case, said he, the which with this unlucky eye I late beheld, and had not greater grace. Me reft from it, had been a partaker of the place. XXVI. 235. I lately chanced, would I had never chanced, with a fair knight to keep hen company. Sir Terwin hight, that well himself advanced, In all affairs, and was both bold and free. But not so happy as mote happy be. 240. He loved, as was his lot, a lady gent. That him again loved in the least degree. For she was proud, and of too high intent. And joyed to see her lover languish and lament. XVIII. From whom returning sad and comfortless. 245. As on the way together we did fare. We met that villain, God from him me bless. That cursed wight, from whom I scapt wilier. A man of hell, that calories himself despair. Who first us greets. And after fairer reads. 250. Of tidings strange, and of adventures rare. So creeping close, as snake in hidden weeds. Inquireth of our states, and of our nightly deeds. XXIX. Which when he knew, and felt our feeble hearts. Embossed with bale, and bitter biting grief. 255. Which love had launched with his deadly darts. With wounding words and terms of foule reprief. He plucked from us all hope of due relief. That erst us held in love of lingering life. Then hopeless heartless, gone the cunning tf. 260. Persuade us die, to stint all further strife. To me he lent this rope, to him a rusty knife. XXX. With which sad instrument of hasty death. That woeful lover, loathing languor light. A wide way made to let forth living breath. 265. But I more fearful, or more lucky wight. Dismayed with that deformed dismal sight. Fled fast away, half dead with dying fear. Ne yet assured of life by you, Sir Knight. Whose like infirmity like chance may bear. 270. But God you never let his charmed speeches hear. XXXI. How may a man, said he, with idle speech, be won, to spoil the castle of his health? I wot, quoth he, whom Trial late did teach. That like would not for all this world's wealth. 275. His subtil tongue, like dropping honey, melteth into the heart, and searcheth every vein. That ere one be aware, by secret stealth. His power is reft, and weakness doth remain. Oh never sir desire to try his guileful train. XXXI. 280. Certes, said he, hence shall I never rest. Till I that treacherous art have heard and tried. And you Sir Knight, whose name mote I request. Of grace do me unto his cabin guide. I that hight Trevison, quoth he, will ride. 285. Against my liking back, to do you grace. But not for gold nor glee will I abide. By you, when ye arrive in that same place. For lever had I die, then see his deadly face. 33. Ere long they come, where that same wicked wight. 290. His dwelling has, low in an hollow cave. Far underneath a craggy cliff eypight. Dark, doleful, dreary, like a greedy grave. That still for carrion carcasses doth crave. On top whereof I dwelt the ghastly owl. 295. Shrieking his baleful note, which ever drave. Far from that haunt all other cheerful fowl. And all about it wandering ghosts did wail and howl. XXIV. And all about old stalks and stubs of trees. Whereon nor fruit nor leaf was ever seen. 300. Did hang upon the ragged rocky knees. On which had many wretches hanged been. Whose carcasses were scattered on the green. And thrown about the cliffs. Arrived there. That barehead knight for dread and doleful teen. 305. Would fain have fled, any durst approach him near. But other forced him stay, and comforted in fear. XXXV. That darksome cave they enter, where they find. That cursed man, low sitting on the ground. Musing full sadly in his sullen mind. 310. His greasy locks, long grown, and unbound, disordered hung about his shoulders round, and hid his face, through which his hollow eyne looked deadly dull, and stared as astound. His raw-boned cheeks, through penury and pine, 315, were shrunk into his jaws, as he did never dine. XXXVI. His garment naught but many ragged clouts, with thorns together pinned and patched was, the which his naked sides he wrapped abouts, and him beside there lay upon the graw. 320. A dreary corse, whose life away did paw, all wallowed in his own yet lukewarm blood, that from his wound yet welled fresh alas, in which a rusty knife fast fixed stood, and made an open passage for the gushing flood. XVIII. 325. Which piteous spectacle, approving true, the woeful tale that Trevisan had told, when as the gentle Red Cross knight did view, with fiery zeal he burnt in courage bold, him to avenge, before his blood were cold. 330. And to the villain said, Thou damned wight, the author of this fact we here behold. What justice can but judge against thee right? With thine own blood to price his blood, here shed in sight. XXXVI. What frantic fit, quoth he, hath thus distraught? 335. Thee, foolish man, so rash a doom to give. What justice ever other judgment taught? But he should die, whom arights not to live. None else to death this man despairing drive, but his own guilty mind deserving death. 340. Is then unjust to each his due to give? Or let him die, that loatheth living breath? Or let him die at ease, that liveth here uneath? XX. Who travels by the weary wandering way, to come unto his wished home in haste. 345. And meets a flood, that doth his passage stay. Is not great grace to help him overpast, or free his feet that in the mire stick fast? Most envious man, that grieves at neighbor's good, and fond, that joyest in the woe thou hast. 350. Why wilt not let him passe, that long hath stood upon the bank, yet wilt thyself not passe the flood? XL. He there does now enjoy eternal rest, and happy ease, which thou dost want and crave, and further from it daily wanderest. 355. What if some little pain the passage have, that makes frily flesh to fear the bitter wave? Is not short pain well borne, that brings long ease, and lays the soul to sleep in quiet grave? Sleep after toil, port after stormy seas. 360. Ease after war, death after life does greatly please. XLI. The knight much wondered at his sudden wit, and said, the term of life is limited. Ne may a man prolong, nor shorten it. The soldier may not move from watchful stead. 365. Nor leave his stand, until his captain bed, who life did limit by almighty doom. Quoth he, knows best the terms established. And he, that points the sentinel his room, doth license him depart at sound of morning drum. XLI. 370. Is not his deed, whatever thing is done in heaven and earth? Did not he all create, to die again? All ends that was begun, their times in his eternal book of fate, are written sure, and have their certain date. 375. Who then can strive with strong necessity, that holds the world in his still chonging state, or shun the death ordained by destiny? When hour of death is come, let none ask whence, nor why. XLI. The longer life, I wot the greater sin. 380. The greater sin, the greater punishment. All those great battles, which thou boast'st to win, through strife, and bloodshed, and avengement. Now praised. Hereafter dear thou shalt repent. For life must life, and blood must blood repay. 385. Is not enough thy evil life forspent? For he that once hath missed the right way, the further he doth go, the further he doth stray. Slive. Then do no further go, no further stray. But here lie down, and to thy rest betake. 390. Ill to prevent, that life ensuen may. For what hath life, that may it loved make? And gives not rather cause it to forsake? Fear, sickness, age, loss, labor, sorrow, strife. Pain, hunger, cold, that makes the heart to quake. 395. An ever fickle fortune raggeth rife. All which, and thousands mo do make a loathsome life. XLV. Thou wretched man, of death hast greatest need. If in true balance thou wilt weigh thy state. For never knight, that dared warlike deed. 400. More luckless disadventures did Amati witness the dungeon deep, wherein of late thy life shut up, for death so oft did call. And though good Lucy prolonged hath thy date, yet death then would the like mishaps forestall. 405. Into the which hereafter thou mightest happen fall. XLVI. Why then doest thou, O man of sin, desire to draw thy days forth to their last degree? Is not the measure of thy sinful higher, high heaped up with huge iniquity? 410. Against the day of wrath, to burden thee, is not enough, that to this lady mild thou falsed hast thy faith with perjury, and sold thyself to serve Duessa Vilda, with whom in all abuse thou hast thyself defilda. XLVI. 415. Is not he just, that all this doth behold? From highest heaven, and bears an equal eye? Shall he thy sins up in his knowledge fold, and guilty be of thine impiety? Is not his law, let every sinner die? 420. Die shall all flesh. What then must needs be done? Is it not better to do willing lie, than linger, till the glass be all outrun? Death is the end of woes, die soon, O Faerie son. XLVI. The knight was much enmoved with his speech. 425. That as a sword's point through his heart did pierce, and in his conscience made a secret breach, well knowing true all that he did rehearse, and to his fresh remembrance did reverse the ugly view of his deformed crimes. 430. That all his manly power as it did disperse, as he were charmed with incontinent rhymes, that oftentimes he quacked, and fainted oftentimes. 49. In which amazement, when the miscreant perceived him to waver weak and frily. 435. Whiles trembling horror did his conscience dant, and hellish anguish did his soul assail, to drive him to despair, and quite to quail. He shewed him painted in a table plain the damned ghosts, that do in torments wail. 440. And thousand fiends that do them endless pain, with fire and brimstone, which for ever shall remain. The sight whereof so throughly him dismayed, that naught but death before his eyes he saw, and ever burning wrath before him laid. 445. By righteous sentence of Almighty's law, then gone the villain him to overcraw, and brought unto him swords, ropes, poison, fire, and all that might him to perdition draw, and bade him choose, what death he would desire. 450. For death was due to him, that had provoked God's ire. But when as none of them he saw him take, he to him wrote a dagger sharp and keen, and gave it him in hand, his hand did quake, and tremble like a leaf of aspen green. 455. And troubled bloud through his pale face was seen. To come. And go with tidings from the heart. As it a running messenger had been. At last resolved to work his fin all smart. He lifted up his hand, that back again did start. Ai. 460. Which when as Una saw, through every vein, the cruddled cold ran to her well of life. As in a swoon, but soon relived again. Out of his hand she snatched the cursed knife. And threw it to the ground, enraged rife. 465. And to him said. Fie, faint heart knight. What meanest thou by this reproachful strife? Is this the battle, which thou vaunt'st to fight? With that fire-mouthed dragon, horrible and bright? Lii. Come away, Freely, seely, fleshly wight. 470. Ne let vain words bewitch thy manly heart. Ne devilish thoughts dismay thy constant sprite. In heavenly mercies hast thou not a part. Why shouldst thou then despair, that chosen art? Where justice grows, there grows eke greater grace. 475. The which doth quench the brand of hellish smart. And that accursed handwriting doth deface. Arise, Sir Knight, arise, and leave this cursed place. Liv. So up he rose, and thence amounted straight. Which when the carle beheld, and saw his guest. 480. Would safe depart for all his subtil sleight. He chose an halter from among the rest. And with it hung himself, unbid unblessed. But death he could not work himself thereby. For 1,000 times he so himself had drayest. 485. Yet nathless it could not do him die. Till he should die his last, that is, eternally. Canto X. Her faithful knight fair Una brings. To house of holiness. Where he is taught repentance, and the way to heavenly bless. I. What man is he, that boasts of fleshly might? And vain assurance of mortality? Which all so soon as it doth come to fight against spiritual foes, yields by and by. 5. Or from the field most cowardly doth fly. Now let the man ascribe it to his skill. That thorough grace hath gained victory. If any strength we have, it is to ill. But all the good is God's, both power and eke will. 2. 10. But that, which lately hapned, Una saw. That this her knight was feeble, and too faint. And all his sinews waxen weak and raw. Through long imprisonment, and hard constraint. Which he endured in his late restraint. 15. That yet he was unfit for bloody fight. Therefore to cherish him with diets daint. She cast to bring him. Where he cheer and might. Till he recovered had his late decayed plight. 3. There was an ancient house not far away. 20. Renowned throughout the world for sacred lore. And pure unspotted life, so well they say. It governed was, and guided evermore. Through wise dome of a matrone grave and whore. Whose only joy was to relieve the needs. 25. Of wretched souls, and help the helpless poor. All night she spent in bidding of her beads. And all the day in doing good and godly deeds. 4. Dame Coelia men did her call, as thought. From heaven to come, or thither to arise. 30. The mother of 3 daughters, well upbrought. In goodly thews, and godly exercise. The eldest 2, most sober, chaste, and wise. Fidelia and Speranza virgins were. Though spoused, yet wanting wedlock solemnize. 35. But fair Carissa to a lovely fear. Was linked, and by him had many pledges dear. V. Arrived there, the door they find fast locked. For it was warily watched night and day. For fear of many foes, but when they knocked. 40. The porter opened unto them straightway. He was an aged sire, all hoary grey, with looks full lowly cast, and gait full slow, wont on a staff his feeble steps to stay. Height humilta. They passe in stooping low. 45. For straight and narrow was the way which he did show. 6. Each goodly thing is hardest to begin, but entreed in a spacious court they see, both plain, and pleasant to be walked in, where them does meet a franklin fair and free. 50. And entertains with comely courteous glee. His name was Zeal. That him right well became, for in his speeches and behavior he did labor lively to express the same, and gladly did them guide, till to the hall they came. 7. 55. There fairly them receives a gentle squire, of mild demeanour, and rare courtesy, right cleanly clad in comely sad attire, in word and deed that shewed great modes tie, and knew his good to all of each degree. 60. Height reverence. He them with speeches meet, does fair entreat, no courting nicety, but simple true, and eke unfeigned sweet, as might become a squire so great persons to greet. 8. And afterwards them to his dame he leads. 65. That aged dame, the lady of the place, who all this while was busy at her beads, which done, she up arose with seemly grace, and toward them full matronly did pace, where when that fairest Una she beheld. 70. Whom well she knew to spring from heavenly race, her heart with joy unwonted inly swelled, as feeling wondrous comfort in her weaker eld. 9. And her embracing said, O happy earth, whereon thy innocent feet do ever tread. 75. Most virtuous virgin born of heavenly birth, that, to redeem thy woeful parents' head from tyrant's rage, and ever-dying dread, hast wandered through the world now long a day, yet ceasest not thy weary souls to lead. 80. What grace hath thee now hither brought this way, or done thy feeble feet unweeting hither stray? X. Strange thing it is an errant knight to see, here in this place, or any other wight, that hither turns his steps. So few there be. 85. That chose the narrow path, or seek the right. All keep the broad highway, and take delight, with many rather for to go astray, and be partakers of their evil plight, than with a few to walk the rightest way. 90. O foolish men, why haste ye to your own decay? 11. Thyself to see, and tired limbs to rest. O matrone sage, quoth she, I hither came, and this good knight his way with me addressed, led with thy praises and broad-blazed fame. 95. That up to heaven is blown, the ancient dame, him goodly greeted in her modest guise, and entertained them both, as best became, with all the court ceased that she could devise, no wanted aught, to shew her bounteous or wise. 12. 100. Thus as they gone of sundry things devise, lo, two most goodly virgins came in place, I-linked arm in lovely wise, with countenance demure, and modest grace, they numred even steps and equal pace. 105. Of which the eldest, that Fidelia height, like sunny beams threw from her Christ all face, that could have dazzled the rash beholder's sight, and round about her head did shine like heaven's light. 13. She was arrayed all in lily white. 110. And in her right hand bore a cup of gold, with wine and water filed up to the height, in which a serpent did himself enfold, that horror made to all that did behold, but she no whit did change her constant mood. 115. And in her other hand she fast did hold a book, that was both signed and sealed with blood, wherein dark things were writ, hard to be understood. 14. Her younger sister, that Speranza hight, was clad in blue, that her beseemed well. 120. Not all so cheerful seemed she of sight, as was her sister. Whether dread did dwell, or anguish in her heart, is hard to tell. Upon her arm a silver anchor lay, whereon she leaned ever, as befell. 125. And ever up to heaven, as she did pray, her steadfast eyes were bent, and he swerved other way. 15. They seeing Una, towards her gone wend, who them encounters with like courtesy, many kind speeches they between them spend. 130. And greatly joy each other well to see. Then to the knight with shamefast modes tie, they turn themselves, at Una's meek request, and him salute with well beseeming glee, who fare them quites, as him beseemed best. 135. And goodly gone discourse of many a noble jest. 16. Then Una thus, but she your sister dear, the dear Carissa where is she become? Or wants she health, or bussy is elsewhere? Ah no, said they, but forth she may not come. 140. For she of late is lightened of her womb, and hath increased the world with one son more, that her to see should be but troublesome. Indeed, quoth she, that should be trouble sore. But thanked be God, and her increase so evermore. 17. 145. Then said the aged Coelia, dear dame, and you good sir, I wot that of your toil, and labours long, through which ye hither came, ye both for wearied be, therefore a while I rede you rest, and to your bowers recoil. 150. Then called she a groom, that forth him led into a goodly lodge, and gone despoil of puissant arms, and laid in easy bed. His name was meek obedience rightfully ard. 18. Now when their weary limbs with kindly rest. 155. And bodies were refreshed with due repast. Fair Una gone Fidelia fair request, to have her knight into her schoolhouse plast, that of her heavenly learning he might taste, and hear the wisdom of her words divine. 160. She grunt, and that knight so much agrast, that she him taught celestial discipline, and opened his dull eyes, that light mote in them shine. 19. And that her sacred book, with blood urit, that none could read, except she did them teach. 165. She unto him disclosed every wit, and heavenly documents thereout did preach, that weaker wit of man could never reach. Of God, of grace, of justice, of free will. That wonder was to hear her goodly speech. 170. For she was able with her words to kill, and raise again to life the heart that she did thrill. XX. And when she list pour out her larger sprite, she would command the hasty sun to stay, or backward turn his course from heaven's height. 175. Sometimes great hosts of men she could dismay. Dry-shod to passe she parts the clouds in tway, and eke huge mountains from their native seat. She would command themselves to bear away, and throw in raging sea with roaring threat. 180. Almighty God her gave such power, and puissance great. XXII. The faithful knight now grew in little space, by hearing her, and by her sister's lore, to such perfection of all heavenly grace, that wretched world he gone for to abhor. 185. And mort all life gone loath, as thing for lore, grieved with remembrance of his wicked ways, and pricked with anguish of his sins so sore, that he deserved to end his wretched days. So much the dart of sinful guilt the soul dismays. XXII. 190. But wise Speranza gave him comfort sweet, and taught him how to take assured hold upon her silver anchor, as was meet. Else had his sins so great and manifold made him forget all that Fidelia told. 195. In this distressed doubtful agony, when him his dearest Una did behold, disdaining life, desiring leave to die, she found herself assailed with great perplexity. XXII. And came to Coelia to declare her smart. 200. Who well acquainted with that commune plight, which sinful horror works in wounded heart, her wisely comforted all that she might, with goodly counsel and advisement right, and straightway sent with careful diligence. 205. To fetch a leech, the which had great insight in that disease of grieved conscience, and well could cure the same. His name was Patience. XXIV. Who coming to that soul-diseased knight, could hardly him entreat to tell his grief. 210. Which known, and all that noyed his heavy sprite, well searched, eftsoons he gone apply relief of salves and medicines, which had passing prief, and thereto added words of wondrous might, by which to ease he him recurred brief. 215. And much assuaged the passion of his plight, that he his pain endured, as seeming now more light. XXV. But yet the cause and root of all his ill, inward corruption and infected sin, not purged nor healed, behind remained still. 220. And festering sore did rankle yet within, close creeping twixt the marrow and the skin, which to extirpe, he laid him privily down in a darksome lowly place Faerie Queene, whereas he meant his corrosives to apply. 225. And with straight diet tame his stub-born malady. XXVI. In ashes and sackcloth he did array his dainty course, proud humours to abate, and dieted with fasting every day, the swelling of his wounds to mitigate. 230. And made him pray both early and eke late, and ever as superfluous flesh did rot, amendment ready still at hand did wait, to pluck it out with pincers fiery wat, that soon in him was left no uncorrupted jot. XXVI. 235. And bitter penance with an iron whip was wont him once to dispel every day, and sharp remorse his heart did prick and nip, that drops of blood thence like a well did play, and sad repentance used to embay. 240. His body in salt water smarting sore, the filthy blots of sin to wash away, so in short space they did to health restore the man that would not live, but erst lay at death's door. XVIII. In which his torment often was so great. 245. That like a lion he would cry and roar, and rend his flesh, and his own sinews eat, his own dear Una hearing evermore, his rueful shrieks and groanings, often tore her guiltless garments, and her golden hair. 250. For pity of his pain and anguish sore, yet all with patience wisely she did bear, for well she wist his crime could else be never clear. XXIX. Whom thus recovered by wise patience and true repentance they to Una brought. 255. Who joyous of his cured conscience him dearly kissed, and fairly eke besought himself to cherish, and consuming thought to put away out of his careful breast. By this Carissa, late in childbed brought. 260. Was waxen strong, and left her fruitful nest. To her fair Una brought this unacquainted guest. XXX. She was a woman in her freshest age, of wondrous beauty, and of bounty rare, with goodly grace and comely personage, 265. That was on earth not easy to compare. Full of great love, but Cupid's wanton snare. As hell she hated, chaste in work and will. Her neck and breasts were ever open bare, that I thereof her babes might suck their fill. 270. The rest was all in yellow robes arrayed still. XXXI. A multitude of babes about her hung, playing their sports, that joyed her to behold. Whom still she fed, whiles they were weak and young, but thrust them forth still as they waxed old. 275. And on her head she wore a tire of gold, adorned with gems and ouches wondrous fair, whose passing price uneath was to be told. And by her side there sate a gentle pair of turtle doves, she sitting in an ivory chair. XXXI. 280. The knight and una entrain fair her greet, and bid her joy of that her hap pie brood, who them requites with courtesy seeming meet, and entertains with friendly cheerful mood. Then una her besought, to be so good. 285. As in her virtuous rules to scold her knight, now after all his torment well withstood, in that sad house of penance, where his sprite had passed the pains of hell, and long enduring night. 33. She was right joyous of her just request. 290. And taking by the hand that Faerie son, gone him instruct in every good behest, of love, and righteousness, and well to don, and wrath, and hatred warely to shun, that drew on men God's hatred and his wrath. 295. And many souls in dolors had fordone, in which when him she well instructed hath, from thence to heaven she teacheth him the ready path. XXIV. Wherein his weaker wandering steps to guide, an ancient matrone she to her does call. 300. Whose sober looks her wisdom well descried. Her name was Mercy, well known over all, to be both gracious and eke liberal, to whom the careful charge of him she gave, to lead aright, that he should never fall. 305. In all his ways through this wide world's wave, that Mercy in the end his righteous soul might save. XXXV. The godly matrone by the hand him bears forth from her presence, by a narrow way, scattered with bushy thorns, and ragged briarees. 310. Which still before him she removed away, that nothing might his ready passage stay. And ever when his feet in combe-bred were, or gone to shrink, or from the right to stray, she held him fast, and fearmally did upbear. 315. As careful nurse her child from falling off does rear. XXXVI. Eftsoons unto an holy hospital. That was for by the way, she did him bring, in which 7 be men that had vowed all their life to service of high heaven's king. 320. Did spend their days in doing godly thing. Their gates to all were open evermore, that by the weary way were travelling, and one sate waiting ever them before, to call in comers by, that needy were and poor. XVI. 325. The first of them that eldest was, and best of all the house had charge in government, as guardian and steward of the rest. His office was to give entertainment and lodging, unto all that came, and went. 330. Not unto such as could him feast again, and double quite, for that he on them spent, but such, as want of harbour did constrain. Those for God's sake his duty was to entertain. XXXVI. The second was as omner of the place. 335. His office was, the hungry for to feed, and thrice he give to drink, a work of grace. He feared not once himself to be in need, ne cared to hoard for those whom he did breed. The grace of God he laid up still in store. 340. Which as a stock he left unto his seed. He had enough, what need him care for more? And had he less, yet some he would give to the poor. XXIX. The third had of their wardrobe custody. In which were not rich tires, nor garments gay. 345. The plumes of pride, and wings of vanity. But clothes meet to keep keen could away. And naked nature seemly to array. With which bare wretched wights he daily clad. The images of God in earthly clay. 350. And if that no spare cloths to give he had, his own coat he would cut, and it distribute glad. XL. The fourth appointed by his office was poor prisoners to relieve with gracious aid, and captives to redeem with price of bras. 355. From Turks and Saracens, which them had stayed. And though they faulty were, yet well he weighed. That God to us forgiveth every hour. Much more than that why they in bands were laid. And he that harrowed hell with heavy store. 360. The faulty souls from thence brought to his heavenly bower. XLI. The fifth had charged sick persons to attend. And comfort those, in point of death which lay. For them most needeth comfort in the end. When sin, and hell, and death do most dismay. 365. The feeble soul departing hence away. All is but lost, that living we bestow. If not well ended at our dying day. O man, have mind of that last bitter throe. For as the tree does fall, so lies it ever low. XLI. 370. The sixth had charge of them now being dead. In seemly sort their courses to engrave. And deck with dainty flores their bridal bed. That to their heavenly spouse both sweet and brave. They might appear, when he their souls shall save. 375. The wondrous workmanship of God's own mold. Whose face he made all beasts to fear, and gave. All in his hand, even dead we honor should. Ah, dearest God, me grunt, I dead be not defouled. XLI. The seventh, now after death and burial done. 380. Had charged the tender orphans of the dead. And widows' aid, lest they should be undone. In face of judgment he their right would plead. Naught the power of mighty men did dread. In their defense, nor would for gold or fee. 385. Be won their rightful causes down to tread. And, when they stood in most necessity, he did supply their want, and gave them ever free. Slive. There when the elfin night arrived was the first and chiefest of the seven, whose care 390 was guests to welcome, towards him did paw. Where seeing mercy, that his steps upbear. And always led to her with reverence rare. He humbly lauded in meek lowliness. And seemly welcome for her did prepare. 395. Four of their order she was patroness. All but Carissa were their chiefest foundress. XLV. There she a while him stays, himself to rest. That to the rest more able he might be. During which time, in every good behest. 400. And godly work of almas and charity. She him instructed with great industry. Shortly therein so perfect he became. That from the first unto the last degree. His mortal life he learned had to frame. 405. In holy righteousness, without rebuke or blame. XLVI. Thenceforward by that painful way they paw. Forth to an hill, that was both steep and high. On top whereof a sacred chapel was. And eke a little hermitage thereby. 410. Wherein an aged holy man did lie. That day and night said his devotion. No other worldly business did apply. His name was heavenly contemplation. Of God and goodness was his meditation. XXVI. 415. Great grace that old man to him given had. For God he often saw from heaven's height. All were his earthly eyen both blunt and bad. And through great age had lost their kindly sight. Yet wondrous quick and persant was his sprite. 420. As eagle's eye, that can behold the sun. That hill they scale with all their power and might. That his frily thighs nigh weary and fordone. Gone fail, but by her help the top at last he won. XLVI. There they do find that godly aged sire. 425. With snowy locks adown his shoulders shed. As hoary frost with spangles doth attire. The mossy branches of an oak half dead. Each bone might through his body well be read. And every sinew seen through his long fast. 430. For not he carried his carcass long unfed. His mind was full of spiritual repast. And pynt his flesh, to keep his body low and chaste. 49. Who when these two approaching he espied. At their first presence grew aggrieved sore. 435. That forced him lay his heavenly thoughts aside. And had he not that dame respected more, whom highly he did reverence and adore, he would not once have moved for the night. They him saluted, standing far afore. 440. Who well them greeting, humbly did requite. And asked, to what end they clomb that tedious height. What end, quoth she, should cause us take such pain? But that same end which every living wight should make his mark, high heaven to attain. 445. Is not from hence the way, that leadeth right to that most glorious house that glistereth bright with burning stars and ever-living fire, whereof the keys are to thy hand behight. By wise Fidelia, she doth thee require. 450. To show it to his knight, according his desire. Thrice happy man, said then the father grave, whose staggering steps thy steady hand doth lead, and shews the way, his sinful soul to save. Who better can the way to heaven aread? 455. Then thou thyself, that was both born and bred in heavenly throne, where thousand angels shine, thou doest the prayers of the righteous seed, present before the majesty divine, and his avenging wrath to clemency incline. 460. Yet since thou bidst, thy pleasure shall be done. Then come thou man of earth, and see the way that never yet was seen of Faeries son, that never leads the traveller astray, but after labours long, and sad delay. 465. Brings them to joyous rest and endless bliss. But first thou must a season fast and pray, till from her bands the sprite assoiled is, and have her strength recurred from frily infirmitis. That dawn, he leads him to the highest mount. 470. Such one as that same mighty man of God, that blood-red billows like a walled front, on either side dispart with his rod, till that his army dry-foot through them yod, dwelt 40 days upon, where writ in stone. 475. With bloody letters by the hand of God, the bitter doom of death and baleful moan, he did receive, whiles flashing fire about him shone. Or like that sacred hill, whose head full high, adorned with fruitful olives all around. 480. Is, as it were for endless memory, of that dear Lord who oft thereon was found, forever with a flowering girland crowned. Or like that pleasant mount, that is for aye, through famous poets' verse each where renowned. 485. On which the thrice 3 learned ladies play their heavenly notes, and make full many a lovely lay. LV. From thence, far off he unto him did shew a little path, that was both steep and long, which to a goodly city led his view. 490. Whose walls and torres were builded high and strong, of pearl and precious stone, that earthly tongue cannot describe, nor wit of man can tell. Too high a ditty for my simple song. The city of the great king hight it well. 495. Wherein eternal peace and happiness doth dwell. LVI. As he thereon stood gazing, he might see the blessed angels to and fro descend from highest heaven in gladsome company, and with great joy into that city wend. 500. As commonly as friend does with his friend. Whereat he wondered much, and gone in queer. What stately building durst so high extend her lofty torres unto the starry sphere? And what unknown nation therein peopled were? LVI. 505. Fair knight, quoth he, Hierusalem that is the new Hierusalem, that God has built for those to dwell in, that are chosen his chosen people purged from sinful guilt, with precious blood, which cruelly was spilt. 510. On cursed tree of that unspotted Lamb, that for the sins of all the world was killed. Now are they saints all in that city Sam, more dear unto their God than younglings to their dam. LVI. Till now, said then the knight, I weened well. 515. That great Cleopolis, where I have been, in which that fairest Faerie Queene doth dwell, the fairest city was that might be seen, and that bright Tor all built of Christ all clean. Panthea, seemed the brightest thing that was. 520. But now by proof all otherwise I ween. For this great city that does far surpass, and this bright angel's Tor quite dims that Tor of glass. LAX. Most true, then said the holy aged man. Yet is Cleopolis, for earthly frame. 525. The fairest piece that I beholden can, and well beseems all knights of noble name, that covet in th immortal book of fame, to be eternized, that same to haunt, and done their service to that sovereign dame. 530. That glory does to them for guerdon grunt, for she is heavenly born, and heaven may justly vaunt. LX. And thou fair YMP, sprung out from English race, however now a compted elfin son, well worthy doest thy service for her grace. 535. To aid a virgin desolate fordone. But when thou famous victory hast won, and high amongst all knights hast hung thy shield, thenceforth the suit of earthly conquest shone, and wash thy hands from guilt of bloody field. 540. For blood cannot but sin, and wars but sorrows yield. LXI. Then seek this path, that I to thee presage, which after all to heaven shall thee send. Then peaceably thy painful pilgrimage to yonder same Hierusalem do bend. 545. Where is for thee ordained a blessed end? For thou amongst those saints, whom thou doest see, shall be a saint, and thine own nation's friend. And patroni, thou Saint George shalt called be. Saint George of merry England, the signa of victory. LXI. 550. Unworthy wretch, quoth he, of so great grace, how dare I think such glory to attain? These that have it attained, were in like case, quoth he, as wretched, and lived in like pain. But deeds of arms must I at last be fain. 555. And ladies love to leave so dearly bought. What need of arms, where peace doth I remain? Said he, and battles none are to be fought. As for loose loves, they're vain, and vanish into naught. XXII. Oh, let me not, quoth he, then turn again. 560. Back to the world, whose joys so fruitless are. But let me here, for I in peace remain. Or straightway on that last long voyage fare. That nothing may my present hope impair. That may not be, said he, any mayst thou yet. 565. Forego that royal maid's bequeathed care. Who did her cause into thy hand commit? Till from her cursed foe thou have her freely quit. XXIV. Then shall I soon, quoth he, so God me grace. Abet that virgin's cause disconsolate. 570. And shortly back return unto this place. To walk this way in pilgrim's poor estate. But now Ariad, old father, why of late? Didst thou behight me born of English blood? Whom all of Faeries son done nominate? 575. That word shall I, said he, avouchen good. Sith to thee is unknown the cradle of thy blood. XXV. For well I wot thou springst from ancient race. Of Saxon kings, that have with mighty hand. And many bloody battles fought in place. 580. High reared their royal throne in Britain land. And vanquished them. Unable to withstand. From thence a fairy the unweeting reft. There as thou slepst in tender swaddling band. And her base elfin brood there for thee left. 585. Such men do chonglings call, so chonged by Faeries theft. XXVI. Thence she thee brought into this fairy London. And in an heaped furrow did thee hide. Where thee a ploughman all unweeding fond. As he his toilsome team that way did guide. 590. And brought thee up in ploughman's state to bide. Whereof Jorgos he gave thee to name. Till pricked with courage, and thy forces pride. To fairy court thou camest to seek for fame. And prove thy puissant arms, as seemes thee best became. XXVI. 595. O holy sire, quoth he, how shall I quite the many favours I with thee have found? That hast my name and nation read aright. And taught the way that does to heaven bound. This said, adown he looked to the ground. 600. To have returned, but dazed were his eyne. Through passing brightness, which did quite confound his feeble sense and too exceeding shine. So dark are earthly things compared to things divine. XXVI. At last when as himself he gone to find. 605. To Una back he cast him to retire. Who him awaited still with pensive mind. Great thanks and goodly meed to that good sire. He thence departing gave for his pains hire. So came to Una, who him joyed to see. 610. And after little rest, gone him desire. Of her adventure mindful for to be. So leave they take of Coelia, and her daughters 3. Canto 11. The knight with that old dragon fights. 2 days incessantly. The third him overthrows, and gains most glorious victory. High time now gone it wex for Una fair. To think of those her captive parents dear. And therefore wasted kingdom to repair. Whereto when as they now approached near. 5. With heart-high wards her knight she gone to Chayar. And in her modest manner thus bespake. Dear knight, as dear as ever knight was dear. That all these sorrows suffer for my sake. High heaven behold the tedious toil ye for me take. 2. 10. Now are we come unto my native soil. And to the place where all our perils dwell. Here haunts that fiend, and does his daily spoil. Therefore henceforth be at your keeping well. And ever ready for your foeman fell. 15. The spark of noble courage now awake. And strive your excellent self to excel. That shall ye evermore renowned make. Above all knights on earth that battile undertake. 3. And pointing forth, lo yonder is, said she. 20. The Brasen Tor in which my parents dear, for dread of that huge fiend imprisoned be, whom I from far, see on the walls appear, whose sight my feeble soul doth greatly char, and on the top of all I do espy. 25. The watchman waiting tidings glad to hear, that O my parents might I happily unto you bring, to ease you of your misery. 4. With that they heard a roaring hideous sound, that all the air with terror filled wide. 30. And seemed uneath to shake the steadfast ground. Eftsoons that dreadful dragon they espied, where stretched he lay upon the sunny side of a great hill, himself like a great hill, but all so soon as he from far descried. 35. Those glistering arms, that heaven with light did fill, he roused himself full blithe, and hastened them until the then bade the knight his lady yetta aloof, and to an hill herself withdraw aside, from whence she might behold that battle's proof. 40. And eke be safe from donger far descried. She him obeyed, and turned a little wide. Now O thou sacred muse, most learned dame, fair imp of Phoebus and his aged bride, the Norse of time and everlasting fame. 45. That warlike hands and noblest with immortal name. 6. O gently come into my feeble breast. Come gently, but not with that mighty rage, wherewith the martial troops thou doest infest, and hearts of great heroes doest enrage. 50. That not their kindled courage may assuage, soon as thy dreadful trump begins to sound, the god of war with his fears equipage, thou doest awake, sleep never he so sound, all scared nations doest with horror stern astound. 7. 55. Fair goddess, lay that furious fit aside, till I of wars and bloody Mars do sing, and Britain fields with Saracen blood bedyed, twixt that great Faerie Queene and Paynim king, that with their horror heaven and earth did ring. 60. A work of labor long and endless praise, but now a while let down that haughty string, and to my tunes thy second tenor raise, that I this man of God his godly arms may blaze. 8. By this the dreadful beast drew nigh to hand. 65. Half flying, and half footing in his haste, that with his largeness measured much land, and made wide shadow under his huge wast, as mountain doth the valley overcast. Approaching nigh, he reared high afore. 70. His body monstrous, horrible, and vast, which to increase his wondrous greatness more, was swoln with wrath, and poison, and with bloody gore. 9. And over, all with brazen scales was armd, like plated coade of steel, so couched near. 75. That not mote purse, any might his course be harmed, with dint of sword, nor push of pointed spear, which, as an eagle, seeing prey appear, his airy plumes doth rose, full rudely dight, so shaped he, that horror was to hear. 80. For as the clashing of an armor bright, such noise his roused scales did send unto the night. X. His flaggy wings when forth he did display, were like two sails, in which the hollow wind is gathered full, and worketh speedy way. 85. And eke the pennaes, that did his pinions bind, were like mainyards, with flying canvas lind, with which when as him list the air to beat, and there by force unwonted passage find, the clouds before him fled for terror great. 90. And all the heavens stood still amazed with his threat. 11. His huge long tail wound up in 100 folds, does overspread his long broad scaly back, whose wreathed bots whenever he unfolds, and thick entangled knots adown does slack. 95. Bespotted as with shields of red and black. It sweepeth all the land behind him Faerie. And of 3 furlongs does but little lacka. And at the point 2 stings infixed are. Both deadly sharp, that sharpest steel exceeding Faerie. 12. 100. But stings and sharpest steel did far exceed the sharpness of his cruel rending claws. Dead was it sure as death indeed. Whatever thing does touch his ravenous paws, or what within his reach he ever draws. 105. But his most hideous head my tongue to tell does tremble, for his deep devouring jaws, wide gaped, like the greasy mouth of hell, through which into his dark abyss all ravin fell. 13. And that more wondrous was, in either jaw. 110. 3 ranks of iron teeth enwronged were, in which yet trickling blood, and gobbets raw, of late devoured bodies did appear. That sight thereof bred cold congealed fear, which to increase, and as a taunts to kill. 115. A cloud of smouldering smoke and sulphur sear, out of his stinking gorge forth steamed still, that all the air about with smoke and stench did fill. 14. His blazing eyes, like 2 bright shining shields, did burn with wrath, and sparkled living fire. 120. As 2 broad beacons, set in open fields, send forth their flames far off to every shire, and warning give, that enemies conspire, with fire and sword the region to invade. So flammed his eye with rage and rancorous ire. 125. But Faerie within, as in a hollow glade, those glaring lampies were set, that made a dreadful shade. 15. So dreadfully he towards him did paw, for lifting up aloft his speckled breast, and often bounding on the bruised brow. 130. As for great joyance of his newcome guest, eftsoons he gone advance his haughty crest, as choft boar his bristles doth uprear, and shoke his scales to battle ready drayest. That made the Red Cross knight nigh quake for fear. 135. As bidding bold defiance to his foeman near. 16. The knight gone fairly couch his steady spear, and fiercely ran at him with rigorous might. The pointed steel arriving rudely thar, his harder hide would neither pierce, nor bite. 140. But glancing by forth passed forward right, yet sore moved with so puissant push, the wrathful beast about him turned light, and him, so rudely passing by, did brush. With his long tail, that horse and man to ground did rush. 17. 145. Both horse and man up lightly rose again, and fresh encounter towards him addressed. But th idle stroke yet back recoiled in vain, and found no place his deadly point to rest. Exceeding rage inflamed the furious beast. 150. To be avenged of so great despite, for never felt his imperishable breast so wondrous force, from hand of living wight. Yet had he proved the power of many a puissant knight. 18. Then with his waving wings displayed wide. 155. Himself up high he lifted from the ground, and with strong flight did forcibly divide the yielding air, which nigh too feeble found her flitting parts, an element unsound. To bear so great a weight, he cutting way. 160. With his broad sails, about him soared round. At last low stooping with unwieldy sway, snatched up both horse and man, to bear them quite away. 19. Long he them bore above the subject plain, so far as Eugen bow a shaft may send. 165. Till struggling strong did him at last constrain to let them down before his flight's end. As Haggard Hauke, presuming to contend with hardy fowl above his hable might, his weary pounces all in vain doth spend. 170. To trust the prey too heavy for his flight, which coming down to ground, does free itself by fight. XX. He so decised of his griping gross, the knight his thrillant spear again essayed, in his bronze-plated body to emboss. 175. And 3 men's strength unto the stroke he laid, wherewith the stiff beam quaked, as afraid, and glancing from his scaly neck, did glide close under his left wing, then broad displayed the piercing steel there wrought a wound full wide. 180. That with the uncouth smart the monster loudly cried. XXII. He cried, as raging seas are wont to roar, when wintry storm his wrathful wreck does threat. The roaring billows beat the ragged shore, as they the earth would shoulder from her seat. 185. And greedy gulf does gape, as he would eat his neighbor element in his revenge. Then gin the blustering brethren boldly threat to move the world from off his steadfast henge, and boisterous battle make, each other to avenge. XXI. 190. The steely head stuck fast still in his flesh, till with his cruel claws he snatched the wood, and quite asunder broke. Forth flowed fresh a gushing river of black gory blood, that drowned all the land, whereon he stood. 195. The stream thereof would drive a watermill. Trebly augmented was his furious mood, with bitter sense of his deep-rooted ill, that flames of fire he threw forth from his large nose thrill. XXII. His hideous tail then hurled he about. 200. And therewith all enwrapped the nimble thighs of his froth-foamy steed, whose courage stout, striving to loose the knot that fast him ties, himself in straighter bands too rash implies, that to the ground he is perforce constrained. 205. To throw his rider, who can quickly rise from off the earth, with deadly blood distained, for that reproachful fall right foully he disdained. XXIV. And fiercely took his truncheon blade in hand, with which he stroke so furious and so fell. 210. That nothing seemed the puissance could withstand. Upon his crest the hard-ned iron fell, but his more hard-ned crest was armd so well, that deeper dint therein it would not make. Yet so extremely did the buff him quell. 215. That from thenceforth he shunned the like to take, but when he saw them come, he did them still forsake. XXV. The knight was wroth to see his stroke beguiled, and smote again with more outrageous might. But back again the sparkling steel recoiled. 220. And left not any mark, where it did light, as if in adamant rock it had been a pite. The beast impatient of his smarting wound, and of so fierce and forcible despite, thought with his wings to sty above the ground. 225. But his late wounded wing unserviceable found. XXVI. Then full of grief and anguish vehement, he loudly brayed, that like was never heard, and from his wide devouring oven sent a flake of fire, that, flashing in his beard. 230. Him all amassed, and almost made afeard. The scorching flame sore swinged all his face, and through his armor all his body seared, that he could not endure so cruel case, but thought his arms to leave, and helmet to unlace. XXVI. 235. Not that great champion of the antique world, whom famous poets' verse so much doth vaunt, and hath for 12 huge labours high extolled, so many furies and sharp fits did haunt. when him the poison garment did enchant. 240. With centaurs blowed and blowdy verses charmed. As did this knight $12,000 daunt. Whom fiery steel now burnt, that erst him armed. That erst him goodly armed, now most of all him harmed. XVIII. Faint, weary, sore, emboiled, grieved, brent. 245. With heat, toil, wounds, arms, smart, and inward fire. That never man such mischiefs did torment. Death better were, death did he oft desire. But death will never come, when needs require. Whom so dismayed when that his foe beheld. 250. He cast to suffer him no more respire. But gone his sturdy stern about to weld. And him so strongly stroke, that to the ground him felled. XXIX. It fortuned, as fair it then befell. Behind his back unweeding, where he stood. 255. Of ancient time there was a springing well. From which fast trickled forth a silver flood. Full of great virtues, and for medicine good. Whilome, before that cursed dragon got. That happy land, and all with innocent blood. 260. Defiled those sacred waves, it rightly hot. The well of life, any yet his virtues had forgot. XXX. For unto life the dead it could restore. And guilt of sinful crimes clean wash away. Those that with sickness were infected sore. 265. It could recure, and aged long decay. Renew, as one were born that very day. Both Silo this, and Jordan did excel. And English bath, and eke the German spa. Nikencephas, nor Hebrus matched this well. 270. Into the same the knight back overthrown, fell. XXXI. Now gone the golden Phoebus for to steep. His fiery face in billows of the west. And his faint steeds wat red in ocean deep. Whiles from their journal labors they did rest. 275. When that infernal monster, having cast his weary foe into that living well, can high advance his broad discolored breast. Above his wonted pitch, with countenance fell. And clapped his iron wings, as victor he did dwell. XXXI. 280. Which when his pensive lady saw from Faerie, great woe and sorrow did her soul assay. As weening that the sad end of the war, and gone to highest God entirely pray, that feared chance from her to turn away. 285. With folded hands and knees full lowly bent. All night she watched, any once adown would lay. Her dainty limbs in her sad dreriment. But praying still did wake, and waking did lament. 33. The morrow next gone early to appear. 290. That Titan rose to run his daily race. But early ere the morrow next gone rear. Out of the sea fair Titans do we face. Up rose the gentle virgin from her place. And looked all about, if she might spy. 295. Her loved knight to move his manly pace. For she had great doubt of his safety. Since late she saw him fall before his enemy. XXIV. At last she saw, where he upstart brave. Out of the well, wherein he drenched lay. 300. As eagle fresh out of the ocean wave. Where he hath left his plumes all hoary grey. And decked himself with feathers youthly gay. Like as Hauke up mounts unto the skies. His newly budded pinions to essay. 305. And marvels at himself, still as he flies. So knew this newborn knight to battle new did rise. XXXV. Whom when the damned fiend so fresh did spy. No wonder if he wondered at the sight. And doubted, whether his late enemy. 310. It were, or other new supplied knight. He, now to prove his late renewed might. high brandishing his bright daw-burning blade. Upon his crested scalp so sore did smite, that to the skull a yawning wound it made. 315. The deadly dint his dulled senses all dismayed. XXXVI. I wot not, whether the revenging steel were hard-ned with that holy water dew, wherein he fell, or sharper edge did feel, or his baptized hands now greater grew. 320. Or other secret virtue did and so, else never could the force of fleshly arm, ne molten metal in his blood embrow, for till that stound could never wight him harm, by subtlety, nor sleight, nor might, nor mighty charm. XVIII. 325. The cruel wound enraged him so sore, that loud he yelled it for exceeding pain, as 100 ramping lions seemed to roar, whom ravenous hunger did thereto constrain. Then gone he toss aloft his stretched train. 330. And therewith scourged the buxom air so sore, that to his force to yield and it was fain, ne aught his sturdy strokes might stand afore, that high trees overthrew, and rocks in pieces tore. XXXVI. The same advancing high above his head. 335. With sharp intended sting so rude him smote, that to the earth him drove, as stricken dead. Ne living wight would have him life behaught. The mortal sting his angry needle shot quite through his shield, and in his shoulder seized. 340. Where fast it stuck, any would thereout be got. The grief thereof him wondrous sore diseased, ne might his rankling pain with patience be appeased. XXIX. But yet more mindful of his honor dear, than of the grievous smart which him did wring. 345. From loathed soil he can him lightly rear, and strove to loose the far infixed sting, which when in vain he tried with struggling. Inflamed with wrath, his raging blade he heft, and strook so strongly, that the knotty string. 350. Of his huge tail he quite asunder cleft, 5 joints thereof he hewed, and but the stump him left. XL. Heart cannot think, what outrage, and what cries, with foule enfolded smoke and flashing fire, the hell-bred beast threw forth unto the skies. 355. That all was covered with darkness dire, then fraught with rancor, and engorged ire, he cast at once him to avenge for all, and gathering up himself out of the mire, with his uneven wings did fiercely fall. 360. Upon his sun-bright shield, and gripped it fast withal. XLI. Much was the man encumbered with his hold, in fear to lose his weapon in his paw, ne wist yet, how his talents to unfold, for harder was from Cerberus' greedy jaw. 365. To pluck a bone, then from his cruel claw, to reeve by strength the griped gauge away. Thrice he essayed it from his foot to draw, and thrice in vain to draw it did essay. It booted not to think to rob him of his prey. XLI. 370. Though when he saw no power might prevail, his trusty sword he called to his last aid, wherewith he fiercely did his foe assail, and double blows about him stoutly laid, that glancing fire out of the iron plaid. 375. As sparkles from the anvil used to fly, when heavy hammers on the wedge are swayed, therewith at last he forced him to untie one of his grasping feet, him to defend thereby. XLI. The other foot, fast fixed on his shield. 380. When as no strength, nor strokes mote him constrain to loose, and yet the warlike pledge to yield, he smote thereat with all his might and main, that not so wondrous puissance might sustain. Upon the joint the lucky steel did light. 385. And made such way, that hewed it quite in twain. The paw yet missed not his minished might, but hung still on the shield, as it at first was pight. Slive. For grief thereof and devilish despite, from his infernal fornace forth he threw. 390. Huge flames, that dimmed all the heaven's light, enrolled in duskish smoke and brimstone blue, as burning Etna from his boiling stew doth belch out flames, and rocks in pieces broke, and ragged ribs of mountains molten new. 395. Enwrapped in coal-black clouds and filthy smoke, that all the land with stench, and heaven with horror choke. XLV. The heat whereof, and harmful pestilence, so sore him noyed, that forced him to retire a little backward for his best defense. 400. To save his body from the scorching fire, which he from hellish entrails did expire. It chanced, eternal God that chance did guide, as he recoiled backward, in the mire, his nigh for wearied feeble feet did slide. 405. And down he fell, with dread of shame sore terrified. XLVI. There grew a goodly tree him fair beside, loaden with fruit and apples rosy red, as they in pure vermilion had been dyed, whereof great virtues over all were read. 410. For happy life to all which thereon fed, and life eke everlasting did befall. Great God it planted in that blessed stead, with his almighty hand, and did it call the tree of life, the crime of our first fathers' fall. XLVI. 415. In all the world like was not to be found, save in that soil, where all good things did grow, and freely sprung out of the fruitful ground, as incorrupted nature did them sow, till that dread dragon all did overthrow. 420. Another like fair tree eke grew thereby, whereof whoso did eat, eftsoons did know both good and ill. O mournful memory! That tree through one man's fault hath done us all to dy. XLVI. From that first tree forth flowed, as from a well. 425. A trickling stream of balm, most sovereign, and dainty dear, which on the ground, still fell, and overflowed all the fertile plain, as it had dawed bene with timely rain. Life and long health that gracious ointment gave. 430. And deadly wounds could heal and rear again, the senseless course appointed for the grave. Into that same he fell, which did from death him save. 49. For nigh thereto the ever-damned beast durst not approach, for he was deadly made. 435. And all that life preserved did detest, yet he is oft adventured to invade. By this the drooping daylight gone to fade, and yield his room to sad succeeding night, who with her sable mantle gone to shade. 440. The face of earth, and ways of living white, and high her burning torch set up in heaven bright. L. When gentle Una saw the second fall of her dear knight, who weary of long fight, and faint through loss of blood, moved not at all. 445. But lay, as in a dream of deep delight, besmirred with precious balm, whose virtuous might did heal his wounds, and scorching heat allay. Again she stricken was with sore affright, and for his safety gone devoutly pray. 450. And watch the noyous night, and wait for joyous day. Li. The joyous day gone early to appear, and fair Aurora from the dewy bed of aged Tithone gone herself to rear, with rosy cheeks, for shame as blushing red. 455. Her golden locks for haste were loosely shed about her ears, when Una her did mark climb to her chariot, all with flowers spread, from heaven high to chase the cheerless dark. With merry note her loud salutes the mounting lark. XXII. 460. Then freshly up arose the doughty knight, all healed of his hurts and wounds wide, and did himself to battle ready dight, whose early foe awaiting him beside, to have devoured, so soon as day he spied. 465. When now he saw himself so freshly rear, as if late fight had not him damnified, he walks dismayed, and gone his fate to fear. Nathless with wonted rage he him advanced near. LII. And in his first encounter, gaping wide. 470. He thought a taunts him to have swallowed quite, and rushed upon him with outrageous pride, who him are encountering fierce, as Hauke in flight, perforce rebutted back, the weapon bright, taking advantage of his open jaw. 475. Ran through his mouth with so importune might, that deep empersed his darksome hollow maw, and back returned, his life blood forth with all did draw. LIV. So down he fell, and forth his life did breath, that vanished into smoke and clouds swift. 480. So down he fell, that earth him underneath did groan, as feeble so great load to lift. So down he fell, as an huge rocky cliff, whose false foundation waves have washed away, with dreadful poise is from the mainland rift. 485. And rolling down, great Neptune doth dismay. So down he fell, and like an heaped mountain lay. LV. The knight himself even trembled at his fall. So huge and horrible a mass it seemed. And his dear lady, that beheld it all. 490. Durst not approach for dread, which she misdeemed. But yet at last, when as the direful fiend, she saw not stir, off shaking vain affright, she nigher drew, and saw that joyous end. Then God she praised, and thanked her faithful knight. 495. That had achieved so great a conquest by his might. Canto 12. Fairuna to the Red Cross Knight. Betrothed is with joy, though false duessa it to bar, her false sleights do employ. Behold I see the haven nigh at hand, to which I mean my weary course to bend. Veer the main shete, and bear up with the land, the which afore is fairly to be kenned. 5. And see meth safe from storms that may offend. There this fair virgin weary of her way, must landed be, now at her journey's end. There eke my feeble bark a while may stay, till merry wind and weather call her thence away. 2. 10. Scarzili had Phoebus in the glooming east, yet harnessed his fiery-footed team, ne reared above the earth his flame increased, when the last deadly smoke aloft did steam, that signa of last out-breathed life did see me. 15. Unto the watchman on the castle wall, who thereby dead that baleful beast did deem, and to his lord and lady load gone call, to tell how he had seen the dragon's fat all fall. 3. Uprose with hasty joy, and feeble speed. 20. That aged sire, the lord of all that land, and looked forth, to weet if true indeed those tidings were, as he did understand, which when as true by trial he outfound, he bade to open wide his brazen gate. 25. Which long time had been a shut, and out of hand, proclaimed joy and peace through all his state. For dead now was their foe which them forayed late. 4. Then gone triumphant trumpets sound on high, that sent to heaven the echoed report. 30. Of their new joy, and hap-high victory, gainst him, that had them long oppressed with tort, and fast imprisoned in sieged fort. Then all the people, as in solemn a feast, to him assembled with one full consort. 35. rejoicing at the fall of that great beast, from whose eternal bondage now they were released. V. Forth came that ancient lord and aged queen, arrayed in antique robes down to the ground, and sad habiliments right well beseen. 40. A noble crew about them waited round, of sage and sober Perez, all gravely gowned, whom Faerie before did march a goodly band, of tall young men, all hable arms to sound, but now they laurel branches bore in hand. 45. Glad signa of victory and peace in all their land. 6. Unto that doughty conqueror they came, and him before themselves prostrating low, their lord and patroni loud did him proclaim, and at his feet their laurel boughs did throw. 50. Soon after them all dancing on a row, the comely virgins came, with girlands dight, as fresh as flowers in meadow green do grow, when morning daw upon their leaves doth light, and in their hands sweet timbrels all upheld on height. 7. 55. And them before, the fry of children young, their wanton sports and childish mirth did play, and to the maidens sounding timbrels sung, in well-attuned notes, a joyous lay, and made delightful music all the way. 60. Until they came where that fair virgin stood, as fair Diana in fresh summer's day beholds her nymphs enwronged in shady wood. Some wrestle, some do run, some bathe in Christ all flood. 8. So she beheld those maidens' merriment. 65. With cheerful view, who when to her they came, themselves to ground with gracious humblest bent, and her adored by honorable name, lifting to heaven her everlasting fame. Then on her head they set a girland green. 70. And crowned her twixt earnest and twixt game, who in her self-resemblance well beseen, did see me such, as she was, a goodly maiden queen. 9. And after, all the rascal many ran, heaped together in rude rabblement. 75. To see the face of that victorious man, whom all admired, as from heaven sent, and gazed upon with gaping wonderment. But when they came where that dead dragon lay, stretched on the ground in monstrous large extent. 80. The sight with idle fear did them dismay, ne durst approach him nigh, to touch, or once essay. X. Some feared, and fled. Some feared and well it feigned. One that would wiser see me than all the rest, warned him not touch, for yet perhaps remained. 85. Some lingering life within his hollow breast, or in his womb might lurk some hidden nest, of many dragonets, his fruitful seed. Another said, that in his eyes did rest, yet sparkling fire, and bade thereof take heed. 90. Another said, he saw him move his eyes indeed. 11. One mother, when as her foolhardy child, did come too near, and with his talents play, half dead through fear, her little babe reviled, and to her gossips gone in counsel say. 95. How can I tell, but that his talents may yet scratch my son, or rend his tender hand? So diversly themselves in vain they fray, whiles some more bold, to measure him nigh stand, to prove how many acres he did spread of land. 12. 100. Thus flocked all the folky him round about, the whiles that hoary king, with all his train, being arrived where that champion stout, after his foes' defeasance did remain, him goodly greets, and fair does entertain. 105. With princely gifts of ivory and gold, and thousand thanks him yields for all his pain. Then when his daughter dear he does behold, her dearly doth embrace, and kisseth manifold. 13. And after to his palais he them brings, 110. With shalms, and trumpets, and with clarions sweet. And all the way the joyous people sings. And with their garments strews the paved street. Whence mounting up, they find purveyance meet. Of all that royal prince's court became. 115. And all the floor was underneath their feet. Bespread with costly scarlet of great name. On which they lowly sit, and fitting purpose frame. 14. What needs me tell their feast and goodly guise? In which was nothing riotous nor vain. 120. What needs of dainty dishes to devise? Of comely services, or courtly train? My narrow leaves cannot in them contain. The large discourse of royal princes' state. Yet was their manner then but bare and plain. 125. For th antique world excess and pride did hate. Such proud luxurious pompa is swollen up but late. 15. Then when with meats and drinks of every kind, their fervent appetites they quenched had, that ancient lord gone fit occasion find. 130. Of strange adventures, and of perils sad, which in his travel him befallen had. For to demand of his renowned guest, who then with utterance grave, and countenance sad, from point to point, as is before expressed. 135. Discoursed his voyage long, according his request. 16. Great pleasures mixed with pitiful regard. That godly king and queen did passionate, whiles they his pitiful adventures heard. That oft they did lament his luckless state. 140. And often blame the too importune fate, that heaped on him so many wrathful wreaks. For never gentle knight, as he of late, so tossed was in fortune's cruel freaks. And all the while salt tears bedawed the hearer's cheeks. 17. 145. Then said the royal pair in sober wise, Dear son, great been the evils which ye bore, from first to last in your late enterprise, that I note whether praise, or pity more. For never living man, I ween, so sore. 150. In sea of deadly dongers was distressed. But since now safe ye seized have the shore, and well arrived are, high God be blessed. Let us devise of ease and everlasting rest. 18. Ah, dearest Lord, said then that doughty knight. 155. Of ease or rest I may not yet devise. For by the faith, which I to arms have plight, I bounden am straight after this emprise. As that your daughter can ye well advise. Back to return to that great Faerie Queene. 160. And her to serve 6 years in warlike wise, gainst that proud Paynim king that works her teen. Therefore I ought crave pardon, till I there have been. 19. Unhappy phallus that hard necessity, quoth he, the troubler of my happy peace. 165. And vowed foe of my felicity. Now I against the same can justly preace. But since that band ye cannot now release, nor done undo, for vows may not be vain, soon as the term of those 6 years shall cease. 170. Ye then shall hither back return again, the marriage to accomplish vowed betwixt you twain. XX. Which for my part one covet to perform, in sort as through the world I did proclaim, that whoso killed that monster most deform. 175. And him in hardy battail overcame, should have mine only daughter to his dame, and of my kingdom heir apparent be. Therefore since now to thee Perdians the same, by due desert of noble chivalry. 180. Both daughter and eke kingdom, lo, I yield to thee. XXI. Then forth he called that his daughter fair, the fairest on his only daughter dear, his only daughter, and his only heir. Who forth proceeding with sad sober cheer. 185. As bright as doth the morning star appear. Out of the east, with flaming locks bedight. To tell that dawning day is drawing near. And to the world does bring long-wished light. So fair and fresh that lady showed herself in sight. XXII. 190. So fair and fresh, as freshest flower in May. For she had laid her mournful stole aside. And widow-like sad wimple thrown away. Wherewith her heavenly bow tie she did hide. Whiles on her weary journey she did ride. 195. And on her now a garment she did wear. All lily white, without spot, or pride. That seemed like silka and silver woven near. But neither silka nor silver therein did appear. XXII. The blazing brightness of her beauty's beam. 200. And glorious light of her sunshiny face. To tell, whereas to strive against the stream. My ragged rhymes are all too rude and base. Her heavenly lineaments for to enchase. No wonder. For her own dear loved knight. 205. All were she daily with himself in place. Did wonder much at her celestial sight. Oft had he seen her fair, but never so fair dight. XXIV. So fairly dight, when she in presence came. She to her sire made humble reverence. 210. And bowed low, that her right well became. And added grace unto her excellence. Who with great wisdom and grave eloquence. Thus gone to say. But ere he thus had said. With flying speed, and seeming great pretense. 215. Came running in, much like a man dismayed. A messenger with letters, which his message said. XXV. All in the open hall amazed stood. At suddenness of that unwary sight. And wondered at his breathless hasty mood. 220. But he for naught would stay his passage right. Till fast before the king he did alight. Where falling flat, great humbless he did make. And kissed the ground, whereon his foot was pight. Then to his hands that writ he did betake. 225. Which he disclosing, read thus, as the paper spake. XXVI. To thee, most mighty King of Eden fair. Her greeting sends in these sad lines addressed. The woeful daughter, and forsaken heir. Of that great emperor of all the West. 230. And bids thee be advised for the best. Ere thou thy daughter link in holy band. Of wedlock to that new unknown guest. For he already plighted his right hand. Unto another love, and to another land. XXVI. 235. To me sad maid, or rather widow sad. He was affianced long time before. And sacred pledges he both gave, and had. False errant knight, infamous, and forswore. Witness the burning altars, which he swore. 240. And guilty heavens of his bold perjury. Which though he hath polluted oft of yore. Yet I to them for judgment just do fly. And them conjure to avenge this shameful injury. XVIII. Therefore since mine he is, or free or bond. 245. Or false or true, or living or else dead. Withhold, O sovereign prince, your hasty hand. From knitting league with him, I you ariad. No ween my right with strength adown to tread. Through weakness of my widowhead, or woe. 250. For truth is strong her rightful cause to plead. And shall find friends, if need requireth so. So bids thee well to fare, thy neither friend, nor foe, Fidessa. XXIX. When he these bitter biting words had read. The tidings strange did him abashed make. 255. That still he sate long time astonished. As in great muse, any word to creature spake. At last his solemn silence thus he brake, with doubtful eyes fast fixed on his guest. Redoubt knight, that for mine only sake. 260. Thy life and honor late adventurest. Let not be hid from me, that ought to be expressed. XXX. What mean these bloody vows, and idle threats? Thrown out from womanish impatient mind? What heavens? What altars? What enraged heats? 265. Here heaped up with terms of love unkind. My conscience clear with guilty bands would bind. High God be witness, that I guiltless aim. But if yourself, Sir Knight, ye faulty find, or wrapped be in loves of former dame. 270. With crime do not it cover, but disclose the same. XXXI. To whom the Red Cross Knight this answer sent. My lord, my king, be not hurried dismayed, till well ye wot by grave intendiment, what woman, and where fair doth me upbraid. 275. With breach of love, and loyalty betrayed. It was in my mishaps, as hitherward I lately travelled, that unwares I strayed out of my way, through perils strange and hard. That day should fail me, ere I had them all declared. XXXI. 280. There did I find, or rather I was found, of this false woman, that Fidessa hight. Fidessa hight the falsest dame on ground. Most false Duessa, royal richly dight. That easy was to inveigle weaker sight. 285. Who by her wicked arts and wily skill, too false and strong for earthly skill or might, unwares me wrought unto her wicked will, and to my foe betrayed, when least I feared ill. 33. Then stepped forth the goodly royal maid. 290. And on the ground herself prostrating low, with sober countenance thus to him said, O pardon me, my sovereign lord, to show the secret treasons, which of late I know to have been wrought by that false sorceress. 295. She only she it is, that erst did throw this gentle knight into so great distress, that death him did await in daily wretchedness. XXIV. And now it seemes, that she suborned hath this crafty messenger with letters vain. 300. To work new woe and unprovided scath, by breaking of the band betwixt us twain, wherein she used hath the practic pain of this false footman, clocked with simpleness, whom if ye please for to discover plain. 305. Ye shall him Archimago find, I guess, the falsest man alive, who tries shall find no less. XXXV. The king was greatly moved at her speech, and, all with Suddian indignation freight, bade on that messenger rude hands to reach. 310. Eftsoons the guard, which on his state did wait, attached that fader false, and bound him straight, who seeming sorely chafed at his band, as chained beer, whom cruel dogs do bait, with idle force did feign them to withstand. 315. And often semblance made to scape out of their hand. XXXVI. But they him laid full low in dungeon deep, and bound him hand and foot with iron chains, and with continual watch did warily keep. Who then would think, that by his subtle trains. 320. He could escape foul death or deadly pains. Thus when that prince's wrath was pacified, he gone renew the late forbidden banes, and to the knight his daughter dear he tied, with sacred rites and vows for ever to abide. XVI. 325. His own two hands the holy knots did knit, that none but death for ever can divide. His own two hands, for such a turn most fit, the hostling fire did kindle and provide, and holy water thereon sprinkled wide. 330. At which the bushy ted a groom did light, and sacred lamp in secret chamber hide, where it should not be quenched day nor night, for fear of evil fates, but burnin' ever bright. XXXVI. Then gone they sprinkle all the posts with wine. 335. And made great feast to solemnize that day. They all perfumed with frankincense divine, and precious odors fetched from far away, that all the house did sweat with great array, and all the while sweet music did apply. 340. Her curious skill, the warbling notes to play, to drive away the dull melancholy, the whiles one sung a song of love and jollity. XXIX. During the which there was an heavenly noise, heard sound through all the palais pleasantly. 345. Like as it had been a many an angel's voice, singing before th eternal majesty, in their trinal triplicities on high. Yet wist no creature whence that heavenly sweet proceeded, yet each one felt secretly. 350. Himself thereby reft of his senses meet, and ravished with rare impression in his sprite. XL. Great joy was made that day of young and old, and solemn a feast proclaimed throughout the land, that their exceeding mirth may not be told. 355. Suffice it here by signas to understand the usual joys at knitting of love's band. Thrice happy man the knight himself did hold, possessed of his lady's heart and hand, and ever, when his eye did her behold. 360. His heart did see me to melt in pleasures manifold. XLI. Her joyous presence, and sweet company, in full content he there did long enjoy. No wicked envy, any vile jealousy, his dear delights were able to annoy. 365. Yet swimming in that sea of blissful joy, he not forgot how he whilome had sworn, in case he could that monstrous beast destroy, unto his Faerie Queene back to return. The which he shortly did, and Una left to mourn. XLI. 370. Now strike your sails ye jolly mariners, for we be come unto a quiet road, where we must land some of our passengers, and light this weary vessel of her load. Here she a while may make her safe abode. 375. Till she repaired have her tackle spent, and want supplied, and then again abroad, on the long voyage whereto she is bent. Well may she speed and fairly finish her intent. Notes. Line Lo I the man. An imitation of the opening lines of Virgil's Aeneid. Il ego, que quandam gracilae modulatus avena. Carmen. Gradum opus agricolis, at nunc Horentia Martis. Referring to his Shepherd's Calendar, 1579, Spenser thus gracefully indicates his change from pastoral to epic poetry. 9. Knights and Ladies. The poet here imitates the opening of Ariosto's Orlando Furioso. O Holy Virgin Chief of 9, refers to Clio, the muse of history. Spenser should have invoked Calliope, the muse of poetry. Of fairy knights, the champions of Gloriana, the queen of fairyland. Fairest Tanaquil, a British princess, daughter of Oberon, king of fairyland. In the allegory she is Queen Elizabeth. That most noble Briton prince is Prince Arthur, the perfect knight, who is in love with Gloriana. In the allegory the Earl of Leicester is probably meant, though by one tradition Sir Philip Sidney is identified with Prince Arthur. Imp of highest Jove, Cupid, the god of love, and son of Jupiter and Venus. He is represented as armed with an ebony bow, L. 23. Triumphant Mart, Mars, the god of war. The spelling is that of the Italians and Chaucer. O goddess heavenly bright, Queen Elizabeth, aged 56, who was fond of such extravagant flattery, and expected it of all her courtiers. Phoebus Lampi, Apollo, the sun god. Glorious type of thine, the Lady Una, who stands for truth in the allegory. The argument of mine afflicted style, the subject of my humble pen. Afflicted has the original Latin sense of cast down. O dearest dread, O beloved object of reverence, a common salutation of royalty. The plot, at the bidding of Gloriana, the Red Cross Knight undertakes to deliver Una's parents from a dragon who holds them captive. He sets out upon his quest attended by a dwarf and guided by Una, mounted on an ass and leading a lamb. They are driven by a storm into a forest, where they discover the cave of Error, who is slain by the knight. They are then beguiled into the house of Archimago, an old enchanter. By his magic he leads the knight in a dream to believe that Una is false to him, and thus separates them. 2. The allegory. 1. Holiness, the love of God, united with truth, the knowledge of God, is to deliver man from the thraldom of the devil. Together they are able to overthrow error, but hypocrisy deceitfully alienates holiness from truth by making the latter appear unworthy of love. 2. There is a hint of the intrigues of the false Roman Church and the treacherous Spanish king, Philip II, to undermine the religious and political freedom of the English people. The English nation, following the Reformed Church, overthrows the Catholic faith, but is deceived by the machinations of Spanish diplomacy. Line a gentle knight, the Red Cross Knight, representing the Church militant, and Reformed England. He is the young, untried champion of the old cause whose struggles before the Reformation are referred to in LL 3:4. His shield bore a cross gules upon a field argent, a red cross on a silver ground. See the birth of St. George in Percy's Relics, 3:3, and Mallory's Morte d'Arthur, 3:65. For sovereign hope, as a sign of the supreme hope. Greatest Gloriana, Queen Elizabeth. In other books of the Faerie Queene she is called Belle Phoebe, the patroness of chastity, and Britomart, the military genius of Britain. A dragon, the great dragon, that old serpent, called the devil, Revelation 12:9, also Rome and Spain. Cf. Legend of St. George and the Dragon, and Fletcher's Purple Island, 7 seek. A lovely lady, Una, the personification of truth and true religion. Her lamb symbolizes innocence. A dwarf, representing prudence, or common sense. According to Morley, the flesh. A shady grove, the wood of error. By it Spenser shadows forth the danger surrounding the mind that escapes from the bondage of Roman authority and thinks for itself. Kitchen. The description of the wood is an imitation of Ariosto's Orlando Furioso, I. 37, Chaucer's Assembly of Foals, 176, and Tasso's Jerusalem Delivered, 3:75. Morley sees in this grove an allegory of man's life, the trees symbolizing trade, pleasure, youth, etc. The sailing pine. Ships were built of pine. The poplar never dry, because it grows best in moist soil. The builder oak. In the Middle Ages most manor houses and churches were built of oak. The cypress funeral, an emblem of death among the ancients, and sacred to Pluto. Sidney says that they were wont to dress graves with cypress branches in old times. The laurel. Victors at the Pythian Games and triumphing Roman generals were crowned with laurel. It was also sacred to Apollo, the god of poetry, hence, mead of poet sage. The fear that weepeth still. The fir exudes resinous substance. The willow. Willows, a sad tree, whereof such who have lost their love make their mourning garlands. Fuller's Worthies, I. 153. C.F. Haywood's Song of the Green Willow, and Desdemona's Song in Othello, 4:39. The yew. Ascham in his Toxophilus tells us that the best bows were made of yew. The myrrh, the Arabian myrtle, which exudes a bitter but fragrant gum. The allusion is to the wounding of Myrrha by her father and her metamorphosis into this tree. The warlike beech, because lances and other arms were made of it. The ash for nothing ill. The uses of the ash is one of the most universal, it serves the soldier, the carpenter, the wheelwright, cartwright, cooper, turner, and thatcher. Evelyn Silva. The great tree Yggdrasil in the northern mythology was an ash. The carver holm, or evergreen oak, was good for carving. Shame were to revoke, etc., it would be cowardly not to go forward for fear of some suspected unseen danger. The wandering wood, i.e. which causes men to go astray. Monster. The description of the monster error, or falsehood, is based on Hesiod's Echidna, Theog. 301, and the locusts in Revelation, 9, 7-10. She is half human, half serpent, because error is partly true and partly false. Dante's fraud and Milton's sin are similar monsters. Full of vile disdain, full of vileness that bred disgust in the beholder. Of her there bred, etc. Of her were born 1,000 young ones. Her offspring are lies and rumors of many shapes. Armed to point, completely armed. Cf. Father Apoin, to a nicety. The valiant Elfie, because he was the reputed son of an elfin or fairy, though really sprung from an ancient race of Saxon kings. 3 kinds of elves are mentioned in the Edda, the black dwarfs, and brownies, who both dwelt underground, and the fair elves, who dwelt in fairyland or Alfheim. The difference between Spenser's elves and these Teutonic elves shows how he perverts fairy mythology in the same way as he does classical myths. Percival. His gall did great for grief, his anger was aroused on account of pain. In the old anatomy anger had its seat in the gallbladder. See Burton's Anatomy of Melancholy, I, 2. Her vomit full of books, etc. From 1570, when Pope Sixtus V issued his bull of deposition against Queen Elizabeth, to 1590, great numbers of scurrilous pamphlets attacking the Queen and the Reformed Church had been disseminated by Jesuit refugees. Nilus. Pliny believed that the mud of the Nile had the power of breeding living creatures like mice. History Nat 9, 84. So Shakespeare, Antony and Cleopatra, 2, 7, 29. Gentle Shepherd. In this pastoral simile, Spenser imitates Homer's Iliad, 2, 469, and 17, 641, and Ariosto's Orlando Furioso, 14, 109. Thus Il Best Ed. There is a similar combat in the old romance Guy of Warwick, 9, between the hero and a man-eating dragon. Her scattered brood. The poet here follows a belief as old as Pliny that the young of serpents fed on their mother's blood. In this entire passage the details are too revolting for modern taste. The witch them nursed. The antecedent of which is her. In the 16th century the was frequently placed before which was also the equivalent of who. Cf. the Lord's Prayer. He should contend, he should have had to contend. Born under happy star. Belief in astrology was once common, and Spenser being a Pythagorean would hold the doctrine of the influence of the stars on human destiny. That armory, the armor of the Christian warrior. Ephesians 6, 13. That like succeed it may, that like successful adventures may succeed it. The word order is inverted for the sake of the rhyme. To friend, as his friend. An aged sire, the false enchanter, Archimago, or hypocrisy, who is supposed to represent Pope Sixtus V or King Philip II of Spain. In general he stands for false religion or the Church of Rome. The character and adventure are taken from Orlando Furioso, 2, 12, in which there is a hypocritical hermit. The knight at first takes Archimago to be a palmer, and inquires for the foreign news. Take up your inn, take lodging. A little wide, a little way off. An Ave Mary, Hail Mary, a prayer to the Virgin. Cf. Luke, I, 28. The sad humor, the heavy moisture, or slumbering doll. Morpheus, the son of Somnus and god of sleep and dreams, who sprinkled the dew of sleep on the brow of mortals from his horn or wings or from a bough dipped in Lethe. His magic books and arts. Monks engaged in scientific investigation, such as Friar Roger Bacon, were popularly supposed to use Kabbalistic books, and to make compacts with the devil by means of necromancy, or the black art, as in XXXVII. Before the close of the century Marlowe's Dr. Faustus and Green's Friar Bacon and Friar Bungay, both based on the popular belief in magic, were presented on the London stage. Black Pluto's grisly dame, Proserpine, the avenger of men, and inflictor of curses on the dead. She is identified with Shakespeare's Hecate, the goddess of sorcery, and with Milton's Cotytto, goddess of lust. To this latter sin the knight is tempted. Great Gorgon, Demogorgon, whose name might not be uttered, a magician who had power over the spirits of the lower world. The poet is here imitating the Latin poets Lucan and Statius. Cocytus, the river of wailing, and Styx, the river of hate, both in Hades. There were two others, Acheron, the river of sorrow, and Phlegethon, the river of fire. Legions of sprites. In this stanza and the preceding Spenser follows Tasso's Jerusalem Delivered, 13, 6-11, where the magician Ismeno, guarding the enchanted wood, conjures legions of devils, with the mighty name, L. 332. Chose. Imitation of Ariosto's Orlando Furioso, 2, 15, in which a false spirit is called up by a hypocritical hermit. The description of the house of sleep in St. 39 Seek is modeled on the same poet, Orlando Furioso, 2, 15 Seek. The influence of Homer's Odyssey, 11, 16, is seen in Street, LL 348 Seek. Tethys, the ocean. In classical mythology she is the daughter of Uranus, heaven, and Gaia, earth, and the wife of Oceanus. Cynthia, the moon. The allusion is to the story of Diana and Endymion. See Lilly's play Endymion. Whose double gates? Homer, Odyssey, 19, 562, and Virgil, Aeneid, 6, 893, give the house of dreams a horn and an ivory gate. Spenser substitutes silver for horn, mirrors being overlaid with silver in his time. From the ivory gate issued false dreams, from the other, true ones. Slumber soft. This stanza shows Spenser's wonderful technique. His exquisite effects are produced, it will be noticed, partly by the choice of musical words and partly by the rhythmical cadence of the verse phrases. It is an example of perfect keeping or adaptation of sound to sense. Cf. Chaucer's description of the waterfalls in the Cave of Sleep in his Boke of the Duchesse, 162. Whose drier brain, whose brain too dry? In the old physiology, a dry brain was the cause of slow and weak perception, and a moist brain of quickness. All, entirely, altogether. Hecate, queen of phantoms and demons in Hades, and mistress of witches on earth. C. 37. The sleeper's scent, the sleeper's sense. Most like to see me, etc. Most likely fit to seem for, represent, una. Like is an ADV. A very awkward inversion. Born without her due, i.e. created by him in an unnatural manner. Fair Venus, the daughter of Jupiter, or Zeus, and the sea nymph Dione. She is the same as Aphrodite, the Greek goddess of love and beauty. The Graces, Euphrosyne, Aglaia, and Talia, daughters of Zeus and Aphrodite. Hymen Io Hymen, refrain of an old Roman nuptial song. Hymen, the son of Apollo and the muse Urania, was the god of marriage. Freshest Flora, the goddess of flowers. She typified spring. To prove his sense, etc. To test his perception and prove her feigned truth. Though can she weep, then did she weep. Can here is the northern dialect form for the Middle English gone, past tense of ginnen, to begin, which was used as an auxiliary. The blind god, Cupid, Eros, or Amor, the god of love. Like other knights of romance, e.g. Sir Galahad and Sir Gareth in Malory's Morte d'Arthur, 3, 65, etc., the Red Cross Knight does not yield to the temptation of the flesh, but overcomes it. Questions and topics for study. 1. Tell in your own words the story of this canto. 2. Which muse does Spenser invoke? 3. Who were the 9 muses? 4. What is the difference between pastoral and epic poetry? 5. Illustrate by the Shepherd's Calendar and the Faerie Queene. 6. Point out imitations of Homer, Virgil, Lucan, Statius, Ariosto, Tasso, and Chaucer. 7. Explain the reference to the religious questions and politics of Queen Elizabeth's reign. 8. Where does Spenser use classical mythology, medieval legends? 9. What references to the Bible do you find? 10. Try to make a mental picture of the night, of Una, of error, of Archimago. 11. Is Spenser's character drawing objective or subjective? 12. Is the description of the wood true to nature? Could so many trees grow together in a thick wood? 13. Study the Rembrandt-like effects of light and shade in 14. 14. What infernal deities are conjured up by Archimago? 15. Paraphrase in your own language LL-107, -268. 16. Explain use of in L. 17. What part of speech is wandering L? To vi when L. Parse which L, him and spend L, you and shoe L. 18. Find examples of euphuistic hyperbole in, of alliteration in. 19. Explain the use and form of ein, edified, afflicted, weeds, Hibeon, imp, compelled, eretes, blazon, eclad. The plot, deceived by Archimago's phantoms, the red-crossed knight suspects the chastity of Una, and flies at early dawn with his dwarf. He chances to meet the Saracen Sansfoy in company with the false Duessa. They do battle and Sansfoy is slain. Duessa under the name of Fidessa attaches herself to the knight, and they ride forward. They stop to rest under some shady trees. On breaking a bough, the knight discovers that the trees are two lovers, Fradubio and Fra Alissa, thus imprisoned by the cruel enchantment of Duessa. 2. The Allegory. 1. Hypocrisy under a pious disguise is attractive to holiness. Truth is also deceived by it, and shamefully slandered. Holiness having abandoned truth, takes up with falsehood, who is attended by infidelity. Unbelief when openly assailing holiness is overthrown, but falsehood under the guise of faith remains undiscovered. The fate of the man, Fradubio, is set forth who halts between two opinions, false religion, Duessa, and heathen philosophy, or natural religion, Fra Alissa. 2. The Reformed Church, no longer under the guidance of truth, rushes headlong into infidelity, and unwittingly became the defender of the Romish faith under the name of the true faith. There is a hint of the intrigues of Mary Queen of Scots and the libels of the Jesuits on Queen Elizabeth designed to bring back the English nation to Romish allegiance. Line the Northern Wagoner, the constellation Boötes. His sevenfold team, the 7 stars of Ursa Major, or Charles's Wain. The steadfast star, the pole star, which never sets. Cheerful Chanticleer, the name of the cock in the Fabliaux and Beast epics, e.g. Roman de Renart and Reineke Fuchs. Phoebus Fiery Care, the sun. That fair forged sprite, fair but miscreated spirit, 14. Spenser took suggestions for this stanza from Ariosto and Tasso. Fair Hesperus, the evening star. The rosy-fingered morning. This beautiful epithet of Aurora, the goddess of the dawn, is borrowed from Homer, Hesiod, and other ancient poets. Aged Tithonus, son of Laomedon, king of Troy. Aurora conferred upon him immortality without youth, hence the epithet aged. Titan, the sun god in the Roman myths. Proteus, a sea god who was endowed with the power of prophecy. He could change himself into any shape in order to avoid having to prophesy. See Homer, Odyssey, 4, 366 seq, and Virgil, Georgics, 4, 387. Herbs. In the 16th century the belief in potions, magic formulas, etc., was still strongly rooted in the popular mind. The Spanish court and the priests were supposed to employ supernatural agencies against the Protestants. A faithless Saracen. Spenser uses the word Saracen in the general sense of pagan. During the Middle Ages the Saracen power was a menace to Europe, and the stronghold of infidelity. The names of the three Paynim brethren, sans foi, sans joy, and sans loy, faithless, joyless, and lawless, suggest the point of view of Spenser's age. A fair companion, the enchantress Duessa, or falsehood, who calls herself Fidessa. In the allegory Spenser intended her to represent the Romish Church and Mary Queen of Scots. Her character and appearance were suggested by the woman of Babylon, in Revelation 8, for Ariostos Alcina, and Tassos Armida. As when two rams. This figure is found in Virgil, Apollonius, Malory, Tasso, Dante, and other poets and romancers. The hanging victory, the victory which hung doubtful in the balance. The broken relics, the shattered lances. Each other's equal puissance envies, each envies the equal prowess of the other. Through their iron sides, etc., through their armored sides with cruel glances, etc. The bitter fit, the bitterness of death. Assured sit, etc. Sit firm, in the saddle, and hide, cover, thy head, with thy shield. With rigor so outrageous, with force so violent. That a large share, etc., that a large piece it, the sword, hewed, etc. From blame him fairly blessed. 1. Fairly preserved him from hurt, 2. Fairly acquitted him of blame. Him in, 1, refers to the knight, in, 2, to the Saracen. 1, is the better interpretation. Grudging. Because reluctant to part from the flesh. Daughter of an emperor. Duessa represents the Pope, who exercised imperial authority in Rome, though the seat of the empire had been transferred to Constantinople in 476. The only heir. The Dauphin of France, the first husband of Mary Queen of Scots, afterwards King Francis II, son of Henry II. Duessa's story is full of falsehoods. So dainty they say mocketh dearth, coyness makes desire. The knight is allured on by Duessa's assumed shyness. And he won't there sound, nor was accustomed to sound there. Cool shade. The Reformed Church, weakened by falsehood, is enticed by doubt and skepticism. Fair seemly pleasance, pleasant courtesies. With goodly purposes, with polite conversation. This whole stanza refers to Mary's candidacy for the English throne and its dangers to Protestantism. He plucked a bough. In this incident Spenser imitates Ariosto, Orlando Furioso, 6:26, in which Ruggiero addresses a myrtle which bleeds and cries out with pain. The conception of men turned into trees occurs also in Ovid, Virgil, Tasso, and Dante. O spare with guilty hands, etc. Cf. Virgil's account of Polydorus in Aeneid, 3:41, in which a myrtle exclaims, Pars pia celerare manus, etc. From Limbo Lake, here, the abode of the lost. With the schoolmen, Limbo was a border region of hell where dwelt the souls of Old Testament saints, pious heathen, lunatics, and unbaptized infants. Cf. Milton's Paradise of Fools, Paradise Lost, 3:495. For Dubio, as it were, brother doubtful, one who hesitates between false religion and pagan religion, Duessa and Fra Elissa, Morley. Fra Elissa is fair but frail, and will not do to lean upon. Fair in place, fair in that place. To tree and mold, to the form of a tree. Treein is an adj like wooden. The same. Supply, as she appeared to be, i.e. fair and true. Proper HEW. Witches had to appear in their, proper HEW, one day in spring and undergo a purifying bath. The old romances make frequent mention of the enchanted herb bath. By changes of my chayar, by my changed countenance or expression. Drowned in sleepy night. The phrase modifies, body, or is equivalent to, while I was drowned in sleep. In a living well, in a well of running water. This well signifies the healing power of Christianity. John 4:14. In Spenser's story this well is never found, and the wretched couple are never restored to human shape. All past fear, all fear having passed. Questions and topics. 1. How does the knight feel and act while under Archimago's spell? 2. What becomes of Una? 3. How does Archimago plan to deceive her? 4. Tell the story of the lovers turned into trees. 5. Who was Sansfoy? 6. Describe the appearance and character of Duessa. 7. What did she have to do with Fredubio and Fra Lissa? 8. What was the old belief about the penance of witches? 9. How only could the lovers be restored to their human shape? Was it done? 10. Who were St. George, Phoebus, Titan, Tithonius? 11. Explain the reference to Chanticleer in L. 12. Find examples of alliteration in, of balance in, and of Latinizing in, and. 13. Paraphrase in your own words LL-135, giving two interpretations, -387. 14. What figure of speech is used in, and. 15. Study the rich word painting in the description of sunrise in. Find other examples of this poet's use of costly epithets. 16. Scan the following passages, and. 17. Find example of Timesis, separation of prep. From OB, in. 18. What is the difference between the two wells in? 19. To whom do the pronouns in LL 175 refer? 20. What is the case of heavens in L? Of Sarazin in L? 21. What words are omitted in LL? The plot, Una wandering in quest of her knight is guarded by a lion. With difficulty they gain entrance to the cottage of Corsica and her daughter Abessa, the paramour of Cercropine. The latter is killed by the lion. Fleeing the next day, Una falls in with Archimago disguised as the Red Cross Knight. They journey on and meet a second Saracen knight, Sansloy. In the fight which ensues Archimago is unhorsed and his deception unmasked. The lion is slain, and Una becomes the captive of Sansloy. 2. The Allegory, 1. Truth finds temporary protection in reason, or natural honor, lion, and with its help puts a stop to the robbing of churches, Cercropine, which is connived at by blind devotion, Corsica, and secret sin, Abessa. Truth is then associated with hypocrisy under the guise of holiness, but it is soon unmasked by lawlessness, Sansloy, with which truth is forced into an unnatural alliance. 2. The lion is said to represent Henry VIII, overthrowing the monasteries, destroying church robbers, disturbing the dark haunts of idleness, ignorance and superstition. Kitchen. The battle between Archimago and Sansloy refers to the contests of the Catholic powers with the Moslems. The whole canto also has a hint of the violence and lawlessness connected with the English conquest of Ireland. Line though true as touch, though true as if tested on the touchstone, by which true gold was distinguished from counterfeit. And her due loves, etc., the love due to her diverted, etc. Yet wished tidings, etc. Yet none brought unto her the wished-for tidings of him. An awkward transposition. The great eye of heaven, the sun. Cf. Paradise Lost, v. 171. A ramping lion. Reason or natural honor, also Henry VIII. According to the ancient belief, no lion would attack a true virgin or one of royal blood. Similar scenes are found in Sir Bevis of Hampton, the Seven Champions of Christendom, etc. Cf. Henry IV, 2, 4. The allegory signifies that man guided merely by reason will recognize truth and pay it homage. Whose yielded pride, etc., object of had marked, L. 52. He kept both watch and ward, he kept awake and guarded her. A damsel spied, Abessa, who symbolizes flagrant or secret sin. Her cast in deadly HEW, threw her into a deathly paleness. Upon the wager lay, was at stake. Whereas her mother Blynd, were her blind mother, Corsica, or blind devotion. Unruly page. This refers to the violence with which Henry VIII forced Protestantism upon the people. In his present state of Ireland, page 645, Spenser speaks of the ignorance and blind devotion of the Irish papists in the benighted country places. Pater Nosters, the Lord's Prayer. Aves, prayers to the Virgin. Aldebaran, the bull's eye, a double star of the first magnitude in the constellation Taurus. Cassiopeia's chair, a circumpolar constellation having a fancied resemblance to a chair. One knocked at the door, Kirkrapine, the plunderer of the church. Spenser represents in him the peculiar vices of the Irish clergy and laity. Stay him to advise, stop to reflect. Him butteth not resist, it does him no good to resist. This whole passage refers, perhaps, to Henry VIII's suppression of the monasteries and convents in 1538–39. That long wandering Greek. Ulysses, or Odysseus, the hero of Homer's Odyssey, who wandered 10 years and refused immortality from the goddess Calypso in order that he might return to Penelope. Note the rhymes dear, here, and tear, air. This 16th century pronunciation still survives in South Carolina. See Ellis's Early English Pronunciation, 3, 868. This stanza reads like the description of an Irish wake. Or ought have done something to displease you. That should as death, etc., that should settle like death, etc. And chose in Faerie Court. See Spenser's letter to Sir W. Raleigh, page 6. Her kindly skill, her natural power. Fierce Orion's hound, Sirius, the dog star, the brightest of the fixed stars. The constellation Orion was named from a giant hunter who was beloved by Aurora and slain by Diana. And Nereus crowns with cups, and Nereus drinks bumpers in his honor. Nereus was a sea god, son of ocean and earth. From ground, from the land. Sans loy symbolizes the pagan lawlessness in Ireland. There is also a wider reference to the struggles between the Turks and the allied Christian powers, which had been going on since the siege of Vienna in 1529. Vainly crossed shield, Archimago's false cross lacked the protecting power of St. George's charmed true cross. Lethe Lake, a lake or river of Hades, whose water brought oblivion or forgetfulness to all who drank of it. Refers to the ancient custom of sacrificing an enemy on the funeral altar to appease the shade of the dead. The black infernal furies, the Erinyes, or goddesses of vengeance, who dwelt in Erebus. They were robed in black, bloody garments befitting their gloomy character. In romance it was customary for the victor to unlace the helmet of the knight whom he had unhorsed before slaying him. Friends and relatives were sometimes discovered by this precaution. Ne ever wont in field, etc., was never accustomed to fight in the battlefield or in the lists of the tournament. Contrast Sansloy's rude treatment of Una with the chivalrous respect and courtesy always shown by a true knight to woman. Questions and topics. 1. What moral reflections does the poet make in the introductory stanza? Note the reference to the Queen. 2. What do you learn of the laws, customs, and sentiments of chivalry in this canto? 3. Give an account of Una's meeting with the lion. 4. Explain the allegory of the incident of the lion. 5. Describe the character, appearance, and actions of Corsica, and explain the allegory. 6. Note the use of the stars to indicate time. 7. Under what circumstances does Una meet Archimago? 8. Explain the allegory in. 9. Note the euphuistic balance in. 10. What figure do you find in? Note the Homeric style. 11. Describe the fight between Archimago and Sansloy, and explain the double allegory. 12. What is the moral interpretation of -42? 13. Explain the Latinisms in LL and. 14. How are the adjectives used in L? 15. Note change of pronouns in from third person to first. 16. Explain tense of shold pa in L. 17. Note confusion of pronouns in and. 18. Examine the nominative absolute construction in st and. 19. Explain the ambiguous construction in L. 20. Parse her in L. 21. Note careless use of relative in L. I. The plot, In this and the following canto the adventures of the Red Cross Knight are continued from. Guided by Duessa, he enters the House of Pride. There he sees Lucifera, the Queen of Pride, attended by her sinful court. Her 6 counselors are described in detail, with an account of a pleasure trip taken by the Queen and her court. Sans Joy unexpectedly arrives and challenges the knight to mortal combat for the shield of Sans Foy. That night Duessa holds a secret conference with the Saracen knight. 2. The Allegory. 1. The Christian soldier, under the influence of false ideals, Duessa, is exposed to the temptations of the 7 deadly sins, chief among which is pride. In the midst of these sinful pleasures, he is assailed by joylessness, on whose side is falsehood secretly. 2. The religious and political allegory is here vague and somewhat discontinuous. There is a hint, however, of the attempts of Mary Queen of Scots to bring England back to Romanism. The pride and corruption of the false church and its clergy are set forth. There is also a suggestion of the perilous position of the English in Ireland. Of each degree and place, of every rank and order of society. Having escaped hard, having escaped with difficulty. Lazars. Leprosy was a common disease in England even as late as the 16th century. Malvenu, ill come, as opposed to bienvenu, welcome. Like Phoebus' fairest child, Phaeton, the son of Helios. He was killed by a thunderbolt from the hand of Zeus, as a result of his reckless driving of the chariot of the sun. A dreadful dragon, fallen pride. This genealogy of pride is invented by the poet in accord with the Christian doctrine concerning this sin. 6 wizards old, the remaining 6 of the 7 deadly sins, wrath, envy, lechery, gluttony, avarice, and idleness. See Chaucer's Parson's Tale for a sermon on these mortal sins, Gower's Dance of the 7 Deadly Sins, and Logland's Piers Plowman. Coche. Spenser imitates Ovid and Homer in this description of Juno's chariot. The peacock was sacred to the goddess, who transferred to its tail the 100 eyes of the monster Argus. See Ovid's Metamorphoses, I, 625 seq. With like conditions, etc. The behests were of a kind similar to the nature of the 6 sins. He challenged Essoine, he claimed exemption. Like a crane. This refers to Aristotle's story of a man who wished that his neck were as long as a crane's, that he might the longer enjoy the swallowing of his food. Nick Ethics, 3:13. A dropsy causing thirst. Upon a camel, etc. The reference is to a story in Herodotus' History, 3:102 seq., in which the Indians are described as carrying off on camels gold dust hoarded by enormous ants. Unto himself unknown, i.e. being ignorant of his own wretchedness. Unthrifty scath, wicked damage, or mischief that thrives not. The swelling spleen. The spleen was the seat of anger. Saint Frances fire, Saint Anthony's fire, or erysipelas. Diseases were named from those who were supposed to be able to heal them. With pleasance, etc. Fed with enjoyment of the fields, the fresh air of which they went to breathe. And helpless hap, etc. It does no good to bemoan unavoidable chance. Pay his duties last, pay his last duty to the shade of the slain man by sacrificing his murderer. Oddities of arms, chances of mishap in arms due to some advantage of one's antagonist. Questions and topics. 1. What are the moral reflections in stanza? 2. What suggestion of the condition of the English roads do you find in St. 3. But few returned, L. What became of the rest? 4. Give a description of the House of Pride. Note resemblance to a typical Elizabethan hall. 5. Explain the allegory of the house, noting the association of ugliness and beauty. 6. How is expectation aroused in 6? 7. Describe the dramatic appearance and character of pride. Cf. Description of Satan on his throne in Paradise Lost, 3. 8. What do you learn in this canto of Elizabethan or chivalric manners and customs? 9. Describe the procession at the Court of Pride. 10. What satire of the Romish priesthood in XX. 11. Note examples of Spenser's humor in and. 12. Point out the classical influence, Dionysus and Silenus, in the description of gluttony. 13. Subject of the interview between Duessa and Sansjoy. 14. Point out the archaisms in alliteration in and. The Latinisms in and. 15. In what case is way in L? 16. Explain the meaning and historical significance of lazar, L, and dial, L. 17. Explain the references of the pronouns in L, and LL-419. 18. Note the euphuistic balance and antithesis in and. 19. Explain the suffix in merkin in L. 20. Note the double negative in. 21. Paraphrase in your own words LL. The plot, a continuation of. The knight fights in the lists with Sansjoy and defeats him, but is prevented by Duessa's magic from slaying him. Duessa descends to Erebus and obtains the aid of Night, who conveys the wounded Saracen in her chariot to Aesculapius to be healed of his wounds. The tortures of some of the souls in Erebus are described, particularly the cause of Aesculapius' punishment. A roll of the prisoners whom the dwarf discovers in Pride's dungeon is given. The knight flees with the dwarf from her house. 2. The allegory: when the Christian soldier is attacked by joylessness, he has a far more desperate struggle than that with infidelity, and comes out wounded though victorious. Joylessness when crushed by holiness is restored by pagan philosophy. The backsliding Christian is warned in time by prudence of the fearful consequences of sin, and hastens to turn his back on pride and the other sins. The soul is led to dread pride, not by truth, but by its sufferings and other inferior motives. Their timely voices, their voices keeping time with their harps. Old loves, famous love affairs, the subject of the Minnesangers. In woven mail, in chain armor. Araby, probably here the Orient in general. From furthest Wyande, from farthest India. Unto a paled green, a green enclosure, lists for a tournament, surrounded by a palisade. His. An old method of forming the possessive, based on a misapprehension of the original Anglo-Saxon suffix es, which was shortened in Middle English to his, and finally to s. Both those, etc. Both Duessa and the shield are to go to the victor. A gryphon, a fabulous animal, part lion and part eagle. Gryphon is subject of encountereth with dragon as object. And sluggish German, etc., and sluggish brother dost relax thy strength to send his, Sansfoys, foe after him, that he may overtake him. In LL-88 Sansjoy addresses his brother, in LL-90 himself. German is any blood relation. The knight supposed that Duessa's encouraging words were addressed to him. Spenser here, with fine dramatic effect, imitates Homer, who saves Paris and Aeneas by a similar device. Iliad, 380, and v. 345. Tears. This mention of the man-eating crocodile's tears is based on an old Latin proverb. Sir John Mandeville repeats the story. Greasely Night. According to mythology, Hesiod's Theog, 123, one of the first things created, the daughter of chaos, and mother of ether, sky, and Hemera, day, also of deceit, strife, old age, and vengeance. See 22 and 27. On groaning beer, on a bier with groaning friends around. Oh, what of gods, etc., oh, what is it to be born of gods, if old of Eugles, the father of the 3 Saracens, sons are so ill-treated? And good successes, etc. And good results which follow their foes. Or break the chain, refers to Jove's proposition to fasten a golden chain to the earth by which to test his strength. Homer's Iliad, 8:19. C.F. Milton's Paradise Lost, 2:1051. Bad excheat, bad gain by exchange. Escheat is an old legal term, meaning any lands or goods which fall to the lord of a fief by forfeiture. Cf. rob Peter to pay Paul. Shall with his own bloud, etc. Shall pay the price of the blood that he has spilt with his own. Here Spenser imitates Homer's Odyssey, 163. The ghastly owl. The poet follows the Latin rather than the Greek poets, who regard the owl as the bird of wisdom. Of deep Avernus hole. Avernus in the poets is a cavern, in an ancient crater, supposed to be the entrance to the infernal regions. Cf. Virgil's Aeneid, 6, 237. In Strabo's geography it is a lake in Campania. Cerberus, the dog which guarded the lower regions. This stanza is an imitation of Virgil's Aeneid, 6, 417 seq. In Dante's Inferno Virgil appeases him by casting handfuls of earth into his maw. In this stanza we see the influence of Homer and Virgil. XXIX, the king of Lapithae, was chained by order of Zeus to a fiery-winged wheel for aspiring to the love of the goddess Hera, Juno. Sisyphus had to roll a huge stone forever up a hill for betraying the designs of the gods. Tantalus, for divulging the secrets of Zeus, was condemned to stand tormented by thirst in a lake. Titius, for an assault on Artemis, was pinioned to the ground with 2 vultures plucking at his vitals. Typhoeus, a 100-headed giant, was slain by Zeus' thunderbolt, and buried under Etna. The gin on which he was tortured was probably the rack of the Middle Ages. Cf. the bed of Procrustes. Theseus, for attempting to carry off Persephone, was fixed to a rock in Tartarus. The 50 sisters are the 50 Danaides, who, for slaying their husbands, were condemned to pour water forever into a vessel full of holes. Sad Aesculapius, the god of medicine, slain by Zeus for arresting death and diseases. And fates expired, and the threads of life which the fates, Parsi, had severed. Great pains, and greater praise, etc. His praise, like his pain, is to be eternal. This list of the thralls of pride is an imitation of a similar one in Chaucer's Monk's Tale, which was based on Boccaccio's De Casibus Illustrium Virorum. Proud king of Babylon, Nebuchadnezzar. See Daniel, 3 and 4. King Croesus, the last king of Lydia, who was overthrown by Cyrus in BC 646. Herodotus, I, 26. Proud Antiochus Epiphanes, king of Syria, who captured Jerusalem twice, and defiled God's altar. He died raving mad BC 164. Josephus, Antiquities of the Jews, 13, 5-9. Great Nimrod, the mighty hunter, Genesis, XVIII, whose game, according to Spenser, was man. Josephus tells us that through pride he built the Tower of Babel. Old Ninus, the legendary founder of Nineveh, and put to death by his wife, Semiramis. That mighty monarch, Alexander the Great, BC 366-323, king of Macedon. While consulting the oracle of Jupiter Ammon in the Libyan desert he was saluted by the priests as Ammon's son. He died either of poison, Plutarch, or of excessive drink, Diodorus. Great Romulus, legendary founder of Rome, BC 753. See Livy, I, 16. Proud Tarquin, Tarquinius Superbus, the last king of Rome. He was banished BC 510. Too lordly Lentulus, surnamed Sura, member of a haughty patrician family, who conspired with Catiline, and was strangled BC 62. Stout Scipio, Cornelius Scipio Africanus, BC 287-183, the conqueror of Hannibal, and self-exiled from Rome. Livy speaks of his inordinate pride, 38-50. Stub-born Hannibal, BC 247-183, the great Carthaginian general, who died by poison to avoid falling into the hands of the Romans. Ambitious Sylla, BC 138-78, Cornelius Sulla, the dictator, who died a loathsome death. Stern Marius, BC 157-86, after being 7 times consul, he was obliged to take refuge from his rival Sulla amid the ruins of Carthage. High Caesar, Caius Julius Caesar, BC 100-44, who was murdered by Brutus and other conspirators. Great Pompey. Cn. Pompeius Magnus, BC 106–48. After his defeat at Pharsalia, he fled to Egypt, where he was murdered. Fierce Antonius, Marcus, BC 83–30, the great triumvir, who after his defeat at Actium killed himself in Egypt. The bold Semiramis, the legendary queen of Assyria. Fair Sthenebia, the wife of Proteus, who on account of her unrequited love for Bellerophon, died by hemlock. Aristophanes' Frogs, 1049 Seek. High-minded Cleopatra, BC 69–30, the beautiful queen of Egypt, who is said by Plutarch to have died in the manner mentioned. Questions and topics. 1. How did Redcross spend the night before the fight with Sansjoy? 2. Study in detail the fine description of Duessa's descent to Erebus. 3. What elements of beauty are seen in the description of dawn and sunrise in? And compare Psalms, 19:5. 4. What arbitrary classification of musicians does Spenser make in? 5. Who is the far-renowned queen in? 6. Describe the joust between the knight and Sansjoy. 7. Where do you learn of the laws governing such contests? 8. Observe the dramatic way in which Duessa saves Sansjoy. 9. What dramatic stroke in? 10. Describe Knight and her team. 11. Give an account of her descent to Erebus with Sansjoy. 12. What were some of the tortures of the damned? 13. What effect is produced in and how? 14. Point out some instances in which Spenser has imitated Homer, Virgil. 15. Where does he follow the Latin rather than the Greek poets? 16. Why did Aesculapius hesitate to heal Sansjoy? 17. Whom did the dwarf see in the dungeons of Pride? 18. Why did the knight flee from the house of Pride? 19. Examine the following grammatical forms: maken, l, wounds, l. 20. What figure of speech is employed in? 21. What illustration is used in? 22. Find example of balanced structure in. Alliteration in. 23. Scan L. 24. Note nom. Abs. Construction in. 25. Paraphrase the involved constructions in. I. The plot, continuation of. Una is delivered from Sansloy by a band of satyrs. She remains with them as their teacher. There a knight of the wild wood, Sir Satyrane, discovers her, and by his assistance, Una succeeds in making her way out of the forest to the plain. On the way they meet Archimago, disguised as a pilgrim, and he deceives them and leads them to Sansloy. While Sir Satyrane and Sansloy are engaged in a bloody battle, Una flees. She is pursued by Archimago but makes her escape. 2. The Allegory. 1. Truth is saved from destruction by lawless violence, Sansloy, by the aid of barbarism or savage instinct, which terrorizes lawlessness but offers natural homage to truth. Truth finds a temporary home among ignorant and rude folk, satyrs, and in return imparts divine truth to their unregenerate minds. Natural heroism or manly courage, Sir Satyrane, sides with truth and defends it against lawlessness. 2. The religious allegory signifies the extension of Protestantism through the outlying rural districts of England and in Ireland. Upton thinks that Sir Satyrane represents Sir John Perrot, whose behaviour, though honest, was too coarse and rude for a court. 'Twas well known that he was a son of Henry VIII. Holinshed says that as Lord President of Munster, Sir John secured such peace and security that a man might travel in Ireland with a white stick only in his hand. From one to other Wyande, from the east to the West Indies. A troop of fauns and satyrs. The fauns were the wood gods of the Romans, the satyrs the wood gods of the Greeks. They were half human, half goat, and represented the luxuriant powers of nature. Old Sylvanus, the Roman god of fields and woods, young and fond of animal pleasures. Spenser represents him as a feeble but sensuous old man. With change of fear, from the wolf to the lion. Rustic horror, bristling hair. Their backward bent knees, like the hinder legs of a goat. Their barbarous truth, their savage honor. Late learned, having been recently taught. She had shown too hasty trust in Archimago. Without suspect of crime, without suspicion of blame. The olive is the emblem of peace, as the ivy, is of sensuousness. With their horned feet, with their hoofs. Or Bacchus merry fruit, etc., whether they did discover grapes. Or Cybele's frantic rites, the wild dances of the Carabants, priestesses of Cybele, or Rhea, the wife of Cronos and mother of the gods. That mirror rare, that model of beauty. So Sidney was called the mirror of chivalry. Fair Dryope, a princess of Oechalia, who became a forest nymph. Pholo, mentioned in L. 135, is probably a fictitious creation of the authors. Dirus Cyparis, a youth of Saya, who accidentally killed his favorite stag and dying of grief was changed into a cypress. He was beloved by Apollo and Sylvanus. Not fair to this, i.e. compared to this. Ennobled after joy, would not afterwards be cheerful. Self-willed annoy, self-willed distress. Fair Hamadryads, the nymphs who dwelt in the forest trees and died with them. Lightfoot Naiads, the fresh-water nymphs, companions of the fauns and satyrs. Their woody kind, the wood-born creatures of their own kind, e.g. nymphs or satyrs. Una was luckless in having lost her knights, but lucky in the friendship of the satyrs. Note the euphuistic phrasing. Idolatries. The allegory has reference to the idolatrous practices of the ignorant primitive Christians, such as the worship of images of the saints, the pageant of the wooden ass during Lent, see Matthew 21, and Brand's Popular Antiquities, I. 124. And the feast of the ass, see Matthew 2:14. A noble warlike knight, Sir Satyrane, in whom are united rude untaught chivalry in woodland savagery. He represents natural heroism and instinctive love of truth. By just occasion, just at the right moment. Thyamus is the symbol of animal passion. Laybride of the lower appetites, Therion, the human wild beast, who deserts his wife. This account of Sir Satyrane's education is based on that of Rogero by his uncle Atlanti in Ariosto's Orlando Furioso, 7:5-7. Maester of his guise, his instructor. At his horrid view, his shaggy, uncouth appearance. His famous worth was blown, i.e. blazoned by fame's trumpet. A Jacob's staff. According to Nares, a pilgrim's staff. Either from the frequent pilgrimages to St. James of Comfortella, in Galicia, or because the Apostle St. James is usually represented with one. See Canto 3, where Archimago was disguised as St. George. Th. Enchanter vain, etc. The foolish enchanter, Archimago, would not have rued his, St. George's, crime, i.e. slaying sans foy. But them his error shalt, etc., thou shalt by thy death pay the penalty of his crime and thus prove that he was really guilty. A very obscure passage. Look up the original meaning of shall. This simile is found frequently in the old romances. C.F. Mallory's Morte d'Arthur, 2, 104, and Chaucer's Knight's Tale, L. 1160. According to a usage of chivalry, the lover wore a glove, sleeve, kerchief, or other token of his lady love on his helmet. By lover's token, sans loy ironically means a blow. To her last decay, to her utter ruin. Spenser leaves the fight between Sansloy and Sir Satyrane unfinished. Both warriors appear in later books of the Faerie Queene. Questions and topics. 1. Who rescued Una from Sansloy? 2. How does Una repay their kindness? 3. How was she treated by them? 4. Explain the references to the various classes of nymphs. 5. Look up the classical references in and. 6. Why is Una described as luckless lucky? 7. What customs of the early Christians are referred to in? 8. What does Sir Saturn symbolize in the allegory? 9. What was his character and education? 10. Note the Elizabethan conception of the goddess Fortune in. 11. Did Una act ungratefully in leaving the satyrs as she did? 12. Who is the weary wight in? 13. What news of St. George did he give? Was it true? 14. Who is the Paynim mentioned in? 15. Note euphuistic antithesis in. 16. Explain the figures in. 17. Paraphrase LL. 18. Find Latinisms in, and. 19. Describe the fight at the end of the canto. I. The plot, continuation of. Duessa pursues the Red Cross Knight, and overtakes him sitting by an enchanted fountain, weary and disarmed. He is beguiled into drinking from the fountain, and is quickly deprived of strength. In this unnerved and unarmed condition he is suddenly set upon by the giant Orgoglio. After a hopeless struggle he is struck down by the giant's club and is thrust into a dungeon. Una is informed by the dwarf of the knight's misfortune and is prostrated with grief. Meeting Prince Arthur, she is persuaded to tell her story and receives promise of his assistance. 2. The allegory. 1. The Christian soldier, beguiled by falsehood, doffs the armor of God, and indulges in sinful pleasures, and loses his purity. He then quickly falls into the power of carnal pride, or the brutal tyranny of false religion, Orgoglio. He can then be restored only by an appeal to the highest honor or magnificence, Prince Arthur, through the good offices of truth and common sense. 2. In the reaction from the Reformation, Protestant England by dallying with Romanism, Duessa, Mary Queen of Scots, falls under the tyrannic power of the Pope, Orgoglio, with whom Catholic England was coquetting. At this juncture national honor and consciousness comes to the relief of Protestantism. There is personal compliment to either Lord Leicester or Sir Philip Sidney. He feeds upon, he enjoys. A Latinism, cf. Virgil's Aeneid, 3. Phoebe, a surname of Diana, or Artemis, the goddess of the moon. Spenser probably takes the suggestion from the fountain in the gardens of Armida in Tasso's Jerusalem Delivered, 1474. Cf. Also the fountain of Salmachus in Ovid's Metamorphoses, 819 seq. Poured out, a metaphor borrowed from Euripides, Herrick, 75, and Virgil, Aeneid, 9, 317. His looser make, his too dissolute companion. An hideous Jaon, Orgoglio, symbolizing inordinate pride, and the Pope of Rome, who then claimed universal power over both church and state, X. For a list of many other giants of romance see Brewer's Handbook, pages 376 to 379. That devilish Iron Engin, Canon. The invention of artillery by infernal ingenuity is an old conception of the poets. There is a suggestion of it in Virgil's Aeneid, 6, 585 seq. Which is elaborated in Ariosto's Orlando Furioso, 9, 91, which Milton in turn imitated in Paradise Lost, 6, 516 seq. So in the romance of Sir Triamore. Only breath, the mere breath. Do him not to die, slay him not, cf. Done to death. A monstrous beast, on which the woman of Babylon sat, Revelation, 13 and 17, 7. This refers to the Romish policy of fostering ignorance among its members. That renowned snake, the Lernaean Hydra, a monster with 9 or more heads, offspring of Typhon and Echidna. It was slain by Hercules. Stramona is a name of Spenser's own invention. The reference is to the cruelty and insensibility of the Romish Church. Its tale reached to the stars. Revelation, 12, 4. And holy heasts foretaught, and holy commands previously taught, them. His forlorn weed, his abandoned clothing. Monuments, the sorrowful, mournful relics. So hardly he, etc. So he with difficulty coaxes the life which has flown to return into her body. According to the Platonic teaching, the body is the prison house of the soul. Cf. Psalms, XXIII, XXXVII. But sealed up with death, but closed in death. Seal was a term in falconry, meaning to sew up the eyes of the hawk. The bitter baleful sound, the bitter, grievous moment during which she listens to the story. If less than that I fear, etc. If it is less bitter than I fear it is, I shall have found more favor, been more fortunate, than I expected. Sorrowful assay, the assault of sorrow, on her heart. Was never lady, etc., there never was lady who loved day, life, dearer. A goodly knight. Prince Arthur, son of King Uther Pendragon and Queen Yerne, the model English gentleman, in whom all the virtues are perfected, magnificence. According to Upton and most editors, Prince Arthur represents Lord Leicester. According to another tradition, Sir Philip Sidney. Could the author have possibly intended in him compliment to Sir Walter Raleigh? See Spenser's letter to Raleigh. Arthur is the beau ideal of knighthood, and upon him the poet lavishes his richest descriptive powers. His armor, his shield Pridwen, his lance Roan, and sword Excalibur, were made by the great enchanter Merlin in the Isle of Avalon. Shaped like a lady's head, an effigy of Queen Elizabeth, the Faerie Queene. Like Hesperus, the evening star. Cf. Phosphorus, the morning star. The dragon couchant was also the crest of Arthur's father, Uther, surnamed on this account Pendragon. The description in this stanza is imitated from Tasso's description of the helmet of the Sultan in Jerusalem delivered, 9:25, which in turn follows Virgil's Aeneid, 7:785 seq. Green Selinus, a town in Sicily. His warlike shield. Spenser here follows closely the description of the shield of the magician Atlante in Ariosto's Orlando Furioso, 2:55. Silver Cynthia, the moon. It was popularly supposed that magicians and witches had power to cause eclipses of the moon. All falsehood and deception. Truth and wisdom are symbolized, Upton. When him list, when it pleased him. Him is dative. It Merlin was. Ambrose Merlin, the prince of enchanters, son of the nun Matilda, and an incubus, half angel and half man. He made, in addition to Prince Arthur's armor and weapons, the round table for 150 knights at Cardoul, the magic fountain of love, and built Stonehenge on Salisbury Plain. He died spellbound by the sorceress Vivian in a hollow oak. See Tennyson's Idylls of the King. Did trample as the air, curved head as lightly as the air. And for her humor, etc., and to suit her, sad, mood framed fitting conversation. The subject of found is the substantive clause who, impart. Observe the antithetical structure of this stanza, both in the stichomuthia, or balance of line against line, and in the lines themselves. In this rapid wordplay Arthur wins his point by appealing to Una's faith. No faith so fast, etc. No faith is so firm that human infirmity may not injure it. Una, truth, is the sole daughter of Eden. Whilst equal destinies, etc., whilst their destinies, fates, revolved equally and undisturbed in their orbits. Astronomical figure. Physon and Euphrates, etc., 3 of the 4 rivers that watered Eden, the Hiddekel being omitted. See Genesis, 2:11-14. In this stanza the poet strangely mixes Christian doctrine and the classical belief in the envy of the gods working the downfall of men. Tartary, Tartarus, for the rhyme, the lowest circle of torment in the infernal regions. Has this obscure line any reference to prophecy? Cf. Daniel, 7:25, Revelation, 12:6-14. That heaven walks about, under the sky. That noble order, the order of the Garter, of which the maiden queen was head. The figure of St. George slaying the dragon appears on the oval and pendant to the collar of this order. Of Glory Anne, Queen Elizabeth. Cleopolis is called Cleopolis, i.e. the city of glory, or London. My doleful disadventurous dear, my sad misadventurous injury. That he my captive languor, the languishing captivity of my parents. My loyalty, i.e. the loyalty of me that rather death desire, etc. that brought not back, etc. And whence, the body full of evil was not brought back dead. Questions and topics. 1. Relate how the knight fell into the hands of the giant. 2. Note the fine adaptation of sound to sense in XVII. 3. Who were the parents and the foster father of Orgoglio? 4. What are the principal characteristics of the giants of romance as seen in Orgoglio? Cf. with the giants in Pilgrim's Progress. 5. In the description of the giant, do the last two lines add to or detract from the impression? Why? 6. To whom does Spenser ascribe the invention of artillery? 7. Explain the allegory involved in the relations of Duessa and Orgoglio. 8. How does Una act on hearing the news of the knight's capture? 9. What part does the dwarf play? 10. Is Una just to herself in LL-201? 11. Is she over-sentimental or ineffective, and is the pathos of her grief kept within the limits of the reader's pleasure? 12. Express in your own words the main thought in. 13. Note the skillful summary of events in, and observe that this stanza is the central crisis and pivotal point of the whole book. The fortunes of the knight reach their lowest ebb and begin to turn. The first half of the book has been the complication of the plot, the second half will be the resolution. 14. Give a description of Prince Arthur. 15. What mysterious power was possessed by his shield? Cf. the Holy Grail. 16. Observe carefully the scene between Una and Arthur, noting the changes in her mood. What light is thrown on her character? What are her feelings toward the knight? 17. Explain the various threads of allegory in this canto. I. The plot: Prince Arthur and Una are conducted by the dwarf to Orgoglio's castle. At the blast of the squire's horn the giant comes forth attended by Duessa mounted on the seven-headed beast. In the battle which ensues Arthur wounds the beast, slays the giant and captures Duessa. Prince Arthur finds the Red Cross knight half-starved in a foul dungeon and releases him. Duessa is stripped of her gaudy clothes and allowed to hide herself in the wilderness. 2. The allegory. 1. Magnificence, the sum of all the virtues, wins the victory over carnal pride, and restores holiness to its better half, truth. With the overthrow of pride, falsehood, which is the ally of that vice, is stripped of its outward show and exposed in all its hideous deformity. 2. The false Romish Church becomes drunk in the blood of the martyrs. There is a hint of the persecutions in the Netherlands, in Piedmont, of the massacre of St. Bartholomew's Day and the burnings under Bloody Mary. Protestant England is delivered from popish tyranny by the honor and courage of the English people. Militant England, Prince Arthur, is assisted by the clergy, squire, with his horn, Bible, and is guided by truth and common sense, dwarf. Horn of bugle small, the English Bible. Spenser here imitates the description of the magic horn of Logostilla in Ariosto's Orlando Furioso, 1553. Such horns are frequently mentioned in romance, e.g. Chanson de Roland, Mort d'Arthur, Hawes Pastime, Tasso's Jerusalem Delivered, Juan of Bordeaux, Romance of Sir Odorel, Cervantes' Don Quixote, etc. Late Cruel Feast, a probable reference to the massacre of St. Bartholomew's Day in Paris in 1572, and to the persecutions of Alva's Council of Blood in the Netherlands in 1567. This stanza is an imitation of Homer's Iliad, 414. In Cimbrian plain, probably the Crimea, the ancient Tauric Chersonese. Some connect it with the Cimbric Chersonese, or Jutland, which was famous for its herds of bulls. Kindly rage, natural passion. Note the Latineism, threatened his heads, and the imperfect rhyme, brands. Her golden cup, suggested by Circe's magic cup in Homer's Odyssey, x. 316, and the golden cup of the Babylonish woman in Revelation, 17:4. Through great impatience of his grieved head, etc. Through inability to endure, the pain of, his wounded head, he would have cast down his rider, etc. In one alone left hand, in one hand alone remaining. His left arm had been cut off. The uncovered shield represents the open Bible. The incident is an imitation of Ruggiero's display of his shield in Orlando Furioso, 22:85. Your fortune master, etc., be master of your fortune by good management. Unused rust which is due to disuse, a Latinism. With nature's pen, etc., i.e., by his grey hairs, at that age to which proper seriousness belongs. I cannot tell, did not become his venerable looks. That greatest princes, etc. This may mean, 1, befitting the presence of the greatest princes, or, 2, that the greatest princes might deign to behold in person. The first interpretation is preferable. A general reference to the bloody persecutions without regard to age or sex carried on for centuries by the Romish Church, often under the name of Crusades, Acts of Faith, Holy Inquisition, etc. This may refer to the burning of heretics, under the pretext that the Church shed no blood. Kitchen thinks that it means, accursed ashes. An altar, cf. Revelation, 6:9. Carved with cunning imagery, in allusion to the stimulus given to the fine arts by the Church of Rome, Percival. Brawned bowers, brawny muscles. What evil star, etc. In Spenser's day, belief in astrology, the pseudoscience of the influence of the stars on human lives, was still common. There was an old familiar ballad entitled Fortune My Foe. I.e. Your good fortune will be threefold as great as your evil fortune. Good grows of evil's proof, good springs out of our endurance of the tests and experience of evil. Best music breeds delight, etc. A troublesome passage. Upton and Jortin amend delight to dislike, Church inserts no before delight and omits best, Kitchen suggests despite. Grossart prefers the text as it stands with the meaning that although the best music pleases the troubled mind, it is no pleasure to renew the memory of past sufferings. I venture to offer still another solution, based on the context. When Una shows a desire to hear from her knight a recountal of his sufferings in the dungeon, and he is silent, being loath to speak of them, Arthur reminds her that a change of subject is best. For the best music is that which breeds delight in the troubled ear. In this passage Spenser follows closely the description of the witch Alcina in Ariosto's Orlando Furioso, 7:73. Rogero has been fascinated by her false beauty, and her real foulness is exposed by means of a magic ring. The stripping of Duessa symbolizes the proscription of vestments and ritual, and the overthrow of images, etc., at the time of the Reformation. Duessa is only banished to the wilderness, not put to death, and reappears in another book of the poem. Questions and topics. 1. What moral reflections are found in? 2. What were the duties of the squire in chivalry? 3. What part does Arthur's squire play? 4. What does the squire's horn symbolize? 5. Observe the classical figure in. 6. Describe the battle before the giant's castle, stating what part is taken by each of the four engaged. 7. Point out several of the characteristics of a typical battle of romance, and compare with combats in classical and modern times. 8. What additional traits of Una's character are presented in this canto? Note especially her treatment of the knight. 9. How is the unchangeableness of truth illustrated in this story? 10. Who is the old man in Seek? 11. Who is the waffle thrall in? 12. In what condition, mental and physical, is the knight when liberated? 13. How long was he a captive? 14. What was Duessa's punishment? Was it adequate? Explain its moral and religious meaning. 15. Observe the use of thou and ye, you, in this canto. 16. Find examples of antithesis, alliteration, Latinisms. The plot. Prince Arthur tells Una of his vision of the Faerie Queene and of his quest for her. After exchanging presents with the Red Cross Knight, he bids farewell to Una and her companions. These pursue their journey and soon meet a young knight, Sir Trevisan, fleeing from despair. Sir Trevison tells of his narrow escape from this old man, and unwillingly conducts the Red Cross Knight back to his cave. The knight enters and is almost persuaded to take his own life. He is saved by the timely interposition of Una. This is the most powerful canto of Book I. 2. The Allegory, 1. The moral allegory presents the transition of the soul, Red Cross, from pride to sin, duessa, through distrust of truth, una, and it thus comes into the bondage of carnal pride, orgoglio. In Canto 9 the soul suffers a similar change from sin to despair. Having escaped from actual sin, but with spiritual life weakened, it almost falls a victim to despair through excess of confidence and zeal to perform some good action. The soul is saved by truth, by which it is reminded to depend on the grace of God. 2. The allegory on its religious side seems to have some obscure reference to the long and bitter controversies between Protestantism, Calvinism, and Roman Catholicism allied with infidelity. O goodly golden shen, chivalry or knightly honor, the bond that unites all the virtues. Thankless, because not knowing whom to thank. In Malory's Morte d'Arthur, Arthur is taken from his mother, Yerne, at birth, and committed to the care of Sir Ector as his foster father, I.3. In Merlin Sir Antier is his foster father. Roran mossy hoar, Roran white with moss. A Roran vor hill in Merionethshire is mentioned by Selden. Contrary to the older romancers, Spenser makes Prince Arthur a Welshman, not a Cornish man. The River Dee, which rises in Merionethshire and flows through Lake Bala. My discipline to frame, etc., to plan my course of instruction, and, as my tutor, to supervise my bringing up. In her just term, in due time. Or that fresh bleeding wound, i.e. his love for Gloriana. With forced fury, etc. Supplying me from my, in L58 the meaning is, the wound, brought, me following its bidding with compulsive, passionate, fury, etc. In the 16th century his was still almost always used as the possessive of it. It does not occur in the King James Version of the Bible, 1611. Could ever find, the heart, to grieve, etc. A euphuistic conceit. According to the physiology of Spenser's age, love was supposed to dry up the humors, moisture, of the body. But told, i.e. if it, my love, is told. Ensample make of him, witness him, the Red Cross Knight. Whiles every sense, etc., while the sweet moisture bathed all my senses. Next to that lady's love, i.e. next to his love, loyalty, for Gloriana. Does the poet mean that allegiance to queen and country comes before private affection? Was firmest fixed, etc. Were strongest in my extremity, in the giant's dungeon. A book, the New Testament, an appropriate gift from the champions of the Reformed Church. An armed knight, Sir Trevison, who symbolizes fear. Pegasus, the winged horse of the Muses. For note on the false possessive with his, see note on v. Had not greater grace, etc., had not greater grace, than was granted my comrade, saved me from it, I should have been partaker, with him of his doom, in that place. After fair reads, afterwards graciously tells. With dying fear, with fear of dying. Whose like infirmity, etc., i.e. if you are a victim of love, you may also fall into the hands of despair. But God you never let, but may God never let you, etc. To spoil the castle of his health, to take his own life. C. F. Eliot's Castell of Helda, published in 1534. I wot, etc. I, whom recent trial hath taught, and who would not, endure the, like for all the wealth of this world, know, how a man may be so gained over to destroy himself. This simile is a very old one. See Homer's Iliad, I, 249, Odyssey, 18, 283. Song of Solomon, 4, 11, and Tasso's Jerusalem Delivered, 2, 51. For gold nor glee. Cf. for love or money. 296, imitated from Virgil's Aeneid, 6, 462. As if. Adreari course, Sir Terwin, mentioned in 27. Judge against thee right, give just judgment against thee. To price, to pay the price of. What justice, etc., what justice ever gave any other judgment but, this, that, he, who deserves, etc. Is then unjust, etc. Is it then unjust to give each man his due? Observe the subtle argument on suicide in this and XXIII. Spenser here puts into the mouth of the knight Socrates' argument to Cebes in their dialogue on the immortality of the soul. Plato's Phaedo, 6. Quoth he, despair. Thy date, the allotted measure or duration of thy life. Thy sinful hire, thy service of sin. As he were charmed, etc., as if he were under the spell of magic incantation. In a table, in a picture. The horrors of the Last Judgment and the torments of the lost were favorite subjects of the medieval Catholic painters. Fire-mouthed dragon. The dragons of romance are all described as fire-breathing. That chosen art, a reference to the doctrine of election. Mark, 13:20. Accursed handwriting. A reference to Paul's letter to the Colossians, 2:14, in which he declares that the gospel of grace has superseded the law of Moses. He so himself had deised, he had thus attempted, to take his life. Questions and topics. 1. Give an account of Prince Arthur's vision of the Faerie Queene. 2. Interpret his search for her as an allegory of the young man's quest after his ideal. 3. Observe in 17 an allusion to Spenser's patron, Lord Leicester, who was a favoured suitor for Elizabeth's hand. 4. What presents did the knights exchange at parting? 5. Characterize Sir Trevisan by his appearance, speech, and actions. What does he symbolize? 6. Note the skill with which Spenser arouses interest before telling of the interview with despair. 7. What was the fate of Sir Terwin? Its moral significance. 8. Describe the cave of despair, and show what effects are aimed at by the poet. 9. Compare with Despair Bunyan's Giant Despair and the Man in the Iron Cage. 10. Trace the sophistries by which despair works in the mind of the knight, e.g. the arguments from necessity, fatalism, humanity, cowardice, discouragement and disgust on account of his past failures, dread of the future, of God's justice, and the relief of death. 11. Does despair show knowledge of the knight's past? 12. With what powerful truths does Una meet the arguments of despair? 13. Where do you find reference to medieval art? 14. Find examples of euphuism, metaphors, similes, Latineisms, and alliteration. 15. Explain the verb forms in LL.I. The plot. The Red Cross Knight is conducted by Una to the House of Holiness, where they are welcomed by Dame Coelia and graciously entertained. The knight is instructed by Fidelia, Speranza, and Carissa, the 3 daughters of Coelia, in his relations to God and his fellow men. He is healed in body, and undergoes discipline for his sins. Mercy conducts him through the Hospital of Good Works, where he sees her 7 beadsmen. He then with Una climbs the hill of contemplation and hears from a holy man the story of his past with a prophecy of his future, and obtains a view of the city of heaven. This must be pronounced the most beautiful canto of the first book. 2. The allegory. 1. The soul is brought by the truth to a knowledge of the heavenly life, Coelia, and is led, through repentance, to seek forgiveness and to desire a holier life. Having learned faith and hope, it acquires a zeal for good works, charity, and is strengthened by exercising patience and repentance. At last it enjoys a mood of happy contemplation of the past with bright prospects for the future. The whole canto sets forth the beauty in a life of faith combined with good deeds. 2. The religious allegory presents the doctrine, discipline, and spirit of Protestantism in the 16th century. A close parallel may be drawn between this canto and many things in Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress. For his House of Holiness and its management, Spenser has no doubt taken many suggestions from the great manor house of some Elizabethan gentlemen. An ancient house, the House of Holiness. Dame Coelia, i.e. the Heavenly Lady. Fidelia and Speranza, faith and hope. Fair Carissa, charity, or love. Cf. 1 Corinthians, 13:13. Hight humilta, named humility. And knew his good, etc. And knew how to conduct himself to all of every rank. Ever-dying dread, constant dread of death. Long a day, many a long day. Thy weary souls to lead, to guide thy weary feet, to rescue them. The description of Fidelia is full of biblical allusions, viz., her white robe, Revelation 7:9, the sacramental cup filled with wine and water according to the custom of the early Christians, John 19:34. The serpent symbolical of healing power, Numbers 21, and Mark 14:24, the book sealed with the blood of the Lamb, Revelation v:1, and 2 Corinthians v:7. Encrease is in the optative subj with God as subject. And when she list, etc. And when it pleased her to manifest her higher spiritual power. These miracles of faith are based on the following passages: Joshua, X:12, 2 Kings, XX:10, Judges, 7:7, Exodus, 14:21, Joshua, 3:17, Matthew, 21:21. This line is given in the folio edition of 1609, but is wanting in the edition of 1590 and 1596. Hardly him entreat, scarcely prevail on him. The absolutions granted by the clergy. The passion of his plight, his suffering condition. Percival points out the resemblance between Spenser's Charity and Andrea del Sarto's famous painting La Charite in the Louvre. Whose passing price, etc., whose surpassing value it was difficult to calculate. Well to dawn, well-doing, right-doing. 7 bead men, 7 men of prayer, corresponding to the 7 deadly sins of the house of pride. They represent good works: 1. Entertainment of strangers, 2. Food to the needy, 3. Clothing to the naked, 4. Relief to prisoners. 5. Comfort to the sick, 6. Burial of the dead, and 7. Care of widows and orphans. Price of bras, ransom in money. Bras is a Latinaism from AES. From Turks and Saracens. In the 16th century thousands of Christians were held captive in Turkish and Saracen prisons, and many of these were ransomed by the charitable of Europe. Prescott tells us that Charles V found 10,000 Christians in Tunis at its capture in 1535. He that harrowed hell. The harrowing of hell was the medieval belief in the descent of Christ to hell to redeem the souls of Old Testament saints, and to despoil the powers of darkness. It is the subject of an old miracle play. The reference is to the resurrection from the dead. I dead be not defouled, that I, when, dead be not defiled. This prayer was answered, for the poet received honorable burial in Westminster Abbey. And widows' aid, i.e. had charge, to aid widows, etc. In face of judgment, before the judgment seat. For 23, his, her, Red Cross Knight, mercy. For not he cared not that his body had been long unfed. That same mighty man of God, Moses. See Exodus 14, 16, 24, and 34. That blood-red billows, of the Red Sea. That sacred hill, the Mount of Olives. That pleasant Mount, Mount Parnassus, the seat of the 9 Muses, L. 485, the patronesses of the arts and of learning. Sacred and profane literature are beautifully blended in the thoughts of the contemplative man. A goodly city, the celestial city, heaven. The description is suggested by that in Revelation 21:10 seek. That great Cleopolis, London, the city of glory. Panthea, probably Westminster Abbey, in which Elizabeth's ancestors were buried. For earthly frame, for an earthly structure. St. George of Mary, England. St. George became the patron saint of England in 1344, when Edward III consecrated to him the Order of the Garter. Church and Percival say that merry means pleasant and referred originally to the country, not the people. Cf. Merewether. Observe that lines 1, 2, 5, 6 are spoken by the knight, the rest by contemplation. Bequeathed care, the charge entrusted to thee, by Una. And many bloody battales, etc., and fought many bloody pitched battles. Chongalings. The belief in the power of fairies to substitute their elf children for human babies is frequently referred to in writers of Spenser's time. In the Seven Champions the witch Caleb steals away St. George, the son of Lord Albert of Coventry, soon after his birth. Georgos, from the Greek gamma epsilon omega rho gamma, an earth tiller, farmer. Spenser borrows the story in this stanza from that of Tejas, son of Earth, who was similarly found and brought up. Ovid's Metamorphoses, 15, 553. Questions and topics. 1. Observe that stanza contains the moral of. 2. What was Una's purpose in bringing the knight to the house of holiness? 3. Why should faith and hope be represented as betrothed virgins, and charity a matron? 4. Who were zeal, reverence, obedience, patience, and mercy, with the symbolism of each? 5. Who was the doorkeeper? Explain the allegory. 6. Find and explain the biblical allusions in this canto, which shows the influence of the Bible to a remarkable extent. 7. In what was the knight instructed by faith, seek? 8. Compare the mood of the knight in with that in, Lee 9. How did the two situations affect Una? 10. Note the teachings in, prayer, absolution, and, mortification of the flesh. 11. Observe that faith teaches the knight his relations to God, charity, those to his fellow men. 12. Explain the lyric note in L. 13. Give an account of the knight's visit to the hill of contemplation. Explain the allegory. 14. Find a stanza complementary to Queen Elizabeth. 16. What prophecy was made of the knight? I. The plot: the Red Cross knight reaches the brazen tower in which Una's parents, the King and Queen of Eden, are besieged by the dragon. The monster is described. The first day's fight is described, in which the knight is borne through the air in the dragon's claws, wounds him under the wing with his lance, but is scorched by the flames from the monster's mouth. The knight is healed by a bath in the well of life. On the second day the knight gives the dragon several sword wounds, but is stung by the monster's tail and forced to retreat by the flames. That night he is refreshed and healed by the balm from the tree of life. On the third day he slays the dragon by a thrust into his vitals. 2. The allegory. 1. Mankind has been deprived of Eden by sin or Satan, dragon. The Christian overcomes the devil by means of the whole armor of God, shield of faith, helmet of salvation, sword of the Spirit, etc. The soul is strengthened by the ordinances of religion, baptism, regeneration, etc. 2. There is a hint of the long and desperate struggle between Reformed England, St. George, and the Church of Rome, in which the power of the Pope and the King of Spain was broken in England, the Netherlands, and other parts of Europe. Some may see a remoter allusion to the delivery of Ireland from the same tyranny. Be at your keeping well, be well on your guard. This stanza is not found in the edition of 1590. And seemed uneath, etc. And seemed to shake the steadfast ground, so that it became unstable. Church and Nares take uneath to mean beneath or underneath, kitchen conjectures, almost. That dreadful dragon, symbolical of Satan. Spenser here imitates the combat between St. George and the dragon in the Seven Champions of Christendom, I. This description of the dragon watching the tower from the sunny hillside is justly admired for its picturesqueness, power, and suggestiveness. The language is extremely simple, but the effect is awe-inspiring. It has been compared with Turner's great painting of the Dragon of the Hesperides. O thou sacred muse, Clio, the muse of history, whom Spenser calls the daughter of Phoebus, Apollo, and Mnemosyne, memory. Till I of wars, etc. Spenser is here supposed to refer to his plan to continue the Faerie Queene and treat of the wars of the English with Philip II, Paynim king, and the Spanish, Saracen. Let down that haughty string, etc. Cease that high-pitched strain and sing a second, or tenor, to my, lower, tune. As two broad beacons. Kitchen thinks this passage is a reminiscence of the beacon fires of July 29, 1588, which signaled the arrival of the Armada off the Cornish coast. Her flitting parts, her shifting parts, referring to the instability of the air. Low stooping, swooping low, to the ground, a term in falconry. Haggard Hauke, a wild, untamed falcon. Above his hable might, beyond the strength of which he is capable. He so decised, etc., i.e. the dragon being thus dispossessed of his rough grip. The construction is nominative absolute. And greedy gulf does gape, etc., i.e. the greedy waters gape as if they would devour the land. The blustering brethren, the winds. His wide devouring oven, the furnace of his maw, or belly. That great champion, Hercules. The charmed garment steeped in the blood of the centaur Nessus, whom Hercules had slain, was given him by his wife Deianira in order to win back his love. Instead of acting as a filter, the poison robe burned the flesh from his body. Ovid's Metamorphoses, 9, 105. Observe the correspondence between the adjectives in L. 244 and the nouns in L. 245. The sense is, he was so faint, etc. The well of life. This incident is borrowed from Bevis of Hampton. The allegory is based on John 4:14 and Revelation 22:1. Silo, the healing pool of Siloam, John 9:7. Jordan, by bathing in which Naaman was healed of leprosy, 2 Kings v. 10. Bath, in Somersetshire, a town famous from the earliest times for its medicinal baths. Spa, a town in Belgium noted for its healthful waters, now a generic name for German watering places. Cephas, the river Cephissus in Boeotia whose waters possessed the power of bleaching the fleece of sheep. Cf. Isaiah, I, 18. Hebrus, a river in Thrace, here mentioned because it awaked to music the head and lyre of the dead Orpheus, as he floated down its stream. Ovid's Metamorphoses, 11:50. To move, moving. This is a French idiom. As eagle fresh out of the ocean wave, etc. There was an ancient belief, that once in 10 years the eagle would soar into the empyrean, and plunging thence into the sea, would molt his plumage and renew his youth with a fresh supply of feathers. His bright daw-burning blade, his bright blade flashing with the holy water dew, in which it had been hardened, L. 317. Ne molten metal in his blood embrue, i.e. nor sword bathe itself in his, the dragon's, blood. With sharp intended sting, with sharp, outstretched sting. The griped gage, the pledge, shield, seized, by the dragon. Missed not his minished might, felt not the loss of its diminished strength, i.e. though cut off, the paw still held to the shield. In comparing the fire-spewing dragon to a volcano, Spenser follows Virgil's Aeneid, 3:571, and Tasso's Jerusalem Delivered, 4:8. A goodly tree. Cf. Genesis, 2:9, and Revelation, 22:2. Over all were read, everywhere were spoken of. Cf. Genesis, 3:2. Adam and Eve were expelled from the garden lest they should eat and live forever. Deadly made, a creature of death, i.e. hellborn. An imitation of an incident in the Seven Champions in which a winged serpent attempts to swallow St. George, 1. And back returned, and as it was withdrawn. A Gallicism. Which she misdeemed, in which she was mistaken. Una feared that the dragon was not dead. Questions and topics. 1. Describe the 3 days' fight between the knight and the dragon. 2. What advantages does each gain? 3. Study the dragon as a type of the conventional monster of romance, contrasting his brutal nature with the intellectuality and strategy of the knight. 4. Study the battle as an allegory of the victory of mind over matter, of virtue over vice, of Protestantism over Romanism. 5. By what devices does Spenser obtain the effects of terror? Mystery and terror are prime elements in romance. 6. Find examples of another romantic characteristic, exaggeration. 7. Do you think that in his use of hyperbole and impossibilities Spenser shows that he was deficient in a sense of humor? 8. Observe the lyric note in 3 and live. 9. How does the poet impress the reader with the size of the dragon? 10. Which muse does he invoke? 11. Spenser's poetry is richly sensuous. Find passages in which he appeals to the sense of sight, of sound, of touch, of smell, of taste, of pain, of motion. 12. Where do you find an allegory of baptism? Of regeneration? Of the resurrection of Christ, the 3 days? 13. Analyze the descriptions of the coming of darkness and of dawn. I. The plot, the death of the dragon, is announced by the watchman on the tower of the city, and Una's parents, the king and queen, accompanied by a great throng, come forth rejoicing at their deliverance. The knight and Una are conducted with great honors into the palace. On the eve of their betrothal, Archimago suddenly appears as Duessa's messenger and claims the knight. Their wicked attempt is frustrated, and the pair are happily betrothed. After a long time spent in Una's society, the knight sets out to engage in the further service of the Faerie Queene. 2. The allegory, holiness, by conquering the devil, frees the whole human race from the tyranny of sin. It is embarrassed by the unexpected appearance of the consequences of its past sins, but makes a manly confession. In spite of hypocritical intrigues, Archimago, and false slanders, Duessa, holiness is united to truth, thus forming a perfect character. The champion of the church militant responds cheerfully to the calls of duty and honor. 2. Reformed England, having destroyed the brutal power of Rome, is firmly united to the truth in spite of the intrigues of the Pope to win it back to allegiance. It then goes forth against the King of Spain in obedience to the command of Queen Elizabeth. Veer the main-shetty, shift the mainsail, bear up with the land, direct the ship toward land. Out of hand, at once. Of tall young men. An allusion to Queen Elizabeth's pensioners, a band of the tallest and handsomest young men, of the best families and fortunes, that could be found, Wharton. All hable arms to sound, all proper to wield arms. To the maidens, to the accompaniment of the maidens' timbrels. In her self-resemblance well beseen, looking well in her resemblance to her proper self, i.e. a king's daughter. The rascal many, the crowd of common people. Of great name, of great celebrity, i.e. value. Fitting purpose frame, held fitting conversation. Kitchen and Percival think this whole passage a clever compliment to the parsimony of the Queen's court. That proud Paynim king, probably a reference to Philip of Spain. Nor done undo, nor undo what has been done. In sort as, even as. All were she, although she had been. In place, in various places. Bait. In Spenser's time bear baiting was a favorite pastime of the people and received royal patronage. The hostling fire, the sacramental fire. Spenser seems here to have in mind, not the Christian housel or Eucharist, but the Roman marriage rites with their symbolic fire and water. Trinal triplicities, the threefold 3 orders of the celestial hierarchy according to the scholastic theologians. They were as follows: 1. Seraphim, cherubim, thrones; 2. Dominations, virtues, powers; 3. Princedoms, archangels, and angels. Cf. Dante's Paradiso, 28, Tasso's Jerusalem Delivered, 1896, and Milton's Paradise Lost, v. 748. Her tackle spent, her worn-out rigging. Questions and topics. 1. Contrast the tone of this canto with the preceding 2. 2. When does Spenser drop into a lighter, humorous vein? 3. Find allusions to 16th-century customs, e.g. that of sitting on rush-strewn floors. 4. How was the Red Cross Knight received by the king? 5. Compare Una's costume with that described in the first canto. Why this change? 6. What hint of the significance of her name in? 7. What is the effect of Archimago's appearance? For dramatic surprise. 8. What is the effect of Duessa's letter? Suspense of fear. 9. Observe the confusion of Christian and pagan rites in this canto. 10. Where does Spenser make happy use of maritime figures? 11. Explain the allegory of this canto. Glossary. The numbers refer to cantos and stanzas. A. Abide, v. To attend on. About, I. Out of. Acquite, 8. Release, set free. Addressed, 2. Armed, equipped, x. Directed. Advise, I. Consider. Advisement, 4. Counsel, advice. Afflicted, int. Humble. Affray, 3. Terror, alarm. V. To startle. Affronted, 8. Opposed. Afore, x. Ahead, in front of. Agrast, x. Favor, show grace. Alba, v. Although. All, x. 12. Although. Almoner, x. Almoner, distributor of alms. ALS, 9. Also, quite so. Amati, 9. Dismay, dishearten. Amos, 4. Linen headdress. Amoves, 4. 8. 9. Moves. Anvil, 11. Anvil. Apply, x. Attend to, add. Ariad, 8. 9. X. Tell, explain, 12. Advise, ard, x. Explained, aretes, int. Urges. Arise, 6. Depart, rise out of. Armory, I. Armor. Eris, 4. 8. Tapestry. Aslake, 3. Appease, abate the fury of. Assay, 2. Approved quality, value, 7. Trial, 8. Assault, 2. 4. 8. 11. Try, assail, attempt. Assoiled, x. Absolved. Astound, 2. 6. 9. Astounded, amazed. Attach, 12. Seize, arrest. Attain, 2. Reach, fall in with. Atteint, 7. Obscure, discolor. Avail, I. Fall, sink. Avis, v. 8. Perceive. B. Bait, I. Feed, refresh. Bale, I. 8. Disaster, destruction, 9. Trouble, grief. Banes, 12. Bands of marriage. Batalus, v. Warlike, ready for battle. Battery, 9. Assault. Baldric, 7. A leather girdle for the sword or bugle, worn pendant across the shoulder and breast. Bays, 7. Bathes. Beads, I. Prayers. Beadmen, x. Men devoted to prayer for the soul of the founder of the charitable institution in which they lived. Become, x. Gone to, became, x. Suited. Bed, 9. Bid. Bedight, 12. Adorned. Beguiled, 11. Foiled. Beheast, 4. Command. Beheight, x. Name, declare, x. Entrusted, delivered, 11. Behot, promised. Beseemed, 8. Suited, was becoming. Beseen, 12. Good, looking, or, well, dressed. Bested, I. Situated, badly off. Bet, 3. Beat, bet, 6. Betake, 12. Entrust to, hand over to. Bethrall, 8. Imprison, take captive. Bever, 7. The lower and movable part of the helmet. Bewail, 6. Cause, bring about. Use either forced, or an error, nares. Bidding, I. Praying. Bylive, or blithe, v. Quickly. Blame, 2. Hurt, injury, or blameworthiness. Blaze, 11. Proclaim. blent, 6, stained. Bless, VIII, brandish, 7, 9, protect, deliver, pages blessed. Bloodred, 6, disfigured or swollen with weeping. Blunt, X, dim, of eyesight. Bond, I, bound. Butteth, free, profits, avails. Bootless, V, without avail. Bost, free, vain glory. Bots, I, 11, folds, coils. Bound, X, lead. Bosincan, 4, drinking vessel. Bowers, 8, muscles. Bras, X, money, cf. lat. aes. Brast, V, 8, 9, burst. Brave, X, fair, beautiful. Brawned, 8, brawny, muscular. Brayeres, X, briars. Brent, 9, 11, burnt. Broad, 4, abroad. Brond, 4. 8, firebrand. Buff, 2, 11, blow. Bugle, 8, wild ox. Buxome, 11, pliant, yielding. Bylive, 9, quickly. C. Call, 8, cap, headdress. Can, 4, an auxiliary verb with preterite meaning, 9, can equals gone, began, Halliwell. Cannon, 7, a smooth, round bit, 4 horses. Careful, v, etc., full of care, anxious, sorrowful. Careless, I, 2, free from care. Cark, I, care, sorrow, anxiety. Carl, 9, churl. Cast, X, 11, resolve, plan. Cative, V, captive. V, 8, 9, base, mean. Chauffe, 7, chafe, warm by rubbing, 3, vex, heat. Chaw, 4, jaw. Cheer, 2, face. Cheeren, X, regain cheerfulness, refresh, himself. Clear, X, clean. Clean, 9, clear, pure, bright. Compare, 4, collect. Compel, I, call to aid. Conceit, conception or design. Constraint, 2, anguish, 7, binding charms. Courage, 2, heart. Course, 3, 4, etc., body. Couch, 2, lay, a lance in rest, level, adjust. Couched 11, laid in place, of armor plates. Couched, 7, lying down with head up, ready to spring. Counterfaisance, 8, fraud, imposture. Court, 7, courteous attention. Crime, X, sin, 11, cause. Cruddy, V, clotted. Cruddled, 7, 9, curdled, congealed, with cold. Cure, V, charge. D. Daint, X, dainty, delicate. Dalliance, 2, trifling, light talk. Dame, 12, wife. Damnify, 11, injure. Derain, 4, 7, prepare, for battle. Dear, 7, hurt, injury. Daw burning, 11, bright with dew. Debonair, 2, gracious, courteous. Defeasance, 12, defeat. Defray, V, appease. Deity, 3, immortality. Dearth, 2, dearness, high value. Derind, 3, diverted, drawn away. Despite, 2, resentment, 4, etc., malice, spite, contempt, 7, 11, injury. Despoil, X, strip. Devise, 12, plan. Diamond, 9, adamant, steel. Dite, 7, 4, etc., arrange, dress, adorn. Disaventurous, 7, 9, unfortunate. Discipline, 6, teaching. Discolored, 7, variegated. Discourse, 12, description, 12, to narrate. Disease, 11, render uneasy. Dishonesty, 2, unchastity. Dispense, 3, pay for. Dispiteous, 2, cruel. Dispel, x, discipline. Decised, 11, dispossessed. Dissolute, 7, weak, unstrung. Disdained, 11, defiled. Dites, 8, raises, a club. Diverse, I, distracting. Divide, v, play, variations. Documents, x, doctrines. Dawn, x, to do. Doom, 9, judgment. Doted, 8, foolish. Doubt, 6, fear. Doughty, 11, 12, strong, brave. Dragonets, 12, little dragons. Dreed, or dread, int, 6, object of reverence. Drear, 8, sorrow. Dreary, v, gloomy, 6, dripping with blood. Dreriment, 2, 11, sorrow, gloom. Drayest, 9, prepared, arranged. Drift, 8, impetus. Drum, 9, drum. Drowsy head, 2, drowsiness. Dry dropsy, 4, meaning doubtful. 1, dropsy causing thirst, Wharton. 2, a misprint for dire dropsy, Upton. 3, a misprint for high dropsy, Collier. Die, 2, chance, fortune, lit. A small cube used for gaming. E. Urn, I, 6. 9, 18, yearn, long for. Edified, I, built. Eke, v, increase. Eft, 9, again. Eftsuns, x, etc., forthwith. Eke, 3, also. Eld, x, old age. Embalm, v, anoint, pour balm into. Embay, 9, 13, x, bathe. Embossed, 3, encased. 9, fatigued. Emboss, 11, plunge. Embowed, 9, rounded. Emboiled, 11, agitated, troubled. Embrue, 11, imbrue, drench. Impassioned, 3, moved to pity. Impeach, 8, hinder. Empurse, 11, pierce. Emprise, 9, undertaking, adventure. Enchase, 12, set off in fitting terms. Indue, 4, endow. Enfoldred, 11, shot forth, like a thunderbolt. Engrave, x, bury, entomb. Enhanced, I, v, raised. Enlargen, 8, deliver. Ensample, 9, witness. Ensue, 4, pursue, 9, persecute. Entirely, 11, with all the heart. Entrail, I, fold, twist. Envy, ill will, hatred. Equal, 6, side by side. Errant, 4, x, wandering, in quest of adventure. Isloin, 4, retire. Essoine, 4, excuse, exemption. You, you. Eugen, 11, made of you. Excheat, v, gain, lit. Property forfeited to the lord of a fief. Extirpe, x, uproot. Ias, 11, young untrained hawk, unfledged falcon. Ein, 2, etc., eyes. F. Fact, 4, 9, feet, evil deed. Fall, 9, befall. Fair, etc., go, travel. Fatal, 9, ordained by fate. Fati, fertilizing. Feign, 4, gladly, 6, glad. Fator, 4. 12, deceiver, villain, sham. Fearful, alarmed. Feature, 8, form. Fee, x, payment. Felly, v, fiercely. Fear, x, husband, lit. Companion. Fillet, 3, snood. Fit, 2, death agony, 4, struggle, passion, 11, musical strain. Flaggy, 11, yielding, hanging loose. Flit, 4, crumble away. Foil, 4, leaf of metal. Faltering, 7, stammering. Fond, 9, foolish. Phone, 2, foes. Food, 8, feud. Full happy, 6, happy as a fool, fortunate rather than provident, nares. Foredone, v, etc., undone, ruined, wounded to death. Foreby, 6, near. Forspent, 9, wasted, squandered. Foretaught, 7, neither. 1, untaught, mistaught, or. 2, taught before, hence, perhaps, despised, warren. Forlore, 8, x, forlorn, forsaken. Foray, 12, ravage, prey upon. Forsake, 11, avoid. Forwandering, 6, weary with wandering, or utterly astray. Forewarned, 2, warded off. Forwasted, 11, ravaged, utterly wasted. Forwearied, etc., turly weary. Foreworn, 6, much worn. Freight, 12, fraught, freighted. Frame, 8, support, steady. Franklin, x, freeman, freeholder. Fray, to frighten, 2, an affray. Freak, 3, 4, whim, caprice. Flounce, 4, curl, plait, frizz, the hair. Fruitful-headed, 8, many-headed. Fry, 12, crowd, swarm. Funeral, 2, death. Fine, 4, thin, v, fine. G. Gauge, 11, pledge, the thing contended for. Game, 12, sport. Gone, 2, began, often used as auxiliary verb, did. Gate, way, 8, manner. Gaunt, 7, giant. Gent, 9, gentle, gracious, fair. German, v, brother. Jest, x, adventure, exploit. Ghost, 2, spirit. Gin, v, engine, instrument, of torture. Gins, see gone. Girland, 2, garland. Just, tilt, joust. Glitteran, 4, 7, glittering. Gnar, v, gnarl, snarl, growl. Gobbet, 11, lump, piece. Gorge, etc., throat. Gossip, 12, neighbor, crony. Government, 9, self-control. Grail, 7, gravel. Grain, 7, dye, fast color. Gree, v, favor, goodwill, satisfaction. Greedy, 8, eager. Gren, 6, grin. Greasy, 9, horrible. Greasely, 9, grisly, hideous. Gripple, 4, greedy, grasping. Groom, servant. Gross, 11, fast, heavy. Grudging, 2, groaning. Gryphon, v, griffin, a fabulous animal half lion, half eagle. Guerdon, 3, reward. Guise, 6, 12, guise, mode, of life. H. Hable, 11, able, skillful. Haggard, 11, wild, untrained. Hanging, 2, doubtful. Hardiment, 9. Boldness. Harrow, x, despoil. Haught, 6, haughty. Here, v, pass for being so unlucky, in such evil case, kitchen. Heast, 7, command. Hubban, int, 7, of ebony wood. Heft, 11, raised on high. Henge, 11, orbit, lit, hinge. Hew, etc., form, countenance, 3, color. Height, 9, x, called, was called, entrusted. Hond, out of, 12, at once. Horrid, 6, 7, rough, bristling. Hot, 11, was called, see height. Hosling, 12, sacramental. Hove, 2, rose, stood on end. Humor, moisture. Hurtle, 4, 8, rush, clash together. Hurtless, 6, harmless, gentle. Husher, 4, usher. Imbrue, 7, imbrue, drench. Imp, int, 9, etc., child, scion. Impeach, 8, hinder. Impercible, 11, that cannot be pierced. Imply, 6, 11, enfold. Importune, 11, violent. Improvided, 12, unforeseen. In lodging. Incontinent, 9, at once. Infected, x, ingrained. Infest, 11, make fierce or hostile. Influence, 8, power of the stars. Intended, 11, armed, stretched out. Intendiment, 12, attention. Intent, 9, aim, purpose. Invent, 6, discover. Jealous, suspicious. Jolly, 2, fine, handsome. Jot, x, speck, small piece. Journal, 11, daily. Joy, 6, to be cheerful. Joyance, 4, gladness, merriment. Keep, heed, care. Keeping, 11, care, guard. Kend, 12, known. Kest, 11, cast. Kindly, 3, etc., natural, according to nature. Kirtle, 4, coat, tunic. Knee, 9, projection, of rocks. Knife, 6, sword. Lad, lead. Launch, 3, 4, pierce. Laystall, v, rubbish heap, dunghill. Lazar, 4, leper. Leech, v, x, surgeon, physician. Learn, 6, teach. Leasing, 6, falsehood, lying. Leke, v, leaky. Leman, 7, lover, sweetheart, mistress. Let, 8, hindrance. Lever, 9, rather. Libbard, 6, leopard. Leaf, 3. 9, dear one, darling. Lealed, v, lulled. Lin, v, cease. List, 2, 7, x, 11, desired, pleased. Lively, 2, 7, living. Loft, doubtful, air, sky, or roof. Long, 4, belong. Lore, knowledge. Lorn, 4, lost. Lut, x, bow, stoop. Lower, 2, frown, darken. Lumpish, dull, heavy. Lustless, 4, feeble, listless. Lind, 11, lined. Mace, 4, club. Make, 7, mate, companion. Maul, 7, wooden hammer, or club. Many, 12, troop, crowd. Mart, int, mass. Mated, 9, overcome, confounded. Maw, stomach. Mainly, 7, violently. Mel, metal. Menage, 7, manage. Meant, joined, mingled. Mew, v, prison, lit. Cage for hawks. Mirksome, v, dark, murky. Miscreant, v, 9, infidel, vile fellow. Misdeeming, 2, misleading, 4, misjudging. Misfeigning, 3, pretending wrongfully. Misformed, 8, ill-formed, or formed for evil. Misseeming, 9. 8. Unseemly. 7. Deceit. Mr. 9. Sort of, manner of. Misweening. 4. Wrong thinking, wrong belief. Mov, etc., more. Mortality. X. State of being mortal. Mortal. I. Deadly. Mote. Free, etc., might. Mot. I. Might. Muchel. 4. 6. Much, great. N. Nathemore. 8. 9. None the more. Nephews. Grandchildren, descendants. Enile. 9. Will not. Nose thrill. 11. Nostril. Note. 12. No not. Nude. 6. Would not. Noyance. Annoyance. Noi. X. 11. Hurt, harm. Noise. 6. Noise. Noyous. 11. Harmful, unpleasant. O. Offend. 12. Injure. Offspring. 6. Ancestors. Origane. 2. Wild marjoram. Ought. 4. Owned, possessed. Outrage. 11. Insult, abuse. Overcraw. 9. Insult, crow over. Oversight. 6. Want of prudence. Ouch. 2. X. Jewel or socket in which a jewel was set. P. Pain. 12. Labor, treacherous skill. 2. Effort. 4. Take pains. Pair. 7. Impair, injure. Paled. Fenced off, enclosed with a pale. Palfrey. 3. A lady's saddle horse, Hiruna's ass. Paramour. Lover, not in a bad sense. Parbreak. Vomit. Pardale. 6. Leopard. Parted. 3. Departed. Pa. 4. Surpass. 11. Step, pace. Passing. X. Surpassing. Passion. 2. Deep feeling, lit. Suffering. Passionate. 12. Express feelingly. Pain. 6. Pains, labor. Painim. 4. 6. 11. Pagan, heathen. Peace. X. Something constructed, Cleopolis. Penne. 11. Feather, quill. Percival. That can be pierced. Purdy. 6. French pardieu, a common oath. Pair. 8. 12. Noble, prince. Perçant. X. Piercing. Pite. 2. Etc. Pitched, fixed, placed. Pine. 9. Wasting away. 8. Pined, wasted away through torment. Plate. 6. 7. Solid armor, as distinguished from the coat of mail, or light chain armor. Plaisance. 2. Courtesies. 4. 7. Delight, conversational pleasure. Point. 1. 9. A point. 2. Not a wit. 3. 2. Armed, at all points. Policy. 4. Statecraft, cunning. Portesse. 4. Breviary, small prayer book. Postern. Small private gate behind. Poldred. 7. Powdered. Pounces. 11. A hawk's claws. Poignant. 7. Sharp, piercing. Poise. 11. Weight, force. Practic. 12. Deceitful. Prank. 4. Display gaudily. Prance. 7. Strut proudly. Prey. 9. Ravage. Priace. 3. Crowd, throng. Presently, immediately. Price. 9. Pay the price of, atone for. Pricking. 3. Riding, usually rapidly, i.e. spurring. Prief. 8. Trial. 9. Proof. X. Proved excellence. Prime. 2. Etc. Springtime. Privity. 9. Privacy. Prowess. 7. Bravery. Prowest. 4. Bravest. Puissance. Etc. Power. Purchase. 3. Lit. Acquisition, cant term for theft, or robbery, nares. Purfled, to, embroidered on the edge. Purposes, to, conversation. Purveyance, 12, provision. Quail, 9, subdue, overpower. Cade, 8, subdued. Quell, 11, disconcert, daunt. Quite, 8, repay. Quit, 6, to free. Quite, 8, repay, return. Quite, return a salute. Quoth, etc., said. Raft, struck away, from reeve. Ragged, 12, rough, rugged. Rail, 6, flow. Ramping, free, etc., leaping, bounding, erect, ramp, v. Rapt, 4, carried away. Rare, 2, thin-voiced. Rascal, 7, 12, vulgar, base. Route, 6, etc., reached. Ravine, v, prey. Raw, unpracticed, out of training. Read, advise. Reeve, 3, 11, snatch away, rob. Recoil, retreat. Recroant, 4, base, cowardly. Recure, v, etc., refresh. Red, 7, etc., declared. Redoubt, 4, terrible. Redound, 6, 3, overflow. Redress, v, restore, revive, reunite. Read, notice, perceive. Reel, v, roll. Reft, 9, snatched away. Reft, 6, 12, bereft. Renversed, 4, turned upside down. Repair, 6, return home. Repining, 2, failing, Percival, angry, Upton. Reprief, 9, reproof. Retrate, retreat. Reverse, 9, bring back. Revoke, 6, call back. Rida, remove, dispatch. Rife, 4, 9, much, exceedingly. Riotous, 4, riot. Road, 12, anchorage, harbor. Rove, int, shoot, an arrow with an elevation, not point blank. Round, 6, dance. Rowel, 7, ring of a bit. Ruffin, 4, rough, disordered. Rusty, v, rust-colored, blood-stained, filthy. Ruth, v, pity, sorrow. S. Sacred, 8, accursed, of ashes used impiously to receive the blood of the slain, Upton. Sad, v, 12, grave, mournful, 3, firm, steady, heavy. Sallow, a kind of willow. Salvage, 3, 6, etc. Wild, woodland, adj. Sam, together, same. Say, 4, serge cloth for cloaks, Halliwell. Scath, 4, 12, hurt, mischief. Scored, carved. Scour, 2, run fast. Scrine, int, chest, or case for keeping books, etc. Seed, seed, posterity. Cease, 11, fasten, seized, 12, gained, taken possession of. Seal, 7, lit. Sew up the eyes, of hawks, deprive of sight. Seely, silly, 6, 2, simple, innocent. Seemly, 2, polite. Seen, v, proved, tested. Semblant, 2, appearance. Scent, perception, sense. Shadow, represent typically. Shamefast, shy, modest. Shawm, 12, a wind musical instrument. Shend, shame. Shoe, 3, sign, track. Shroud, shelter. Single, 6, weak, 8, mere. Sith, 7, etc., since, sithing, 4. Sits, becomes, suits. Sleight, 7, device, 8, skill. Snub, 8, knob, snag. Solemnize, x, right, solemnizing. Sooth, 3, truth. Souse, beat. Soused, 3, drenched. Sown, sound. Spursed, 4, dispersed. Spill, 3, destroy. Staddle, 6, staff. Stannaries, tin mines or tin works. Stark, stiff. Stead, 8, etc., place. Stern, 11, tail. Stew, 11, warm place. Stole, 12, long robe. Stound, 7, stunned, 7, 8, moment. Store, 2, etc., distress, peril battle. Sty, 11, ascend, rise up. Subject, 11, lying beneath. Sure, 9, secure. Swerved, swerved. Swelt, 7, burned. Swinge, 11, singe. Swoon, heavy sleep, 9, swoon, swound, Table, 9, picture. Tackles, 12, rigging. Talents, 11, talons. Ted, 12, torch. Teen, 9. 12, grief, trouble, hurt. Then, then. Thews, 9, manners. Though, etc., then. Thorough, through. Thrall, 2, 7, 8, subject, 8, prisoner, 6, one in distress. Three square, 6, triangular. Thrill, 3, 11, pierce. Thrice, 6, thirst. Throw, throw, pang. Tide, 2, time, duration. Timely, 4, keeping time. Tire, 4, train, rank, company, 8, headdress, attire. Told, 4, counted. Tort, 12, wrong. Touch, 3, touchstone. Toy, 6, sport. Trace, 8, walk. Train, 8, 11, tail, 3, 6, etc., deceit, wiles. Transmute, 7, transmute. Trekker, 4, 9, traitor. Trean, 2, 7, tree-like, of trees. Trenchan, 11, sharp, trenchant. Trinal, 12, threefold. Trunked, 8, truncated, with the limbs cut off. Truss, 11, to secure a firm hold on. Tournament, tournament, combat of knights in the lists. Tway, 7, 2, twain. Twifold, twofold. Twine, 6, twist. Tine, 9, anxiety, pain. Unacquainted, unaccustomed. Unbid, 9, unprayed for. Uncouth, 11, strange. Undight, 3, unfastened. Uneath, 9, etc., with difficulty. Unkindly, unnatural. Unlich, unlike. Until, 11, unto. Unti, 11, loosen. Unwary, 12, unexpected. Unweeding, 2, etc., unaware, not knowing. Venery, 6, hunting. Veer, 12, veer, change the direction of. View, 6, aspect, appearance. Vilt, 9, vile. Vine prop, supporting the vine. Vishour, 7, visor, the part of the helmet which protected the eyes. Wade, walk, go, pass. Wage, 4, reward, pledge. Wanton, 2, wild, unrestrained. Ware, 7, wary. Warray, v, wage war against. Wasteful, etc., barren, wild. Wastens, 3, desert, wilderness. Wax, 4, grow. Wane, 4, chariot. Waiting, x, watching. Wear, spend, pass. Weeds, int, 2, clothes, x, armor. Ween, 3, intend, x, think. Wheat, 3, to know, to wheat, 3, 17, etc., to wit. Welka, fade, grow dim. Welkin, 4, sky. Well, 2, well-being, health, etc., quite, very. 7, bubble up. Wex, 11, grow, waxen, 4. Wally, 4, streaked, warren. Whenas, 2, etc., as soon as. Whereas, 6, where. What, x, hot. Whilier, 9, erewhile. Whilome, 4, etc., formerly. White, 9, person, creature. Wimple, 12, veil, lit. Covering for the neck. Wimpled, folded, provided with a wimple. Whist, v, new. 1, 6, fought, 1, 6, dwell. Wood, 4, v, mad, furious. Worship, honor, respect. What, wote, 2, 9, no. Waxen, see wax. Reeks, 8, 12, anger, acts of vengeance. Wreck, 11, destruction, mischief. Rizzled, 8, wrinkled, warren. Wide, distant. Why. Iborn, 7, born. Iclad, iclad, 2, icled, 4, clad. Idle, v, airy, purposeless. Idred, dreaded. Yeda, 11, go. Ifer, 9, together. Igo, 2, ago. Alike, 4, alike. Ymp, see imp. Yod, see yeda. Younglings, x, young of any animal. Youthly, 6, youthful. Ipite, 9, pitched, placed. Irksome, 2, weary, 3, painful. Yts, 7, it is.